All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Eric Grenier, and I'm joined with Philippe J. Fournier for this special live stream of the Game 7 of the Stanley Cup final. No, wait, it's for the Toronto St. Paul's by-election. Philippe, how you doing? You were a late arrival. You really made me nervous for a second there, but it looks like you were getting dressed for the big show, so I do appreciate that.
I was getting ready. I have my notes here. I have my drink. I have my candy. I have the TV on and the game. I'm just watching what on I. But also, of course, obviously, the most important thing tonight is the by-election. Oh, I'm kidding. No. But the by-election in Simple is important. I mean, it's just that it's been overshadowed by a decade event or something like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see the results tonight, the turnout. You know, I think we have an expectation on who is the favorite, but in a by-election, in a summer by-election, as we mentioned on our show, you never know what can happen. So, what do you expect tonight? What are you expecting to see?
Well, I'm expecting that it's going to take quite a while. If you can see on the screen to the left of us, there is the long Elections Canada ballot. And Elections Canada, oh wait, so just as a reminder, this is a live stream. So things like my cat going on the scratch pad, Philippe's cat running across the screen, these are things that will happen because they've happened before. Or even Philippe perhaps being frozen there. I'm not sure if everything's okay. But hopefully everything's okay with everybody watching here. So we both have the game on in the corner. I have a little bit of a ticker up at the top, keeping track of things. So we'll see how things go from here. I can hear you laughing, Philippe, but for some reason I think there is some sort of delay. So we might have some issues here. But anyway, as you can see on the Elections Canada website, they have decided that, and Philippe's dropped out. He'll come back. Don't worry about that. As you can see on the left side, Elections Canada have decided to rank everybody by alphabetical order, and if it is the same way that it's been in the past, they will not be reordering as the night goes on. So we will have to scroll through the thing to find, here we go, Leslie Church of the Liberals, who is considered to be perhaps the favorite. We'll see. The Conservatives, Don Stewart, I got to go all the way down here to find him, likely to give a big challenge to Leslie Church. Who else do we got? We got for the NDP, Amrit Parhar. Here's Philippe telling me that he connected. His internet crashed. We have, let's see, I got to go through this list. It's going to be a very complicated night because of this. Dennis Wilson of the PPC is way at the bottom. For the Green Party, we have Christian Coulis, and then we have this Association of Independents. There are 84 candidates in all, and right now, at the very least, the Edmonton Oilers have tied it up. It is now 1-1. There is going to be a little bit of delay on the live stream and the game that I'm streaming, and Philippe, I think, is watching it on an old-fashioned TV with little bunny ears, so he might have it a bit more live than us. So he's going to try to come back. His internet had some issues. So anyway, let's discuss a little bit what we're doing here. We are trying to multitask with this Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Philippe and I are both hockey fans, so it is something to have to watch. And this Toronto St. Paul's by-election. Now, why is the Toronto St. Paul's by-election even something we're talking about? This is a seat that Carolyn Bennett has held since 1997. The Liberals haven't lost it since 1988. That was the last time that the PCs, as they were then known, won this riding. Brian Mulroney during the free trade election, that this area went to the PCs. The last election was a 24-point victory for Carolyn Bennett and the Liberals in Midtown Toronto. Not really a riding that you'd expect that the Conservatives would do very well. But things have been changing over the last little while, and we've seen with the polls in Ontario and Canada-wide that there has been enough movement in the polls that potentially the Liberal vote could drop down far enough and the Conservative vote could come up high enough that this becomes a real race. Actually, if you take the swing from all the polls that's been done in Ontario for the last little while, you'd more or less have the Conservatives and the Liberals a couple points apart. So this is why we're watching this. It's going to be a big by-election. It's the last by-election before the summer. Probably be a few more later this year. There has to be at least a few. So we'll see what's going to happen there. But one of the things that we're watching for tonight is that if the Liberals do poorly, if the Liberals lose this seat, what will that mean for Justin Trudeau's leadership seems pretty clear that he wants to stick around, that he's made the decision that he's going to stick around. But sometimes that decision is not his to make. So we'll see what's going to happen if things go badly enough. Will there be lots of other Liberal MPs in Toronto, in Ontario, across the country, who look at the results and wonder how safe they're going to be in the next election and whether that could put any pressure on Justin Trudeau? Now, if the Liberals do well, if they end up winning this by 10 points or more, it's going to let them go back to the summer, go back to the ridings, at least a little bit happier that maybe things aren't as bad as the polls suggest. Because if the polls are right, this should be a close race. This should be something decided by 0 to 5 points or something like that. So we're still waiting for the first results. It is going to take a long time. As I mentioned, this is an 84 candidate ballot. If you've seen it, it looks like a poster. It looks like a map. You have to unfold it. You have to refold it. It looks very, very cumbersome and hard to use. I don't know if it'll make it harder to vote, but what it will do is certainly make it longer to count, because instead of the counters, it's paper ballots, just taking out a ballot, unfolding it, recording the vote. They have to take out their huge poster ballot, unfold it, find the vote, refold it, and there you go. So just you think about that process, which is probably going to take 2 to 3 times longer than it normally would. That's going to increase the length of the count. So while we're waiting for some of the results coming in, we're also going to wait for Philippe's internet to come back so he can join me again. A few words about what you can do, what we're doing here all together. So we're following these results. The results you're seeing on the page are from Elections Canada, from elections.ca. So you can go to there to follow along on the results. We have some links to the bottom to both of our sites, the writ.ca, my website, 338canada.ca, 338canada.com, Philippe's websites where he has projections. And we have also our podcast. Now, the podcast is far better when there's 2 of us here rather than me just talking all by myself. But the podcast is at thenumberspod.ca, where we delve into all the polls that are coming out. We do provincial, federal politics. We have bonus episodes for our members of our Patreon, and we have longer extended episodes for the mailbag, things like that. We also have the chat. Now, the chat is going to be live here. We're going to have some light moderation. Last time the chat got a little bit out of hand. Some people were kind of trying to hijack it, and we didn't like that very much. So we do have someone who's going to take a light hand. So as long as everybody's nice to each other, there won't be any problems. Just imagine it, and you're in a room full of people, and act accordingly. But you can ask some questions there, and we'll do our best to answer them throughout the night. If it drags sometimes, if we both get distracted with the hockey game that's here beside me and will be beside Philippe, we might need some questions now and then as well. So if you do have any questions, you can put them in now, because we are going to be waiting for some results for some time. So we had a question here from Jerry L. He says, if the Liberals lose, could Jagmeet call for non-confidence vote and we get an early vote election? It's technically possible, I suppose. The House isn't going to be sitting, of course, until September. It's going to come back then. So there won't be an opportunity for there to be any vote in the House that could defeat the government. Would the NDP do it? Well, let's wait and see what the results are going to be, right? Because the NDP in this riding got 17% of the vote. They haven't even cleared 20% since 2011, and the only time they cleared 20% since 1984 was in 2011. So the NDP's expectation is going to be pretty low here. But we've also seen that on average, the NDP loses a lot of support in by-elections. So if we do see that the NDP goes down here and the Liberals lose, it's not really going to give Jagmeet Singh a lot of incentive for him to go to the polls when his party doesn't seem to be doing any better than the Liberals right now. I think for both the NDP and the Liberals, they're hoping that things will just turn around. Events will take place that could turn things around for them, that Canadians will decide they don't like Pierre Poilievre. So the longer, I think, for them, the better it could be, because right now it couldn't get worse for the Liberals. And from the NDP's perspective, a 220 seat majority government win by the Conservatives, not a good result for the NDP. Question here from one of our thoughts on the longest ballot committee. So this is why there's all these candidates here. This is why there's 84 of them, and almost all of them, or nearly all of them, share the same official agent, so share the same person who did the paperwork and all that kind of stuff. So the whole point of this is that it's supposed to be a protest against the Liberals' decision not to go ahead with electoral reform. The first time they did this, it's kind of funny. The second time they did it, it's kind of funny, I guess. Third time they did it, I just feel bad now for Elections Canada and the poor poll workers who have to count all these ballots all night. I'm not sure if the point is getting across anymore, but I salute their efforts. I suggest they might try something different. Just try some. There's a lot of humor with what they're doing, but maybe try something different. Just something that could be funny and just doesn't, make this into a 4-hour night. So the fact that I've now blown up on the screen suggests that Philippe is coming back. So we will hope that that is going to be the case, because it's just not the same without him. Kiabash, what were the over-under numbers we had? Philippe, you've changed location.
I did. Computer crash. So all good. Apologies to everyone. I had to remedy that. I thought it was my internet connection, but I'm not streaming anything. So anyway, I'm glad to be back with you. Whew.
Okay. All right. Do you have to catch your breath? Were you running up and down stairs?
Yes, that's right. Have I missed anything? Okay.
Well, it's 1-1 in the hockey game. It's still 0-0 to 0 to 0 to 0 to 0 to 0, etc. In the ballots. I've explained the situation, that we are going to be taking some questions during the show, that we have some light moderation at work, just for everybody, be very nice and happy, and that if they want to support the work that we do, they should go to thenumberspod.ca, they should go to therit.ca and 338 Canada. And we got a question from Donovan, who I think is actually on the ballot. Yes, and his question
the odds are pretty good.
He says, what are the numbers suggesting about the dashingly handsome Albertan independent winning it all? I'm not sure who he could be referring to, because many of these could be Albertans. Right now he's got as good a chance as anybody else, because it's 0-0. All right, Philippe, what are you going to be watching for? I've been talking for the last 13 minutes, so why don't you fill us in on what you are expecting tonight?
Yeah, sorry about that. So I spoke to some people today, and basically the overwhelming consensus was that the Liberals should win this tonight by a small margin. I think we discussed this on our last episode, you and I, that considering the nature of the riding, the demographics of the riding, you would think in a normal time that the Liberals will be able to win this even by a reduced margin. But we stress this again, that it's a summer by-election. There's a lot of things that are on people's mind other than politics when we're at June 24. And so if the Liberals were not able to get their vote out, they should have at least 10,000 votes. Perhaps they could be surprised by the Conservative candidates. Are the Conservatives really more motivated to win this one than the rest of the bunch? I would think so. Even though the outcome of a hypothetical Tory win could shake things up at the federal level, like throughout the country. This is not a regular by-election. It could become a regular by-election, Eric, if the Liberals win by, 10 or 12 points tonight. But then again, who's more motivated? Who was able to get their vote out? This is what I'll be looking for tonight. My projection, of course, the boundaries of St. Paul's have changed, and this is on the old borders. They haven't changed that much, but they changed a little bit. But my projection has the Liberals leading by, I think, 4 points. But with a margin of error of plus or minus 7 points. So the Conservatives should be within range here. So.
All right. So I got a few comments, or at least one person asking about the volume. Am I too loud? No, that I was too quiet. So I moved the mic closer to myself. So if someone could tell me if that is fixing the problem, because the volume control is largely on your computer, unless it's that quiet. So anybody can tell me how the audio sounds. So I saw a tweet from Elections Canada just before this started, and it said that it could take a little while to count the volume good I'm getting from someone. So I think it's okay. Anyway, so I'm like, I was explaining how this is such a big ballot that it has to be unfolded, and like if you've ever worked as a poll person, I did a long time ago.
You did, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you take the ballot out of the box, you have to unfold it, you have to work with it there, and then you have to refold it again. If this thing is, each ballot is going to take 4 or 5 times as time, if it's, instead of taking 1 second to count, each of them is going to take 5 or 6 seconds. I mean, we got, what, 20,000, 30,000 ballots here? It's probably going to take a long time.
Would you know, Eric, if they counted the advanced ballots before? Because I know it changes from place to place, from time to time. Some provincial elections, they do it during the day. And then suddenly, early on, we have a bunch of results that are the early. Would you know that? Did they publish that?
I think that they count them, as far as I'm aware, they only really start counting them when they count everything else. So I think often the advanced polling takes the longest because those are usually those are usually the fullest boxes, right?
Yeah.
Because the local polling stations have fewer votes than the advanced polling station. The advanced polling, there's fewer of those, so there's more votes into them. So I don't think we're going to get any real respite in terms of the count. I mean, there will be some differences in where the votes come from, because there are parts of the riding that are more friendly to the NDP. There are parts of the riding that are more friendly to the Conservatives, and generally, the most of the riding has been strong for the Liberals. But hopefully, we'll get some indication of where things are going soon. Okay.
Yeah, the thing is with these things, it should take a while for us to get our first. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's have a first. Cheers to everybody. Cheers
Yes,
to everybody.
cheers. It's going to be a long night, so.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it could take a while before we get our first results, and then it just, on dit en français, débouler. Just people just when it rains, it pours. But
Yeah.
so far, this is a long list. You just scroll down on
I know. And like I was saying before, they're going to keep this order.
They are.
Yeah. So it's not going to be a nice little list with the top 3 ones at the top.
You cannot sort by top. Oh
No,
my God.
come on. That would be
Why?
too
Why?
sensible.
Come
We
on.
love Elections Canada, but time to do an update to the website, we think.
No kidding, huh?
Think that, this is state of the art in 2008.
Wow.
Might be time to update some of these things, particularly the
And,
results
you know,
page.
I know some coding. I'm not a professional programmer or something, but I know some coding, and that's not that hard. I mean, I understand that why you want the possibility to have it alphabetically, right? That's how it's presented on the ballot. But the results, then can't you click on percent and it sorts by come
No.
on, man, really.
We
Wow,
have
it
gotten a
doesn't
question
feel
here. Our we do our over-unders.
That's right.
What would be the over-unders on a complete count? If you put the line at 2 hours.
Huh. 2 hours from 8:30.
Yeah.
So that means 10:30.
Think
Which
over.
which is first? We get a clear winner, or the Stanley Cup is raised tonight?
Wouldn't it be the worst if this goes into double, triple overtime and still we
Yeah.
don't have a result here, so we can't stop.
It's possible. It's possible.
Oh, this is a good question from Dingers for Days, or Dingers 5 Days. Anyway, when was the last time Canada was a by-election this consequential? That's an interesting question.
Well, thing is,
I've got an idea.
I have an idea. It's just I was gonna say it's consequential if something happens. We don't know yet. I mean, if the Liberals win by 12 tonight, then whatever. But it has the potential of being consequential. But did you think of an example, a recent example?
The one that I was thinking was by-election took place in 2003. It was in the riding of Perth-Wellington, I think it was, or Perth-Middlesex. I think it was one of those. Anyway, it was a riding that the Liberals ended up winning, and they won almost entirely because of the split vote between the PCs and the Canadian Alliance. And it was that by-election that was the spark for Stephen Harper, especially to say, we have to actually merge because we'll never beat the Liberals. Because the riding in question was like a rural riding in southwestern Ontario, and still the Liberals were able to win it. So that would probably be the last one that had the potential to be important. It's possible that nothing will happen out of this. But
It's possible.
but if next week we're talking about a prime ministerial resignation, then clearly this by-election will probably have meant something.
I was joking around with some journalists. I changed text messages and emails saying, just imagine like the Conservatives win St. Paul's tonight and the Edmonton Oilers win the Stanley Cup. I mean, Alberta would make this a national holiday, right? And it's a way. Hang on a second, June 24th. Well, it can be two things, for the famous meme from Mayor Quimby. But also, the journalist in question, she told me, yeah, don't count on a resignation, even if it happens.
No, I don't think so either.
Rationally, you would think that that's the end if the Conservatives win. But we're not talking rational here. So,
But some of the things that we heard from some journalists who've probably spoken to more MPs, that if they lose, it could actually start to galvanize that kind of action within the party, right? To put the pressure on Trudeau. So it wouldn't mean a resignation later tonight, but it could be the thing that starts the domino effect falling, right? So because we will have some other by-elections coming up. We've one that's going to have happen in Montreal in probably a couple months. Mm-hmm. Liberals should win that, but again, who knows? So there could be some interesting outcomes later on.
I saw it scroll on the comment screen, but how about this for a consequential by-election? Outremont was it in 08 or 07? That was
2007, yeah.
That was a big one too. I mean, it set the stage for the NDP rise in Quebec for, well, what would be a very difficult next few years for the Liberals. But the thing is, this one again, it could just be a very boring night. It's possible. Don't go anywhere, but it could be a very boring night if when the results come in, they are exactly what we expect. But by-elections, they can be a surprise. And also, again, we look at the polling numbers that we have, and not just voting intentions, all the other indicators, the direction of the country, the leaders' favorability, all the indicators show that the Liberals, not only have they not recovered since the spring, but they're polling a little worse. And so the fact that we're all excited about, there's a by-election in Toronto St. Paul's, it just tells you how down the Liberals are in this current cycle.
Yeah, it's all contextual. We would normally not have bothered really that much. This might have been even less interesting than Durham. Jungle Wolf corrected me. It was the PCs who won in Perth Wellington. That is correct. But the Alliance thought they actually had a chance to win it. Anyway.
That would have been the last PC win ever.
Yeah, maybe.
Right? Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Got a question from Gary Teskey. I don't know the answer about this. If Pierre Poilievre, being one of the longest serving MPs before becoming PM, so he's been an MP for 20 years.
Yeah.
Trying to think if there would have been ones that had been there for longer than 20 years.
Jean Chrétien.
Oh yeah, Chrétien. Yeah, he was elected in the 60s.
I think he was made in cabinet in 68, so he would have won probably the 67 election. Became prime minister in
68 election, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Election, yeah.
That would be one. I'm pretty sure Laurier got in the 70s. 1870s, I should say. So by 1896, I don't know. That's a good question, though. There probably aren't a lot of prime ministers who were MPs. Well, no, I don't know if that's
that long. Well, in modern times, yes. I mean, it's been a while, right?
Yeah, it's certainly been a while. I think that's true. Why didn't we get any riding polls? We got a question there.
Well, there were writing polls. It's just that they were not made public. They were not.
Did you see them?
I saw some of them, but they were not made public because sometimes it's not a question of is it a good poll or a bad poll, but when you know that your sample is not complete, when you're missing tranches of demographics, and if you don't have confidence in your results, you say, okay, I tried. And so I know Main Street and Kito Maggie, CEO of Main Street, released a short article on his website about the fact that they tried and they couldn't get a good sample. So, but also there were internal polls done by the parties. It's just that it's a tough riding to poll. First, if you have an internet panel, it's probably you don't have enough people in the same riding to have a representative sample. I mean, okay, so the Léger panel, I think it has 400 Canadians on the panel, but do you really have
400,000?
400,000, sorry, 400,000. Do you have like 500 or 600 people of the same riding that are representative of the population?
Yeah.
Probably not. And when you do a phone poll, well, I don't want to speak against Ontario voters, but I think those who listen to our podcast know what I feel. They're not that committed, let's just say, in recent years. They haven't been, provincially has been a disaster. What was it, the turnout, 43% or something at the
You haven't had that
provincial
number
level?
tattooed on you somewhere by now?
No, it's because I still can't get over it. I know the choices were not very fun, but half the voters did not show up for a general election. That's awful. For a by-election, if the turnout hits 25% tonight, I'll be impressed. I expect it to be maybe around 30, and I think I'm optimistic with 30%. Again, it's summer. It's an election that will not decide the fate of Parliament, even though it could have consequences of national interest. But yeah,
We got a question about by-election polling and like how good that record is. It's pretty hit and miss. Like if you're a pollster putting out a poll in ahead of a by-election, it's rare. If you get it right, you're probably pretty lucky, right? Because a poll in a general election is done with the assumption that turnout's going to be 60, 65%. And you're probably not, the people who don't vote probably aren't going to take the poll as much. And whatever errors there would be with that could cancel each other out. But here, where the turnout is probably going to be 30% or something like that, such a high percentage of the people you'd be polling would not actually be voting. And how different is the voting population going to be from the general population when it's 30% instead of 60%?
absolutely.
Yeah.
And that also add to this, there you may answer the poll and not bother voting. And also I know there are people there. I mean, if you're watching this, you're the polling or election nerd because
You're a great Canadian.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Great
But
Canadian.
you're on the median, on the Gauss curve of of citizens. You are the exception here. There are people, I am sure, that live in Toronto St. Paul's that did not even know there was a by-election today. So, I mean, you could say it's a sad state of affairs, but that's the truth. The by-election is not as exciting as a general election when you have every media speaking about the platforms and the horse race for every day for a month and a half. It's not the same thing with a by-election. So, it's not that the results won't count. A win is a win for whichever party ends up winning, but we're talking about the polling here. If I were a pollster, and I'm not, by the way, but if I were a pollster, I would be very wary to publish a poll of a by-election, especially a summer by-election, because if you miss, it may not even be your fault, and you look like a fool. Like, we understand this, but the regular Joe online will go like, oh, look at this this bad poll. This firm is not credible. If you're a pollster, your business depends on your credibility. You don't want to waste it on a by-election.
It's that time, Philippe. It is the first intermission. We need some sort of intermission show. It's the first intermission of the Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. It's 1-1 between the Oilers and the Panthers. There's been 2 goals scored in that first period and 0 votes counted here in Toronto St. Paul's. We are expecting that this will take a long time, but all the ballots are going to take a long time to count. But once one of the polls finishes, it means the other polls are probably going to start finishing at around the same time, and we'll start getting that trickle in. It's just when are we going to start getting that first one? I'm surprised we haven't had the mobile polls. Those polls where it's like 2 people, they go out to go meet them because they can't go out to vote. Those always come in really quick. But anyway, this is we're going to reset here for anybody who's tuning in because of the intermission that is now starting, so you don't need to watch the hockey game. Toronto St. Paul's by-election. This was a 24-point victory for Carolyn Bennett in the 2021 federal election. Normally a safe riding for the Liberals. They've held it since 1993. It went blue in the 1980s during the Mulrooney years. But with the polls shifting against the Liberals and towards the Conservatives, this is the kind of riding that could be on the bubble. So we're here to see what is going to happen. This ballot is enormous. There are 84 candidates on it. Most of them are independents who know that they're not going to win, and many of them, if not almost the vast majority of them, do not live in Toronto St. Paul's. So we're waiting to get our first results, and once we get the first results, we think it's going to come in pretty quickly. We did our over-under on the podcast, which you can go sign up for at thenumberspod.ca, and please do to support the work we do. Yeah, absolutely. Should do it. I had put the over-under for, and people in the comments, you can give us your over-unders on these. We set the over-under line at 41 for the Liberals and 40 for the Conservatives. You took the over on both of them. Why don't you explain why?
Okay, I took the over because if we look at the recent record of by-elections, both federally and provincially in Ontario, NDP voters have not really shown up for those by-elections. The most recent one was Durham, where the NDP really underperformed. And the by-elections last summer, there was Essex, there was, well, all the others. The NDP didn't show up. So unless the NDP is in it, and I'm sorry to say, but the NDP is not going to win Toronto St. Paul's tonight. Big take here.
Okay.
So we expect, if the trend continues, that the NDP will really underperform. Right now in my projection, I think I have the NDP at 15%, but that's for a general election. And so I put the line at 11% for the NDP. I took the under. I think it's a bit low. They should be around that mark. If those few thousand voters showed up, it would be enough for the NDP. But so if the NDP doesn't show up, if NDP voters don't show up, then you have both the Liberals and the Conservatives will have inflated numbers. So in a general, right now, I don't think the Liberals break 41% in St. Paul's, but in a by-election with low turnout, perhaps they do.
Yeah, I think that's the question. I think I can't remember what I took over the over or the under. Do you remember?
You took the you took the under for the Liberals.
Yeah.
And you took the under for the
I
Conservatives.
did. Yeah. Okay. I did the opposite of you. Yeah.
Why don't you explain yourself now? You don't think it's gonna be the case that they will both just be inflated because you think those 84 independents or whatever it is will take their share of the vote?
No, I don't think so. We did get one comment that if you could move your mic closer, people would appreciate that. So
all right.
why don't you try that?
But
no, I think that the NDP vote's probably going to come down. But maybe it won't come down that much. It's an urban riding rather than like a suburban riding. I don't know if that matters or not. But maybe it doesn't come down as much. The Greens, maybe they take enough to keep things up. You have the PPC taking, 3-4%. And all of these independents, who knows what's that going to do? I don't think. Do you think any of them will get zero? That was one of the questions we had on the podcast.
Well, you would think so. I mean, they don't live in the riding. They don't all live in the riding. And so, I mean, if there was 10, 12, or 15 independents, I'd be like, okay, some people are going to just throw their vote to this guy. Okay, what's her name? Milen? Okay, I'll vote for Milen. But there's, 75 independents?
80, yeah. Well,
84
there's 84 candidates, yeah.
Yeah. So some of them could very well get zero, which would be quite a feat. Maybe
you know who's least likely to get zero though?
Mr. Wong.
Yes,
Mrs. Wong or Mr. Wong. Okay.
Jordan Wong, which could be male or female. I've heard both for that name, and Melody Anderson. There's been research on this. People at the top and the bottom of the ballots, when there's lots, tend to do well. Comparatively well. She might get 8, Melody at the top, and someone like Carrie Hildebrandt might, because they're stuck in the middle, might only get 0. So that'll be something to watch. There's lots of names here.
That ballot though is 2 columns, right?
Yeah.
So okay. The middle. The thing is, if you're right in the middle, you become the top of the second column or the bottom of the first column.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, you have to be really third. This is really scientific, huh?
This is really dumb discussion. Yeah. So this is what it's going to be like as we're waiting for these results to come in. And like you said, we can take people's questions. We might have skipped a few because the chat is going along pretty well. What do you think that for the Liberals to say that this was an okay result? What does it have to be?
Well, okay.
A win's a win, but not all wins are created equal.
That's right. They publicly, if Miss Church pulls it off and she wins, a win is a win, and we will rebuild. We will talk to people. We will listen to people. That's what they will say. But if you win by a point or two, let's say, if the Liberals do win by a point or two, then you start to wonder, okay, so those 25 seats, 24 now seats in Toronto proper, they were all Liberals in the past 3 elections. 3 consecutive elections, wall-to-wall, Liberal in Toronto in 416. So how many of them would suddenly be in danger? Half?
Yeah.
And so we had some polling that had the Liberals last week in the low 20s, and there was even a poll from the Angus Street Institute. I discussed this on my Substack. It's Liberals at 19% in Quebec, which seem way too low, but okay, it's part of the bell curve. If the Liberals lose half of Toronto and they cannot manage to save face in Quebec, then you have a race for second place in seats. Maybe the Bloc Québécois wins 45 to 50 seats. And to get to 50 seats, the Liberals need Toronto. And so maybe the discussion will be, okay, well, you don't have any strongholds anymore if you lose St. Paul's. The West End of Montreal and maybe Laval, but that's a handful of seats. And so, again, I think discussion about whether Trudeau should leave or should stay, even though I'm sick of hearing about it, but it's still relevant, especially in this context. So I think for a win to shut everybody up for the summer, I think I mentioned this, maybe 8 or 9 points for the Liberals. And of course, a loss would be devastating. But we're talking about a boring scenario for the days that follow today would be, I think, an 8 or 9 point win for the Liberals.
Yeah, I think that would be just on the cusp of being fine enough that the Liberals can kind of pass on to other things, but still bad enough that it does still mean maybe 30, 40 seats swinging if you have that kind of result replicated across Ontario. Because one of the things, you look at the riding in Toronto, I think this was the 11th or 12th biggest margin of victory for the Liberals. So right in the middle. So yeah, if they lose this seat, it means they could lose half the seats that they have in Toronto. And it's Toronto. We're not talking about Mississauga. We're not talking about London. We're talking about Toronto, which, as you said, has never not voted for a candidate that was other than one that was backed by the Trudeau Liberals. They even won a by-election in 2013 in Ontario.
I counted them. Since Trudeau became leader, there's been 80 elections in Toronto. So 25 per general election, and then 5 by-elections, all won by the Trudeau Liberals. So that's 80 for 80. This is the 81st. And so if you lose this one, it signals cracks in the foundations that are much bigger than we anticipated. But Chrystia Freeland won in a by-election, right?
Yep.
She replaced Bob Ray. Is that correct? She replaced Bob Ray, I think.
Yeah. And that was Trudeau's first recruit as well, right?
Yeah. So
All
right. A
right.
long time ago, huh?
Yeah.
My hair was much darker.
Yeah, well, and it was a long time ago when the polls closed. The polls closed at 8:30. Still have not gotten any results just yet. As we've been talking about, this is, as you can see on the screen, an absurdly long ballot. It takes a long time to count, but once the count starts, it should get going pretty quickly. So we'll just have to wait and see. But once they come in, boy, it'll be exciting. It'll be very exciting once it comes in. So we can still, if you got any questions to keep us busy during this, you can let us know. I think I saw one about whether the riding is going to become more liberal over time. Did you see something like that?
Well, yeah. The on my I had this chart that I'm gonna pull up here, but it showed the share of the vote for the Liberals in St. Paul's, and obviously it changed. The borders changed a bit over time. So if we look at 2015, it was 55% from Ms. Bennett for the Liberals, then 44, then 49. So it's a small decline, but it's still a decline. The Conservatives, 27, 22, and 23 in the past 25, in the past 3 elections. So I would say that's pretty steady. But also is the NDP has not been able to benefit. We discussed this countrywide, across the country. The Liberal share of the vote has been falling, yet the NDP has not been able to benefit here. So this is not one of those seats in Toronto that could flip to the NDP. We don't think, at least.
Well, it did provincially, but
it did provincially, but we have no data indicating that the NDP could be on the rise, even though the Liberals have shed some support in the past year and a half. Looking at this, in 2004, 58% for Ms. Bennett in St. Paul's, and the Conservatives had 20% in their first election. So the closest this riding came to flip colors since 1993 has been the 2011 election. Remember that, Michael Ignatieff, Liberals having their worst result since Confederation. It was 41% for Ms. Bennett and 32% for the Conservatives. So to go back to the narrative of if the Liberals lose this stronghold, what does it mean for the rest of Toronto? They held on to that in their worst election ever. Yes, Ms. Bennett was popular. Perhaps she had some votes that were for her and not for the Liberals. Perhaps we'll find that now that Miss Church, since she is not a known quantity, she's known in Liberal circles, but she's not known with the public, at least not yet. This could also be a factor. Low turnout, losing an incumbent, there's in bad polls. All these signs point to a very much weakened Liberal vote.
I just saw some more questions about this. We have to say it probably a lot of times. The reason the results are taking so long is that literally the ballot is huge. It is it is a ballot that is bigger than your face. Like, it's bigger than many faces, even my face, and I got a big one. So anybody who's counting has to unfold them. It's as stupid as that. It's going to take forever to count some of these. So that once one of the poll boxes that had the fewest votes in it, once the count is there or done, they'll report the results from that. And that's why it's taken so long. It's just because there's lots of names on this ballot, and the ballot is really big. It's really big. We still vote with paper ballots. And so it takes a long time.
And
of course.
And that's okay. That's okay.
Except for this.
Yeah,
but what would they have done? Ontario, they have the automated counter. How would they have done that? It would have been like one of those old printers from the 90s where it was just this folded thing that you'd feed into the machine. I don't know how they would have done it.
You know those paper documents that when you go to the notary, it's 8.5 by 17 or something. Those huge.
I don't frequent the notary very often, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I know, but you know the kind of sheets the one that piss you off because they're not the right size. And they don't fit anywhere, right? It's bigger than that. So just to carry them is a pain. But yeah.
We got a question as well about what other by-elections are going to happen between. We know that there is a few that have to happen. So there's going to be one in La Salle, Aymar, Verdun, which is on the island of Montreal. Should be a safe riding, safer than this one because there isn't really another party taking off to win that riding, because the Conservatives aren't going to win that riding. Their support there was very, very low last time. There's Elmwood Transcona in Winnipeg. That has to be called as well. That is an NDPC, Daniel Blakey. And there's another one. What's the other one I'm forgetting? There's another one, isn't there? Oh, there's Langley.
Langley in BC, right?
Yeah, Langley,
but that just
Cloverdale. Yeah, that has to be called, but it can wait until the end of the year.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple other vacancies coming up. So Halifax is coming up, and what was the other person who said they might resign? It just came out this past week.
We're getting close to the date though that a by-election will not happen if there's resignations, right? I think you explained this. So it's like 9 months prior, and then there's 6 months prior to the election, and then there's 6 months after the resignation. We're getting really close to that.
Yeah.
And perhaps some MPs are waiting for that date to say, you know what, I'm done here.
Well, that's it. Because if I calculated, it's somewhere around July 20th, because you don't need to call a by-election for 6 months. So you can wait until 6 months. So if there's a vacancy that pops up on August 1st, 6 months later would be February 1st? Yep. You can't call a by-election 9 months before a fixed general election, which there is a fixed general election in October 2025. So the 9 months before that is January. So pretty much anybody who resigns after, August 1st does not necessarily have to have the riding filled with a by-election. Now, the Liberals could still decide to do that for some reason. I don't know why they would, but so in all likelihood, the four by-elections, or three we just mentioned, Cloverdale or Langley, Cloverdale City, La Salle, Elmwood, Transcona. Those have to happen. The others might not ever happen. So there might only be 3 more by-elections between now and the next election.
About La Salle, Villemar, Verdun to replace Mr. Lametti. So you mentioned this should be a safer seat for the Liberals. I don't, Monsieur Lametti had fewer votes than Ms. Bennett in terms of St. Paul, but the Bloc and the NDP both had about 20% of that riding. And so a split vote really benefits the Liberals here. So this is the difference. This is why I don't think La Salle, Villemar, Verdun would be that interesting. I mean, it's interesting for people involved, but for us, I don't think it will be. But Elmwood Transcona in Manitoba, This is one where the Conservatives will try really hard. The Liberals are not competitive. As you said, it was Mr. Blakey's writing. The NDP should be strong, but again, the NDP in by-elections, the record's not really good. Although they should be competitive in this one, so maybe they'll show up.
Yeah, they'll still be. Those will be interesting ones to watch. No, I didn't. Probably not as high stakes for the Liberals because you'd expect them to lose in BC. LaSalle just seems almost impossible that they would lose that. If they do lose that, then they might as well fold up the party and go home. It's done. It is
Slide
done.
the key under the door.
Yeah. There was another. We did get a question or two about it, so we should probably mention it. How this is a riding, Toronto St. Paul's, does have a large Jewish community. It's about 15% in the last census identified as having that religion. Like culturally, there could be more. But anyway, so this riding is one of the ones that has the most concentration of Jewish voters in the country. So there has been some reporting on it. We've seen lots of comments about it from people, journalists who are on the ground there, that the Jewish community there, not really very enamored with the Liberal position on Israel-Gaza. Will it matter in this by-election? If you look at the parts of the riding where most of the Jewish community lives, Cedar Vale, Forest Hill, they tend to have been conservative polls in the past. So there might not be that many votes for the Liberals to lose. But if we do get it into a very close election, by the time we get to the end of this count, if it is very close, then that could have been an important factor, right? Because there's not going to be a lot of enthusiasm to vote right now. June 24th, it's the Canada Day long weekend's next weekend. Some people are probably already starting their travel plans. Maybe you don't want to bother, but if you have an issue that is really getting you out to vote, one, that you want to see the Liberals replaced, that you want to see Justin Trudeau defeated, or you want to send a message on the Middle Eastern policy, those are not voters that are going to be flocking to the Liberals. You could even say for New Democratic voters, right? If they're more in support of Palestine, then that could boost turnout on that side. So that could be a factor if this ends up being pretty close. But it's as 15% of the population of the riding. And we know that a chunk of them would have already voted for the Conservatives, so it might not matter that much, but it'll be something once we get the poll-by-poll results, which will take months. Yeah. But that will give us a big clue.
And also.
Okay, you go. But there's a good question here I want to get to.
Yeah, I just mentioned that the Jewish populations, they don't necessarily vote in a block. Right? Mm-hmm. They don't vote in the same. So even if they all flipped, the thing is, if
it goes from 40-30 to 60-20, that's still not a huge amount of votes, right? When we're talking about, even though that would be a big swing. Anyway, the question here was, this was from Nerd777. If the Liberals win by 2 or 3%, do you think Trudeau would try the same gamble Macron made in France? So Macron had the European elections. And they went badly, and the National Rally won a lot. And then he called legislative elections in France to fill their National Assembly. So his job wasn't put up for grabs, but and everybody more or less is like, why are you doing this? Can you imagine Trudeau saying, you know what, let's voters aren't happy with me. Let's make them put their money where their mouth is and go to an election this summer. I'd say the odds are pretty low.
Oh, I would. No, I think his caucus would probably lock him up somewhere. And
he's on his way to the GGs, and they just all grab his legs, and he'd have to try to pull his way to the Governor General.
The element of surprise would be there, but we saw the financing. It's not like the Conservatives.
Yeah, they can probably afford to cancel some airplane tickets and stuff. They can probably afford the penalties. One of the
let's remember 2021, and I don't want to say that 2021 was decided by this, but there was a sense early in the campaign that the Liberals called a snap election and that the voters did not like it.
Yeah.
I think it was launched in August 15th, I think. Many people are still on vacation. It's hot. It's warm. You're by the pool with your pina colada or your beer. And then there's an election. So I don't think they would do that again. But again, when we think rationally, you say this is not logical, but it doesn't mean that they up there on the PMO they think rationally as well. But no. It's either going to be in the spring after the budget, if the budget doesn't pass, or it's going to be as scheduled in October 25.
Yeah.
And I don't have a preference, but I like fall elections. I kind of like when it's cooler. The leaves are pretty. There's something about fall. It's my favorite season that I much prefer because in the spring you can always have a snowstorm. That's bad. But in the fall, I don't know. It's perfect. So let's go for fall.
Okay. I've heard some people muse that maybe they wouldn't even call the election in October 25 because technically they don't have to. I don't think that. I think they'd still go in October 25.
It's 5 years,
I don't know how
right?
you do that.
So it's 5 years. So it would be maximum would be September 26.
Yeah.
But it would the optics would just be.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they would. Like you do that. Every government, I think, it's probably the case because every time you hear about a government that waited 5 years to go to the polls, they always end up being like just walloped. Like it's always because it's going so badly. Like his father did that in 1979 and he lost that election.
Can you remember others? I know Bernard Landry in 03 waited in the fifth year. Brian Mulroney, then Bob Ray. Yeah.
Brian Mulroney in 93, Bob Ray in 95. Some other recent examples. I can't think of any other recent ones.
They stretch the fabric and then it snaps on them.
Well, it's because they keep hoping that maybe next spring will be a bit better. Maybe the fall will be a bit better. Maybe the spring will be better. Oh, we ran out of time. Like, anyway, so I can't imagine they would do that because that would be admitting defeat. How do you even do anything that last year? The NDP wouldn't support them anymore at that point.
No.
So some people just kind of throw it out there as a possibility, but I really don't see how it is. Do you know what though? I also hear people say it's too late for him to resign.
Oh, that's insane.
It's not.
I read that in the Toronto Star. I think some people say, "Oh, it's too late to change leaders." It really isn't.
You can do it. Hey, look at the Ontario PCs. They changed leader like a week before the Ontario election in 2018 when Patrick Brown flamed out, and then they had a leadership race. Doug Ford comes in, wins a majority government. You can do it. It's not like. Yeah. I mean, it can also go really badly, like Brian Mulroney in '93, giving Kim Campbell a couple months, and then that doesn't go well. But there's no rule to it. As soon as you get someone in, you can just do it again.
It's possible that Mr. Trudeau could say during the summer, okay, I'll be the leader until you find somebody else. You have a leadership race in October, November. You have a new leader, and boom, you have almost a year before the general. It's not too late. The thing is, it will get too late soon.
Yeah,
but it's not too late now. And also those who say, well, changing leaders wouldn't change anything. Well, maybe, but you don't know that.
It could go worse. It could go better. Yeah, but right now it doesn't feel like for the Liberals things are going to go better. So
no,
might as well take the gamble, I think.
That 0.25 fewer interest rate from the Bank of Canada doesn't, that won't do it in the electorate though. So.
Whoa. It's just the beginning. It's going to be 0.25 again.
Yeah.
We are still waiting for results here. It is now 9:24. There is 15 minutes left in the second period of the Stanley Cup final. How's it looking? Have you been keeping an eye on it at all?
Well, thing is, I had my setup in the basement with the TV and everything, and then my computer refused. The internet crashed. I reset everything and it worked. So I got to go upstairs in my upstairs office. I don't have a TV.
So what are you doing?
I have the NHL.com page and I see it's 1-1 Oilers on a power play.
Oh man!
But I don't see the game. No,
you need to go find yourself another screen.
No, I'm dedicated to this, man. I'm dedicated.
I have another computer on and I'm streaming the game because I'm high tech. And
there is 2,500 people watching us right now instead of watching the game. You have to appreciate that. So
yes, well, thank you very much, everybody, because you're all watching a bunch of zeros on a screen. And
we're not talking about us, but those zeros.
All right. So do you think we get the results before the next election? We will see.
Next goal or first ballot box open?
Oh, I don't know. Oilers are on the power play right now.
Yeah, well, they
We can
didn't
see
score
there's a
power play.
shot by Bouchard. Oh, and it is a save by Sergei
Oh, that's true.
Bobrovsky.
You're streaming, so you're late.
I'm
compared to me.
late, and then the people
Yeah.
who are watching this are also streaming like a few seconds behind us, so it's like
Oh,
super
right.
late. So right now, like they could be lifting the cup for all I know. All right, so again, long ballot takes a long time to count. You got to unfold a piece of paper, fold it back up, find that it's going to take a long time. So
Eric, have
Yes.
you ever attended a playoff game, a national
Yes.
hockey league playoff game?
I have.
Have you ever attended a game 7?
No.
Yeah,
I attended a game in 2004. It was
for
the Senators versus the Maple Leafs.
Oh,
And I think
know
the
which way
Sens
that went.
lost. That was back in the day. It was Darcy Tucker and who else was on the?
Lots
or-
of grit. Lots of grit.
Yeah, I didn't like that team at that point. And that's when the Senators were pretty good. So anyway, no, that was the last time, and it was also I think the last time I paid for a hockey ticket.
Oh, okay, because you get comped everywhere you go. because
Yeah,
you're a star,
people.
right?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
They say, "Oh, Mr. Brendan." Well, yes, okay. Ooh.
Right here.
I always find
I-
there's lots of tickets floating around. You can always get it, especially in this town because it's all like federal government or whatever. I don't know. Federal government probably doesn't buy tickets. Don't don't
No.
quote me on that.
I went to a game 7. I think it was the 100th year of the Habs. I think in 2008. It was the Habs against the Bruins. It went to a game 7, and the Habs won, I think, 4-0. And
Is that the year they went to the conference finals?
Amazing. No, they lost in the second round that
Oh,
year.
I remember the year with
although-
Yaroslav Halak and everything. That was good.
That year, the Yaroslav Halak year, I went to game 6 against the Capitals. 53 saves for Yaro Halak, and I had the tickets in the Reds with a friend. Amazing game. So, I mean, the Habs are terrible right now. They suck, and they will suck for a long time. So that's why I will like watching this. I'm not stressed watching the Stanley Cup playoffs because I don't have a stake in this. I can watch just good hockey, and I must say, it takes a lot for me to switch gears and I mean, I kind of. When the Panthers beat the Bruins, I'm a Habs fan. So, of course, whoever beats the Bruins, okay, that's my team. But the Panthers against the Oilers, I was like, oh, no. What am I going to do? And then I was resigned when it was 0-3. And then tonight, can you imagine it goes in overtime? When was the last Game 7 overtime? I don't think there was one in my lifetime. Game 7 overtime for the Stanley Cup? I mean, the Bruins, Canucks did not go overtime. Oilers, Carolina did not go overtime. Tampa Bay, Calgary did not go overtime. I mean, maybe we have some hockey fans in the comments that will remind me. I don't remember a game 7 overtime for the Stanley Cup, but anyway, still
don't
zeros,
know.
huh? Yeah.
I don't remember. I feel like there might have been one, but yes, it is still zeros across the board, waiting for the first one. And I did look at the Elections Canada Twitter feed to see if they were, being like, "Don't worry, everybody, it's gonna be good. It's coming in." No,
And-
they haven't tweeted for 2 hours. So I assume that even the person who runs their Twitter account is busy counting votes, and so we respect that. We respect that commitment. All right. What else should we talk about here while we're waiting for some results here?
I didn't prepare a quiz for this. For those who listen to this, we in our podcast, Eric and I, we do a little quiz every week. I think it's a fun. The goal is to have fun and to learn about
Yes.
past elections. We sometimes have quizzes about premiers, about elections, about seat counts, about percentages, about by-elections. We had a few by-elections. I did not prepare a quiz tonight because I thought we would be busy. I guess I should have, but
Yeah. If you enjoy this banter, you can join the podcast at thenumberspod.ca when we actually have things to talk about. Hey, how about something like while we're just... we got this question. You've already answered this on the podcast, but someone asked why you don't have projections for Newfoundland and Labrador anymore.
oh, somebody did. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. I don't do projections for the clicks or the likes, the retweets. For those who don't know me, I teach in college. I have a day job that pays me very well and of which I'm really happy. I started doing this because I wanted to show that there was scientific value. There was scientific value in studying public opinion, and that you could all translate good polling with projections at the riding level. And it mostly works. The thing is, we've seen some really strange switch and shifts in some small ridings, like PEI and Newfoundland and Labrador, where the polling is not useful for this. It doesn't show us the swings that the by-election that we had in Newfoundland last month, Bayvert, I think, Bayvert.
It was Bayvert.
Yeah, it's Bayvert. Had the PC candidate winning with almost 80% of the votes, whereas the provincial polls that we have both parties tied. So there's no correlation between the local effects and the provincial-wide numbers. So it's not useful. So I will keep having a province-wide projection, but I will not publish riding level projections because it's not reliable. It's as simple as that. I want it to have scientific value. I want it to be. I mean, I know some people just go for the clicks online and publish crazy numbers and charts. I don't want to do that. So that's the reason.
There you go. No results.
My neighbors are screaming. Has there been a goal?
Are your neighbors? Maybe something horrible is happening.
Well,
maybe
they're watching.
Are they happy screams, or are they? Maybe there's like a Euro game or something on too. Are numbers coming in? Someone's saying the results are coming in. I'm going to refresh now. Elections Canada. I'm not going to wait for you. There we go. Oh, they do have them ordered. Oh, this makes me so happy. Oh, I thought I was going to have to scroll down the whole thing to try to find. Okay. Yes.
We have numbers.
It's been an hour and 1 minute, but you've stuck with us and we appreciate it. We have 75 votes. 75 whole votes for Leslie Church of the Liberals, 70 for Don Stewart of the Conservatives, 13 for Amrit Parhar of the NDP, 3 for Christian Coulis, and Gaël Champagne-Garreau, the first independent to get a vote and the only one. Congratulations to him. He goes in the trivia book. So we got two polls.
How many are there? How many boxes are there?
Oh, it's only 192.
Okay.
Well, have you seen enough? Do you want to call it? Because we can get back to the game. It's right here. Oh my God!
Well, so far
shots are 11 to
over-under.
12. I can't believe it's very close.
Amazing. So far, the over/under. I'm rocking this. I have them all. Right.
Oh yeah.
NDP
Stop
below
the count.
11. Yeah, that's all that matters. Wow. Let me just pull.
I know these are just nothing, and maybe like whatever, but this is at least a good result for the Conservatives and a sign that maybe we'll have to be here for a little while. But there is still lots of votes to count. They've counted 162. And we know that the advanced polling was at least 10,000, I think it was. Somewhere around 10,000 people voted in the advanced poll. So there are going to be still lots more to count. But might be close. We'll see. I'm very curious to see that NDP number, if it's going to remain that low. Because if the NDP is below 10, the odds that the Liberals can still win pretty high or higher. If the NDP is above 10, that is kind of troublesome for them, right? Because the Liberals, I think, would have been counting on some anybody but Poilievre kind of vote coming to them, maybe some from the Greens, because they know they're going to lose some votes to the Conservatives. The Liberals are going to lose votes to them. The NDP is probably not. If I had David Coletto on my podcast this past week, and we were talking about
it was a good podcast.
Talking about the vote in Toronto, and he made the point, which is very true, because he could see how people had said they voted last time and were voting this time. Is that in Toronto, NDP voters far less likely than NDP voters elsewhere to vote Conservative. Not surprising, but there's those orange-blue switchers in Western Canada, Northern Ontario, Southwestern Ontario. But there's not really blue-orange switchers in cities or urban areas, especially in Toronto. So
I'll flip that narrative.
Okay.
Because it's also possible. Let's say the NDP stays below 10% and the Liberals lose. That means there's a huge switch to the Conservatives. I mean, I know it sounds obvious, but if the Liberals are just banking on maybe the NDP tanking and we'll have the strategic voting going our way, well, that's a dangerous game to play because it could very well not work. But interesting. Where's the Green? Oh, the Green is there. 3 votes.
Green's on the board. He's got 3 votes.
Greens had a pretty good result in 21 in St. Paul's.
How would you pronounce this name, this first independent?
Gaël.
Okay.
Gaël Champagne-Garreau.
I've never seen that first name before. So
Yeah,
it's a
I've seen Joel, but thing is, yeah, the trema, the dots, the umlauts,
Yeah.
the Germans call.
Yes, the-
That means you have to pronounce that letter
I
independently.
see.
So
I see.
Jael,
So we
unless
get lots of zeros, including like
Mr. Gao is
actual
watching,
parties.
by the
You got the PPC, Marxist-Leninists, the centrists, Marijuana Party.
Why is there a marijuana party? It's legal. Is
Man,
there,
they don't
what's-
they don't keep track of the news, man. What are you talking about? Come on. I
I'm
think
sure
they
there's a
still.
reason.
Yeah, I remember
People-
they still have some issues with how the law was, but it feels like that probably. It feels like that probably lost some energy. Okay,
Well, they won. They won.
I guess yeah.
Yeah.
We got one more poll. Don Stewart is taking the lead. Ooh. Everybody put down your drink. Just take a look at this. It's 111 votes right now for Don Stewart and the Conservatives. 106 for Leslie Church. That was a 10-vote swing in that poll. Now, again, this could be from those parts of the riding, the more wealthier parts of the riding where the Conservatives do well. And so maybe that is where it's coming from. There's parts of the riding, I was told, is in the northwest, southwest corners. A bit more diverse, more tenants, more younger people who tend to switch between the Liberals and the NDP. So it does depend on where the votes are coming from across the riding. But three polls in, and at the very least, it was worth waiting for. Right?
An hour.
To have at least a show. To have a show.
$3 is an hour though. It's well.
Yeah. Well, it's
$2
not going. They're not
isn't
going to keep that
last,
rate forever. But
You would think. You
all
would
right.
think.
So we have 45% for the Conservatives, 43% for the Liberals, 8.5% for the NDP, 2% for the Greens, and
Three
Sebastien
independents got votes now.
Ko
No, two.
Haino
Yeah.
got a vote. He's the leader of the Rhinoceros Party, but not running as the leader of the Rhinoceros Party, I believe. And
So
then,
you can change your last name to fit the party, Co-Rhino? That's not a real name.
I think his
would
real
be-
name is Corriveau, and I guess he can allow himself. I remember looking it up. If you go by a different name enough, you can have your name different on the ballot. And so, although I remember, I don't remember if this was an Ontario election or a federal election. Someone, if they remember, can tell me. But it was in Kingston in the Islands, which is where I lived at the time. I was going to Queens. And there was a candidate there who was kind of a joke candidate. Anyway, her name was Rosie the Clown. And she was running as an independent. And the rules, it was either Ontario Elections Canada said, no, you can't go as Rosie as the Clown. You have to have your first and last name. And on the ballot, her name was Rosie the Clown Elton. And it just didn't have the same cachet.
No.
I don't think she won.
No.
Don't think she did.
No.
But
It's a
anyway,
lot
we
of
all had a
effort
laugh.
though, to go in the writing for signatures to be a joke candidate. You really have to be dedicated to the bit.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we like people who are dedicated to the bit. Did get a question at some point about whether, there's a fee and stuff to become a candidate. There used to be a deposit, I think, to be nominated, but I'm not sure if there is anymore. I'm pretty sure there isn't. You just need to have signatures and stuff. But I don't think there's anything that prevents you from getting signatures from different people or the same people. So I don't know. It's just, it can't be very difficult to get on the ballot if 84 people, most of whom don't live in Toronto, were able to get on the ballot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if the rhinos, which I generally, they're fun, but if the rhinos keep that up, they're going to have some rules change and they're not going to get better. I know it's a protest thing. I mentioned this on our pod earlier, but Actions Canada at some point will ask the government, okay, help us out here because those ballots are impossibly long. The risk for mistakes is, of course, much greater. I get the protest thing, but you're going to have some rules change and the rules are not going to be better. So careful what you wish for.
There's
new bucks.
Yeah.
New bucks.
We got a question also from someone saying, if there was a uniform swing to the Conservatives, if they won this riding, would it create a majority government? If the Conservatives won this riding, then they'd probably win 230, 240 seats.
Well,
220.
240, I'm not sure,
220,
but
230.
it would be within range.
Yeah.
Yes.
They don't need the
Because
seat to get a majority. Not at all. It's not even close to their
It's bonus.
173rd seat. So anyway, so we did get some new votes. Here, I'll just refresh before we talk about okay. So we got another poll. How many was this one? This was only 2 more that opened. So these were much more liberal friendly because Leslie Church went ahead by now 60 votes, 243
momentum.
to 183 for Don Stewart. 50% for the Liberals, 38% for the Conservatives, 8% for the NDP. It would be surprising if the Liberals were able to maintain 50% support in this riding, got to say that. They got 49% in the last election, so we're kind of expecting that their vote will come down. So this must have been a pretty good box for them. So we'll wait and see what else is going to happen. But
Still feel good about my NDP line though, because
Yeah.
I know it's early. We'll repeat that several times tonight, but 7.9 for the NDP. I'm guessing they did not show up once more.
well, and their vote has been sticking around 8%, whether it's polls that are friendly to the Conservatives or friendly to the Liberals, right? So that would be a good sign for the Liberals if we see that the NDP continues to hold at this level.
Yeah.
Still 1-1 in the game, 5 minutes left.
In the second, yeah. I can't believe
Yeah.
I'm not watching it, but I'm happy to be with you, Eric.
Oh man, you should go get a tablet or something.
Well, the thing is, I will, but I'll need time, and I already left you like a good 10 minutes alone early because my computer crashed. That's
Okay.
why. Look at this art though. This is the art that I bought during the pandemic. It was supposed to be. We all wanted good backgrounds, so I wanted a background during my pandemic when
Okay.
I was teaching.
Very
It's
nice.
pretty, huh? Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It's not my basement. I'm not used to this environment though. My cats have left me alone because I make noise. So.
See, yeah, you should have been. What? I don't know why. What happened with you? But anyway. Okay. Okay. Look, the narratives keep changing, Philippe. They keep changing on us.
Florida just scored.
Oh yes, Florida did just scored. McDavid was on the bench for it. He does not look happy. People there look very happy in Florida. Leslie Church, 291 votes. Don Stewart, 206. The NDP now at 90. They're up to 14.5. So they got a friendlier box right there.
Ooh.
But it is still a 13-point lead right now for the Liberals, which wouldn't be a bad result at all for them, right? If they can win, like we had set the bar for a decent night for them being at least double digits.
Yeah.
In terms of the margin. So 13 points. But 13 points would still not be great. If we go back to 2011, they won this seat by about 8 points. And that was their worst result since they lost it.
Yeah.
Since they lost it in the 80s. Or the predecessor riding. So anywhere above 8 is okay, at least because it's not 2011. But anything above 10 looks a lot better for them. So we'll see which boxes these are coming from, because again, we're only at 6 of 192, and 3% of the ballots, 3% of the boxes have been counted. So it is going to take a little bit of time.
Tell the people what you're drinking tonight. We don't have sponsors, by the way. We're just. What are you drinking tonight?
No, but we are open to it. So if anybody would like to sponsor us, we'd be happy to drink whatever you're selling.
Cider, right?
Yes, I'm having a strongbow tonight.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That's that good. For me, it's just vodka soda with a piece of lime. I need a refill soon. I also got my candy here because I expected a long night. But again, I kind of, my setup is.
How long would it take you to get a TV?
5-6 minutes.
5 or 6 minutes. Jeez.
Can you speak for 5-6 minutes? But I get it.
I could, yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. All right.
You're gonna do it right now?
I'll do it right now. Okay, it's slow. I'll be right back, people. All right.
Okay. All right. I'll do it. All right. I'm on my own. Okay. Why don't you ask if anybody has any questions, you can let me know. I'm going to forgive Philippe for this. He's a big hockey fan. I know he is. And I am too. And to miss a Game 7 with a Canadian team there. But we do it for you guys, and you guys are here with us, so we really appreciate it. So I'm going to hold down the fort while Philippe gets access to some pictures of what's actually happening. So please, if you have any questions, leave them in the chat. You can ask anything you like. It can be on federal politics, provincial politics, but especially what is happening here in this by-election. So we're still pretty early on, but we are starting to at least get some polls counted. We're up to 6, so this is progress. the vote margin is only 85. Oh, Brandon McDonald. I don't really like a lot of the local ciders. I got to say, I don't like it when they're too dry. I haven't found one that I really like. I just haven't. And we can hear Philippe moving around. So if he drops the TV on his toes, we'll all hear it. Question about the French vote. I haven't been following it too much, so I don't really know. The UK one is really interesting. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the United Kingdom. With the latest polls, some of them at least, showing Reform moving ahead of the Conservatives, which is just insane to see. We'll see what's going to happen in terms of the seats and everything like that. Sam Clark, what do you think will happen in the Halifax by-election? We kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, is that it might not happen because Andy Fillmore, who said he's going to run for the mayoral office in Halifax, said that he will not come back in the fall. So that means he might only vacate the seat in July or August or even September. If a vacancy happens after around mid-July, technically it might not ever be filled because you don't have to call a by-election for 6 months, and then you can't call a by-election 9 months before a fixed election date. So it kind of puts a window of 15 months before the next election for a by-election to be called or not. So there might not be one in Halifax. And because the Liberals would probably have a lot of trouble holding Halifax if there was a by-election, that tells me that they probably don't want to call one. So if Halifax gets a vacant only at the end of the summer, I would be surprised if we actually have a vote there. So anyway, we're still waiting for Philippe is setting up a TV just because he doesn't want to miss the third period, which I get. I understand. I don't blame him. So we're going to talk about these results as more of them come in. We got 6 polls of 192, so it is going to be a slow count. But once they start getting to it, they're going to start coming in a bit faster. And the reason for it, again, we've said it a couple times already. The ballots are just really huge. They're really, really huge. I can't overestimate how big they are. They look like a map in a car that you're trying to unfold. So imagine doing that as you're, and Philippe's back, and imagine doing that with hundreds of ballots to count. All right, are you set up, sir?
My wife will go nuts when she sees this because she already rolled her eyes for my triple screen. Now I have 4 screens. Yes, I have a...
So it's like you're running a ship or something.
That's right. I feel
what are on the 2 other screens?
Well, the thing is, my laptop is pretty good, but it's small. So when I do coding, when I do my writing, I need different screens, and I need to have a lot of things spread out in front of me. So
I've got this all on a small laptop. I just have a second computer with the game on. Anyway, we got some more votes.
We do. All right.
We got some more votes. What are we up to now? We got, that was about 3 polls that came in. So it's getting close again. 436 for Leslie Church, 373 for Don Stewart. So the last time the gap was 85, and now we're down to 63. So it is getting closer. 45% for the Liberals, 39% for the Conservatives. 39% for the Conservatives would be the best since they won this in 1988. 11% for the NDP, 2% for the Greens, and the People's Party now getting up into the top 5 with 6 votes. Still lots of zeros. Lots of zeros.
Mr. Banks is the highest of the zeros in this. So
yeah, but he only got, it's just because of his name. But right now the leading independent is John Dale. Oh, and he's the one who had he had a funny song. He had a campaign song.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Well,
asking people to vote John Dale. It was pretty catchy. Yeah, we'll approve of that one. Where's the other guy? There's the other guy who had a very clever lawn sign. I can't remember what it was, and I can't see his name. Oh, it was Schachter. Is he still there or something? I think it was Schachter. Anyway.
Did we have some good questions while I was gone, or
if there were some, I answered a couple, but I might have missed them. You weren't gone for 5 to 6 minutes. I wasn't ready for you to come back as fast as that.
So sorry, I can do something else.
No, it's fine.
But no,
Soren,
the TV as rabbit ears.
Oh yeah.
So, but the thing is, if I stream, I'm gonna impede on this stream, so I don't want to. You're streaming the game and us at the same time. Wow,
yeah,
you got a good provider.
I guess I do. I recently switched, as people in the Discord would know. Oh, that's another thing. We have the live chat. If you're having fun in the live chat, If you're not having fun in the live chat, you're doing it wrong. This is supposed to be fun. Don't be angry and that kind of thing. But we have fun on our Discord, which is accessible to members of our podcast, our Patreon, which is at thenumberspod.ca. We have lots of fun conversations there. I go there instead of Twitter these days.
There's no comparison. It's much more fun to have fellow election nerds discuss with us, share stuff. I mean, sometimes I see the polls on Discord before I see it on my own feed. So it's kind of fun. We have great members. And by the way, people, if you're watching this and you want to become a member, Eric already said it, but www.leschifres or thenumberspod.ca. And you can participate in the Discord. You can send us questions, suggest ideas, suggestions of topics to discuss during the week. And we have you have the pod early because we record on Thursday mornings. Usually Thursday afternoon, Eric has all the editing ready. Instead of waiting like the rest of the people have to wait until Friday morning.
I know. So and if you are a member of the Discord and you're there in the live chat, hello. Or if you're just watching, we're happy to have you. We'll say hello in the Discord later when we can get back to it.
Our lines look pretty good right now, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, because you put the line for the NDP at 11.
Yep.
Which looks pretty good right now. I put the Liberal at 41. You put the Conservatives at 40.
Yeah. We are close.
Pretty much where everybody is. How would this if we freeze dial? Yeah. How does everybody feel about this result?
Well, so this would be a Liberal plus 6.5 win. I mean, Miss Church will be very happy because she gets into the House of Commons and has a pretty good seat. The Conservatives would say, well, we increased our vote share by double digits compared to the general. And so they would be happy about this. And then suddenly they could say, okay, well, which Toronto seats could we win if we increase by 10, 12, 14 points uniformly? And the NDP will say, well, it didn't matter because we weren't in anyway, as if practicing for by-elections, it didn't matter. The Greens is, 2%. I mean, again, the Greens, maybe they didn't show up, but
I think the Greens have many expectations.
Yeah. Well, but you still want to show up, though. That's it. Then when I keep saying, if you show up only if you have a chance to win, you don't get democracy. You still have to show up. So we want proportional representation. Well, show up. Go vote. I don't know. Anyway.
So while we were chatting, it went up to 47 for the Liberals, 36 for the Conservatives. The thing is, we said it was a 10-point gap. That is what would kind of be the line. I also think psychologically, one party, I know it's so stupid, but one party being in the 40s and one party being in the 30s kind of makes a difference, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. And I mean, not naturally, I suppose, if it's a 10-point gap, that's going to happen. But it does make a difference here because the gap right now is just under 9 points. And 47 to 36 doesn't look so bad, right? I think people would say that was a solid enough win because they got 49% right now based on where things are. And we're only at 11. We're only at 6% of the polls counted. Like, it's still super early.
Wow, this is slow, huh?
But the Liberals are down 2 points. The Conservatives are up 11, and the NDP is down a little, about 6. Conservatives being up 11 makes sense in terms of the polls, right?
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
36. I had set the lines, the swing based on the averages, and that would put the Liberals around 37% and the Conservatives around 35%, based on how the polls have moved around in Ontario. So the Conservatives right now are matching their polls. Anything around 35% is where they quote unquote should be based on where the polls are in Ontario. For the Liberals right now, they're beating where they should be in the polls because they should be about 10 points lower than this. So that'll be kind of the thing to watch. And the NDP is underperforming. So it could be that some NDP voters went out to vote for the Liberals. It could also be that these are particularly friendly Liberal polls. But
yeah. I mean, there's a scenario that we cannot dismiss. That, I mean, we know that there is a core of NDP voters that will vote NDP no matter what. But there's a fraction of those in specific ridings. If it gets closer, I mean, it's not close right now in the polls. The race is not close. But if it gets a bit closer in the coming year, there's some NDP voters out there who will hold their nose and vote Liberal to try to avoid a super majority for the Conservatives. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the case here tonight, but if the Conservatives are up double digits, the NDP is down and the Liberals kind of hold their votes, that's a plausible scenario as to why. The Liberal brand remains strong in the city, and the non-Liberal brand is trying to coalesce behind the Conservatives. I mean, again, it's only 6 boxes, so I don't want to get carried away here, but this is why people are here tonight, so we can analyze the thing as it comes along. But so far, our lines look good. Although, the Liberals are a bit high now. 47 is surprising. But again,
which makes me think that it'll probably come down as more votes come in. But we are now in the second intermission. We made it to the second intermission of the Game 7 Stanley Cup. Go tell people to come join us.
Yes.
Let us reset. This is our moment where we try to reset where we are. We're watching the Toronto St. Paul's by-election results. Eric Renier, Philippe J. Fournier. Support us at thenumberspot.ca, therit.ca, 338canada.ca. All the links are in the description below. It's been a slow count so far because there's a big ballot and it takes a long time to count it. It's a simple physical question of opening and closing a huge folded piece of paper and then going over an 84 list of candidates and trying to find the X. God, how many miscounts are there going to be here? Oh my God. They're going to have to... I wonder how different the official results are going to end up being from the preliminary.
Yeah, the recount if it's less by... What is the law? Less by a point, I think?
Well, they still do a preliminary count. I don't know if they recount the whole thing. There's a preliminary... Anyway, we got 47% right now for Leslie Church of the Liberals, which would be a good result for them. They had 49% of the vote in the last election. They're only down 2 points, which would be a significant overperformance based on where they are in the polls. Don Stewart of the Conservatives at 36%, which is actually a good result for the Conservatives. This is where you would expect them to be based on where their polls are. Got 10% for Amrit Parhar of the NDP, down roughly 6 points from the last election. 3% for the Greens, under 1% for the PPC. And John Dale, the leader of the Independents, 3 votes to 2 or 1 for everybody else. And we still got lots of zeros. Lots of zeros. Yeah, but we only got 11 polls counted. So we got 12
few
now.
Zeros out there.
Yeah.
Not just one.
I'm amazed at how many people have won, though. Like, how did that... maybe the longest ballot committee is like they have volunteers in the riding to at least vote for one person. Like, how could all these people have won? What would be the odds of that?
That's really funny.
And few people have 2 and 3.
Wow.
Anyway. It's very confusing. Anyway,
3,500 watching. Thank you for being here tonight.
Wow.
We appreciate. I mean, we
that's like a whole section at the hockey game.
Well, and also, I mean, I know the CBC is doing a live stream. Who's watching that?
Yeah,
I mean,
come on.
We like them, but come on.
Come on.
You have to go with the. They're not wearing real Oilers gear to the live stream.
And maybe hopefully it's okay for copyright, but I'm sure it's fine. We're boosting things for the NHL. But yeah, we're happy to have you here with us as we all wait for these votes to come in. It's now been almost an hour and a half since polls have closed. And we have 6% of the polling boxes counted. It'll probably start picking up because how this works is that people count the polls in their polling box. They report the number when they're done. And so the polls that have fewer votes get counted first. The polls that have more votes usually take a little bit longer. So it should be a relatively regular count. This is a good question that how are there 84 candidates and not one of them is John Turmel? I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Hope he's
okay. Yeah. I mean, does he show up in? I mean, he's shown up in several elections, but provincial, federal doesn't matter. He always shows up.
He's the world record holder. He's running like 100 elections now.
Yeah.
Wow. How did he not get on the ballot here? Again, hope the guy's okay. But he's not here on this one. And you have to go through it to find out if he is or not. There are a few names I recognize, though. The Saint Amands, they were here last time. I think a Saint Ange might have been. Who else do we have from the last longest ballot that I remember? We did have Corino. I think he ran last time.
Corino.
And what else do we got? I'm not sure if I recognize. I think Melody Anderson I recognize. Anyway, you're getting your name called out. So congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations for making it.
Yes. We have a new box. So how many now? It's 12 boxes. 12 of 192. So the Stanley Cup will be raised before we have a winner tonight. Unless overtime.
Hey, well, it's only 2-1.
It's only 2-1. It's not over.
But, I know people probably didn't leave the intermission to hear us talk about the hockey game, but at the very least, watching it out of the corner of my eye, it's not the same kind of dominant performance we've seen from Edmonton for the last few games. So it looks like the Panthers got their act together for this one.
If I remember correctly, the Montreal Canadiens raised the Stanley Cup, I think it was on June 8th, 1993. Who was the Prime Minister? Was it Miss Campbell?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it was Miss Campbell, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a good
Mulrooney resigned in like February, but he stayed on. And was the leadership over by June? That's a good question. I know she was there in June. I just don't know if it was the beginning of June or the end of June. Look that up.
Right. Okay. I'll
look it up.
Okay. Also, thing is, being again, I was a small boy, but I remember 86 with the Habs won. It was Brian Mulroney. And the previous one was 1979. They won it a few days after my birth. And it was during the campaign. So it was Joe Clark won that election, but only a few days after the Habs won the Cup. But, yeah. Okay, so Kim Campbell. When exactly?
I mean, we've talked about this already a couple times, but we had but it's been a long live stream so far, so I don't blame you if you haven't, if you're coming in for the first time, and we appreciate it if you are. But Matthew asked us if we think a poor Liberal showing will spur any leadership change. I think that is one of the. I think I'm operating under that assumption.
Well, it has to be very poor. It would be a loss. But obviously a loss puts the whole thing. It could flip Canadian politics upside down. But we discussed this, you and I, Eric. Even a very close win, like a razor-thin victory for the Liberals, should at least have the MPs wondering, okay, what is it that we're... because last year they could said, well, we're half through our mandate. We will recover. The economy will get better. It's going to get better with the interest rates and everything. Okay, that's very optimistic. There's a bunch of things that you do not control that you hope will get better. Now, we're a year later. We're in the summer 24, and the numbers are even worse than summer 23. If you lose this, how many signals do you need? How many red flags do you need? Oh, I found the answer. So Kim Campbell was the Prime Minister of Canada from June 25th, 1993. All the way to November 4, 1993, obviously the election. So yes, I guess it was Brian Mulroney that was still the Prime Minister when the Habs raised the cup.
So Mulroney, was the Prime Minister, I guess, for pretty much all of the last Canadian wins. The Canadians, the Flames, the Oilers.
7 straight years of Canada raising the cup, but oh well. It's still Canadians raising the cups most of the time. It's just they play under the U.S. banners. But yeah,
there's a question here which I think talks a little bit about sort of our expectations, and it was a question about like your projections, which had the Greens at 10% in this riding. I did the same kind of thing on my website when you kind of swing the last results and where things are in the polls right now, and the Greens had 6% in this riding last time. In an election that was pretty bad for them.
That was awful. Yeah.
And their polls in Ontario aren't a lot better. They're not terrific. They're at 4 or 5%. But in 2021, they're at 2%.
Yeah.
So if you just kind of swing things based on where the polls are right now, you'd expect the Greens to get around 10% of the vote in this riding. Would they do that in a by-election? That's always the question.
They wouldn't. And I repeated that to so many journalists who've reached out to me for comment for their pieces on this by-election. I said, the model is made for a general election. And this is not me finding excuses. Okay, that's not what it is. It's made for a general election when most people vote, not in a summer by-election where few people vote. So I do not expect the Greens to break 6% tonight. But in a general election, you would think that they would be able to get their vote out. As you said, Toronto St. Paul was one of their better ridings. Would they get not 6 but 8% in a general election? Sure, maybe it's possible. It was a pretty bad Green election in 21.
It was their worst one since before
Elizabeth May, right?
Even before that, Jim Harris in 2004 and 2006 still got like 4% of the vote, right? Oof. And ran a full slate of candidates. It was the first time they hadn't run a full slate of candidates, I think, since 2000, when they weren't really a real kind of national party yet. So what are we up to now?
Oh, new box. 15 boxes now. Okay. They're small boxes, though. We have 15 boxes and 1,700 votes. So that's barely more than 100 votes per box.
Yeah, but see, they're counting the small ones for now. Because...
How do you know that?
Well, because you finish the small boxes first.
You do? Is that a rule, or are you just making that up? Yeah, you are. Okay.
No, the people who man the box are the ones who count it, right? So every polling box has 2 or 3 people, whatever it is, and they're responsible for counting it. So everybody takes their box and goes and count it. So whoever had the fewest votes will finish first.
Okay, it's selection bias.
It's just as simple as that, right?
Yeah, okay.
So that's why the longer boxes, especially the advanced polling, if they don't start them earlier, sometimes they start them earlier, but because those boxes usually have many more votes in them, they take longer to vote. That's pretty much it.
That's yeah.
That's what's really interesting. Not interesting, but it's just very basic stuff, right? Why is it taking so long? Because it takes long to unfold these huge ballots.
Yeah.
Right? It's as silly as that. It has nothing to do with the number of votes. It has nothing to do with like bad systems or fraud or something like that. It's just as simple that it takes a long time to take the sheet, unfold it, find it.
Demonstration from Eric. Okay, that's
what I said. It's hard to underestimate that if it takes 3 or 4 times as long to count a single vote, it's going to take a long time when it's extrapolated over many votes.
16 boxes now.
All right, so we're at 857, 46.5% for Leslie Church, 686, 37.2% for Don Stewart. Again, around a 9-point lead. So far, the boxes have been sticking around an 8 to 10-point lead.
Yep.
And the NDP in the high single digits. And the Greens still get, you know what? I know it's extremely small, but I'm not unimpressed that the Greens still managing 3.6%, right, in a by-election. They usually have a lot more trouble. So that's an interesting result. And the PPC, they took 2.7% of the vote here. It would have been one of their worst ridings, but they're only at 0.5% right now. John Dale.
Leading the independents.
Still that you have a banger of a song. See if you can find it. I think it's on YouTube, but don't leave this channel.
No.
Open a new tab and go find it. You can listen to it.
I got the game. I got the results. It's okay. I'll listen to it later.
Okay.
I'm sure it's great.
Soren is asking whether we can expect another Saskatchewan poll. Like, seriously.
Yeah, we should have one. It's just that we're June 24th. There won't be. I mean, polling costs money. So unless you're ready to pay for it, you're not going to get it. Like media organizations that are having trouble raising money will not commission a poll during the summer that very few people will click on. It's as simple as that. I mean, I would love to have a Saskatchewan poll right now because the ones we had 2 in a winter, Angus Street Institute and Insightrix, the local pollster there. And they showed very different numbers. You remember. I have those on my website. So 338canada.com/Saskatchewan. I think Insightrix had a tie or maybe a 1-point lead for the NDP, whereas I'm going to pull this up. But the Angus Street Institute still showed like strong numbers for the Sask Party, which I think, the Sask Party doesn't even need to win the popular vote. The map is so advantageous to the Sask Party. So even if they lead by not 10 points, but even 5 points, that's an easy majority for Scott Moe and team. Let me just pull this up here since we can take questions on other elections while the count is going on too.
We've got another comment from Philippe. Talking to the mic.
But I am though. Okay,
I know.
I'm get
Just-
closer. I'll get it
just get-
closer. Thank you for the.
Just get really
Is that
close to
better?
it.
Is
Just
that
get
better? Okay.
Just get really close.
Okay, so Inside Tricks had the NDP in Saskatchewan at 49, and the Sask Party at 47. And then a month later, Angus Reid said, no, 50% for the Sask Party and 38% for the NDP. Angus Reid did okay in Saskatchewan in recent elections, so you don't have reasons to doubt them. Inside Tricks is the local pollster, but that, NDP leading, I'm not sure about that. I mean, it's not the average of polls, but we're going to have a busy fall, you and I, Eric.
Oh, yeah.
We have New Brunswick. We have British Columbia. British Columbia is going to be a fascinating one. We expect a few polls to come out before July 1st in British Columbia. Saskatchewan and maybe Ontario, or is that for the spring? Do we save that for the spring, Eric?
For some reason, people are like, November. I don't think that's going to happen, but
Get it out of the way.
yeah,
Get it out of
well,
the way.
that'd be all right for us. Sorry, I'm just laughing at some of the people in the comments, and and Kyle, I can see that you're fighting a good fight. So everybody, be nice. There's no
Be
reason
nice,
to.
everybody.
Come
No,
on,
it's okay.
you don't need to it's just a live chat.
Oh, this is a good question from Dante.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so how much does a good poll cost? It depends
Define
on
good.
Publishable, reliable. At least so that you can
An
count.
unpublishable poll, dirt cheap. You can get that
Oh,
really
yeah.
easy.
That's very easy. Just go on Twitter. The thing is, okay, so if it is for media consumption, the pollster will see that as advertising. Basically, they will get their names in the paper, hoping to get contracts that will pay them more money. So that's why if you promise to give the poll lots of visibility, you can deal them to have it a little cheaper. But it's still in the several thousands of dollars. That's how it costs. If you want to have high quality with precise questions, you want to have a phone poll, 1,000 cases, that's over $10,000 to $15,000. With the online polls, I'm not sure of the rate because it varies tremendously. It's just the online poll, you have the advantage of you can show a picture, you can show an image, a logo. The online polls have an advantage over the phone polls, but they can also be very pricey. So, at some point we should try just to see if it's possible. Like we have our members, our listeners, our viewers, and we try to crowdfund. Is that how you pronounce
Sure.
it? Crowdfund a poll. We should try it at some point to see if it works. I've commissioned a few polls here and there, and I go into my the media outlets that I collaborate with to try to break even. That's why sometimes I commission a poll. But yeah, it's expensive. It's okay because it's data. Yeah, you have to call people, you have to reach people. It takes resources. It takes time.
Yeah, and we'll see if anybody's going to do anything else. We haven't had a lot out of New Brunswick. We haven't had a lot out of Saskatchewan. We've had a decent amount from British Columbia now.
Yeah.
For the last little while, but.
We know why, right?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting election, but the other two are really interesting too. And I guess it's an easier place to poll. It's a bigger place. The panels are going to be big enough. But yeah, it would be nice to have a poll out in New Brunswick or Saskatchewan because those are actually pretty interesting races too, right?
Well, New Brunswick will be. I'm not sure. Saskatchewan is an interesting place, but it could also be very, very boring. Last
relative
time,
to
the
last
election night lasted
elections.
8 minutes, right? It lasted 8 minutes. There were 3 boxes like, okay, Sask Party majority. So, okay.
We're ready to call it, yeah. Well, we did get a question here. At what point do we have enough to kind of make some extrapolations from this one? Because right now we're only at 8.85% of the ballots counted or the boxes. Usually it's at 10% that you start to feel like you're getting a bit closer. But this is only a 106 vote, 206 vote, no, 100, it's too late for this.
Under
math.
200. Yeah, 200.
Too late. It's just, it's under. It's 194, right? Come on, was my head working correctly?
You have your humanities
Yeah.
calculator? Yeah. Show it to the crowd. There you go. Beautiful.
It's my old baby. She's been with me for as long as I can remember.
Okay, so Miss Church has 900 votes. Just to put that in perspective, in the last general election, of course it was a general, Ms. Bennett had almost 23,000 votes, right? So, I mean, we're not there yet. I mean, I'm always eager to make a call. You know that for the live streams that we made before, I'm always eager to make a call, but it has to be a smart one. And right now, it's way too early. It's way too early.
Matthew has an interesting question here. I mean, we're not seeing it yet. We'll have to wait and see how the numbers get. But if there was a leadership change for the Liberals, which could still happen, it's not going to be entirely based on what this result is going to be. Could the election then be sooner?
Well, okay, it's possible, but the governing party has the advantage of choosing when you go into an election. Okay, I know there's a fixed date elections, but we know how that works. It's more of a suggestion than
you put it in the suggestion box.
Yeah. So if they choose, let's say Monsieur Trudeau resigns, and they have a leadership race, the new leader, whoever it is, the polls tighten up a bit, and perhaps the Conservatives panic and they don't know how to attack the new leader, or it doesn't seem like it's working. And okay, so perhaps you could imagine a scenario where Liberals would say, you know what, let's strike the iron while it's hot. But that's how many ifs, how many imagines did I just say? That's a lot of the things that would have to go right for the Liberals in a short period of time.
The last time we had something like this happen, the last time we would have had something like this happen, because obviously it hasn't happened, would have been 93, right? Because Mulroney resigns in February, and there's a leadership race for the PCs. And after Campbell wins, the PCs actually move ahead or into a tie with the Liberals. They were trailing by like 20 points or more.
Yeah.
And the election campaign was called very shortly afterwards. And at the beginning of the campaign, the PCs were totally competitive. They were running neck and neck with Chrétien and the Liberals, and they just ran a really bad campaign. Yep. But also part of it, I think, was that voters were primed to go back to where they were, right? So they're like, okay, Kim Campbell's the new leader. Let's see what these PCs are. And then when they had a few rough weeks, they all said, oh, it's just the same old crew, and we'll go back to how we. And I feel that's what could happen here. That if the Liberals did change the leader, and there was a big bump in the polls because it was someone new and interesting, that it wouldn't take much for people to be knocked back to where they are right now. That they say it's just the same Liberals that it was before, and so it's not. It could work because you could have someone come in, change policies, have a different kind of approach, fresh breath of fresh air. People are happy about it, and the Liberals do well in the next election. But it could also just as easily happen that people are like, it's just I thought it was Justin Trudeau, but actually it's just the party, right? You could have a lot of voters just make that conclusion.
Yeah, so careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Because you don't know. That's a go. That's the thing. An unknown quantity may be better than whatever happens now, but if you think it can't get worse, you're wrong. It can't.
Yeah. It
could get better, and it also could get much worse. So where are we at now? Do we have new boxes? You laugh because I say boxes, right? I don't.
No. Someone's telling either you or me to eat our mic. They really like you need to like.
Can you hear me well?
I can hear you well. I don't know what's wrong with people. I don't understand. It's a. Can't it just be really loud? It's your own computer. Just turn it up.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
That sounds fine. Sounds the same.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So power play ending for the Florida. Oh, that was close. Oh, Skinner just made a great save.
Who's the Connor McDavid of Canadian politics right now?
Well, I mean, you have to say Poilievre. He's leading by a greater margin than any other leader in the past 30 years. Save for maybe Harper shortly after the failed coalition.
Did Trudeau get up to 20 plus 20 during the pandemic?
He did have, well, it was not plus 20, not on average. But he was in the mid 40s. The Conservatives held up. I can look this up. I have all the polls on my website. But it was a brief period of time, not for a full calendar year of leading between 15 and 20, right? I mean, the full calendar year will be September, but I don't think the numbers will change much in the summer. But let me see if the pandemic polls, how good they were for the Liberals. Although that would be in the old polls, I have to hang on. You speak while I look for that.
Yeah, well, we have hit a bit of another. Well, we're at 18 of 192, 9% of the polls. Still got a long ways to go. So we got 46% right now for Leslie Church. So this would represent a drop of 3 points for the Liberals from the last election. We got Don Stewart at 36.7%. This would be an increase of about 11 points since the last election. Again, Stewart and the Conservatives are matching their polls.
Yep, they are. They are.
The Liberals are beating their polls.
Yeah.
Which kind of affects sort of what the seat outcomes would be, right? Because if the Conservatives are doing well, but the Liberals aren't dropping as much, then the Liberals wouldn't lose as many seats. And the NDP is down about 6.5 points from the last election. Amrit Parhar is at 10.3%. And the Greens are down about 3 points, 2.5 points, 3.7% from 6% last time. And the PPC is down about 2 points to 0.4. And John Dale is in a neck-and-neck race with Glenn McDonald. 4 votes apiece. And there's still a lot of zeros.
A lot of zeros.
Look at all these zeros. Banks, Beaulieu, Bélanger, Boivin, Bono, Boudreau, Bourgault, Bowman, it goes on and on and on. Zeros across the board. I think this might actually be one of the first elections where we get some zeros.
Wow. Multiple zeros, yeah. I have an answer here. So in the summer of 2020, spring and summer 2020, I see May 2020, Léger had the Liberals leading by 19. It was 44 to 25, but it was not the average. I see the next Léger was 13 points. Then Angus Street had 6 points. Then Abacus had 10 points for the Liberals. So it was a consistent, I would say, average like plus 10 for the Liberals. They never had an average of plus 20, even during the pandemic. So when would have been the previous time where you're leading by 20? You would have to go back to Jean Chrétien against two conservative parties, right?
Yeah.
So,
which isn't really comparable, I guess, right?
Well,
but yeah, I mean, Mulrooney probably led for with 20 points at some point, although he rarely led very long. He was leading before 84, but they got pretty unpopular pretty fast, and they won the 88 election. Then they got pretty unpopular pretty fast. So it's not really either a good model to follow.
No.
So we got 13 minutes left in the Stanley Cup Finals. Florida's up
for the third period. You never know. Maybe more.
Okay. Florida's maybe up one goal. So if you're a Canadian, in 13 minutes you can turn it off. How do you feel with your Edmonton Oilers jersey? Is it part of the moment?
Well, here's the thing. I was a goalie for almost 25 years. I played ice hockey. I know when you're supposed to say ice hockey, but I played ball hockey too. And I really like to collect jerseys. I really like hockey jerseys. I have several of them downstairs. I retired. I don't think my body can take goaltending anymore. But I have Leafs, I have Habs, I have LA Kings, I have Philadelphia Flyers, I have a bunch of jerseys. I did not have an Oilers jerseys, so I went to get it. It's beautiful. I like it. It's one way to show our fellow listeners that I'm with them tonight. And I know there's some Canucks and Flames fans tonight that's like, yeah, go Panthers. They want the Panthers to win, and I get that. Because I grew up in Quebec City as a Habs fan. There's no way I would ever cheer for the Nordics. Ever. I know they're not there anymore, but I could never cheer for them. I hated them so much. When you're a teenager, those emotions are all obviously stronger. But anyway. If you're a Flames fan, you don't want the Oilers to win.
I have figured out how I could increase your volume. Now, people tell me if... Philippe, say a couple things.
Okay, so... There's no way you cheer for the Oilers if you're a real Flames fan.
All right.
Is that better?
Wow, you really had to say the same thing. Okay, I increased him a little bit. Tell me if he actually sounds better.
Okay.
I haven't had to do this before. I'm sorry.
New
Okay.
boxes there. New
Hey,
boxes.
someone's finally got over 1,000 votes. 1,159 for Leslie Church. She's still at 46%. Don Stewart at 904 is at 35.7%. Amrit Parhar has 286, 11%.
Ooh, fine.
Okay. Someone did say you sound better. Okay, so if people still need me to boost him, I can do it now. I'm not he does sound a tad louder. Sounds this. All right, here, wait. Let me do it again. Jeez.
Man, it's a long night. Just imagine, we have to do it the whole thing in French after, right? So
Yeah, well, it's Canada. We got to keep it bilingual.
Mais bien sûr.
Yeah. All right, let's see. All right, I'm going to boost
It will never match the longest night I had. It was the 2020 Conservative Convention. For those who don't know the story, the machine that opens envelopes actually tore ballots just before they started counting. And they had to reassemble those ballots, and the lawyers were present to make sure there was no mistakes. But we didn't know that at the moment. And I was at Radio-Canada. It was during the pandemic, so I was not in a panel. I was in a little room with a camera in front of me, a dark room. They said, "Oh, you're going to be there from 6 to 8." And I was there till 12:30. They brought me like power bar energy bars at some point and something to drink because it was so long. And thinking back, it was kind of fun. But also, when it was 10:30 at night, just waiting for have some results, I was like, "Oh, please kill me!" Oh my God, that was the longest time.
You know what? Kill me. Now they're saying it's too loud. For the love of people not be happy. Okay, I've now done somewhere in the between, so hopefully that'll do it. I mean, being a producer is. I'm trying to host and produce.
No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Not feeling the gratitude.
Maybe people are trolling you too.
Yeah, if you guys say now that I'm too quiet, I'm just going to shut down. I'm going away. All right.
Any new boxes here, or any new questions if you want to ask questions about anything, any elections ever? Eric knows them all.
Sure.
Suggestion for quizzes. Oh, I had a fun quiz for Eric this week. Yeah, you should get the episode.
Do you got one planned for this coming week?
Well, it's Monday, so no, but I will have another quiz for you. I like the idea of learning new stuff and new short-lived premieres like we had this one. The theme was short-lived premieres, and actually Eric got 2 out of 4. Was pretty good, but they were not easy. Eric, the quizzes have to be hard because at the first 5 months of the podcast, he just killed the quiz every time. So
yeah, people are now saying nice things about the volume. I think it's primarily to make me feel good. I'm not sure if they are actually happy with it, but anyway.
11 minutes to go in the third period.
The shots have been so low throughout this whole series. I find it very interesting.
Yeah, they play tight hockey. There's no space out there.
Here's a good question. Longest held riding by the same party in Canada. I'm pretty sure it's Ottawa-Vanier, isn't it?
I wouldn't know, but
I think
that
it
would
might be
sound.
Ottawa-Vanier.
I mean, to this day, you mean, or ever? Like to this day?
To this day, yeah.
It would be a century.
Yeah, Liberals have never lost Ottawa-Vanier.
Wow.
I don't think so. That's probably one of the ones that was very low.
I know provincially in Quebec, when the Liberals, the Quebec Liberals, lost Verdun, I had looked. There were some really close calls, but the last time the Liberals did not hold Verdun, it was in the 40s during Maurice Duplessis. So that was 80 years. Federally, I don't know the history as much, but that sounds good though.
But I remember looking at the ridings around Ottawa have voted Conservative provincially, not the ones in Ottawa, but the one around it. I think Carleton, or maybe the one for decades and decades and decades. Some areas don't move around that much, even though the parties change a lot, which is actually kind of interesting. As you look at, the federal Liberals have gone left to right, back and forth, depending, relative to the other parties, and some places stick with them. The same thing with the Conservatives. If you look at sometimes they've been more moderate, sometimes they've been more conservative. People sometimes stick to it. So I find that I find it interesting. Era Moon asks how many percentage points did the Liberals win in the last by-election. It was a 24-point win for the Liberals, 23.9. So right now we're at 10. So that's still a 14-point swing, right?
Yeah.
And that's a lot of ridings. And that's about 30 ridings in Ontario, I think,
Oh, easy.
that the Liberals won by less than 14 points. So if you have a swing of 14 points from the Conservatives or from the Liberals to the Conservatives, there's a lot of ridings that could be lost that way. So while a 10-point win for the Liberals, if they hold it, is not bad.
No, they would be happy with that.
They would be happy with it, but it still means they're on track to lose a lot of seats. And you can't extrapolate across the country in the same way, right? But if you had a 14-point swing in BC, in Atlantic Canada, I'm pretty sure the Liberals lose. I'm not sure if the Conservatives get to a majority, but the Liberals definitely lose a lot of seats and probably lose at least having the most seats.
You may remember, Eric, in one of our episodes, I mentioned that with the numbers that we had, I think it was in April before the budget when they were just dismal, like 18, 20 points like we see now. I said that the best case scenario right now with the Liberals would be a honorable loss. Like you will lose. It will be a decade. Usually after a decade, governments are defeated. But there's losing and there's getting crushed, right? Yeah. Monsieur Harper in 2015 did not get crushed. He got 99 seats at 32% of the votes. That's something that you can give to your successor. Say, okay, the party we lost, but we're still in good hands. And then there's the possibility of if the Liberals really do get crushed, like they rival they fight the Bloc Québécois for second place. That you need a whole new rebuild. It's just not changing leaders and finding new ideas. It's a whole new rebuild that you have to go through. So this tonight is a pretty good result for the Liberals, considering it's really bad for the NDP, but we expected that. And the Conservatives shows that, okay, even in Metro Toronto in 416, we can increase our share by double digits. So.
This is if it sticks like this, and we have cleared 10%, I think. Yeah, we're now at 12%.
It's pretty stable, right?
Yeah, 12% have now reported. So we got 46% for the Liberals, so it's a drop of 3 points. We got 35% for the Conservatives, a gain of 10. And the NDP is at 12, so they're down about 5 points from the last election. An 11-point win for the Liberals is better than it was in 2011 when they won by 8 points. 35% for the Conservatives is their best score since 1988, the last time they won this riding.
Wow.
And an 11-point, so it's a little hard to interpret this result if it sticks like this, right? Because it does suggest, as you said, that the Conservatives have been able to get their vote out, and that they can make big increases in parts of the country. The Liberals at 46%. That's a drop of just 3 points. What is this? What does it mean? Does it mean that the NDP vote went to them? Does it mean that their voters were more enthusiastic or more motivated by an anti-Poilievre movement or something like that?
There has to be some of that.
There has to be. Like it is kind of surprising that their vote would hold up as well as this, based on considering where the polls are. So, Philippe, why are the polls lying? Why are the polls wrong?
I'm not ready to say that. Again, the polls are right for the Conservatives. They were also right for Durham, right? It was the swing was almost perfect for Durham. But I also remember in our previous episode, and I know I've said this before, so those who don't know, those who are watching right now, like go listen to the episode. It's a pretty good one.
They're all good. All the episodes are good.
Oh yeah, they're awesome. Yeah. But I told Eric, there's a story if the Conservatives win. There's a story if the Liberals win a squeaker. And there's a story if the Liberals win by 15 or something. But there's this middle that Liberals win by 8, 9, 10 points. And we wonder, okay, what does this mean? May not mean much. We have the habit in this country of overreacting to by-election results. And it's okay. It's fun. We have a right to overreact to anything we want. But if this holds up, like a 10-point victory for the Liberals, it's just that middle ground where you don't really know what it means. except the Conservative vote is holding. It's not holding. It's the Liberal vote is holding. That's what we can tell, right?
Yeah.
But not ready to call it yet. Oh,
No.
Great save by Bobrovsky. Oof. Orders pressing.
Devin pointing out, Canada Carleton was that riding that had stuck with the
How's it
PCs and
gonna
the
go
Conservatives
in?
behind it for very long time.
Oh,
I'm
that's
curious.
a good one. Yeah.
I'm curious to see how this is going to go. Like, what is the turnout going to be? Because we know that the advanced polling was at least 10,000, and they've only counted 3,400. So we know that there's still lots of votes to count, right? They're only at 13% of the polls having been counted. And the gap, though, is starting to get a little bit wider. We're now at 387 votes, which isn't a big one, because you don't need a lot of close polls before you get close to 200, 100 votes. Sorry, I'm distracted. The Oilers are pressing here.
I can't believe the Oilers didn't score there. So those who are watching the game dual screen, watching us in the game, it's amazing what just happened. I don't know how they did not go in.
That's going to be the Conservatives looking at this riding if they don't win it. They're going to be like, how did we not win it? The opportunities were there.
No. It's I know you're saying this facetiously.
Do you buy that spin that the Conservatives were not trying?
I'll buy that. I buy that they'll do it.
You'll buy that they'll spin it that way?
Of course they will. I mean, we didn't put all the resources. We had a good candidate. This is just a practice for the general election. It's fine. It's part of the spin. But the Conservatives don't need 416 seats to win. They don't need Toronto. Like the same way they don't need to crush the Bloc in Quebec. They can play the trap right now to continue with the hockey analogy. They have their majority already.
Like the Devils and
the Devils and the Panthers they have their majority locked up if they can hold it. They don't need to be overly aggressive on everything. Winning a great majority would be great because Poilievre puts himself in history books. But it also brings its load of difficulties and unhappy MPs. If he does win a 220-seat majority, the cabinet is going to be, 35 MPs? So that's a lot of unhappy people out there that wanted to be in cabinet. I mean, Mr. Stewart in Toronto, if he wins, okay, I won you the first Conservative seat in a long time. Well, Harper in 2011 did win, but in a long time. 2011 is a long time ago now. Put me in cabinet. I'm your Toronto guy. So there will be a bunch of cases like this, that Conservatives will win in places where they traditionally don't. And having too big a cabinet, ask François Legault how it's going. Having too big a cabinet can be a caucus can be a problem. Lots of people want to be in cabinet. So
the number of zeros is getting smaller.
Oh, there you go.
But there's still I'm still impressed with how many different people have gotten one vote. At least one vote. I'm not sure how mathematically this would naturally happen. But I think it's interesting.
That's a lot of zeros. That's true.
I find it interesting. I can buy that the Conservatives didn't put extra effort into it. Like they're not going to buy tons. They're not going to put extra money into in this kind of stuff. I could buy that they would say that we don't need to try to win this riding. Like try to manufacture a win. We can just try to our normal strategy. Get some people there to help out with the campaign, this kind of thing. And just see how we do. Like they don't need to win. It wasn't a must win for the Conservatives in the same way that it's a must win for the Liberals. And we saw the Liberals sent their cabinet ministers down.
Yep.
Trudeau went. I think Poilievre went maybe early on or maybe before the campaign started.
Yeah, just before the campaign.
Just before the writ dropped. Yeah. He's in Quebec now. Decided not to be in Toronto, which is interesting enough. So would it have made a difference? If it ends up being this 10, 11 point gap between the Liberals and the Conservatives, probably not.
No.
But it's if this holds, I think a lot of Liberals are going to go into the summer break feeling a lot better than they were expecting to, but also feeling a lot better than they probably should.
Yeah, I agree. you have really to drink. You have to drink the Kool-Aid to think that, oh no, it's just a phase. It's just a phase. We've been trailing by 15, 20 points for a year. It's gonna solve itself. Yeah. Another box. So almost 500 votes. No, 450 for Miss Church. 45%. Just a shade under 35%. Yeah.
Yeah, point lead.
So 10 point lead. Yeah. I mean, we're getting close. I don't want to make a call now because it's too early, but it's been fairly consistent. 17% of votes have been of boxes have been open and counted. It
You do
looks like
wonder,
the
though.
Liberals will hold.
You do wonder, like, let's say it is the advanced polls that are waiting.
Yeah.
Right now the gap is what is it? 429
For,
votes. A couple big advanced polls,
Yeah.
if the Conservatives got their vote out in the advanced polls, and suddenly this is a lot closer, right? That's why I wouldn't want to call it right now. You wouldn't need.
It's too early.
You wouldn't need a lot of boxes to go their way. And again, we don't know if the particular part of the riding that is especially friendly to the Conservatives, the polls they won in sort of the center of the riding, have those reported yet. We don't know because Elections Canada doesn't provide that information, unfortunately. But you're right. It has been pretty consistent for a while. And you and I have watched a number of these. And what makes me uncomfortable about it is that there's one of two things that happen. One is that it stays kind of consistent like this. And the other is that as they get to the end, starts to tighten up. And then at the end, suddenly there's the flip. And there you go. So
And then you go over your Twitters like, oh no, I got hacked. That's I didn't post this. This wasn't me.
I don't post on Twitter anymore. It's easier not to. I just promote things. But that's how it is now.
Okay, so 6 minutes left for the Oilers. I mean, come on, give us overtime.
Well, we got the people are sticking with the live stream at the very least, so they're not giving up yet. We're happy to have you. Let us know if you have any questions. But let's, why don't we look at the numbers again? We got 45% for the Liberals, so they're down 4 points. 34.7 for the Conservatives. They are up a little less than 10 points, about 9.5 points.
Yeah.
The NDP is at 13.7, so they're down 3 points.
Okay, that's
They're the over. They're getting the over.
Yeah, they are.
I think I took the over.
You took the over.
We set the over underline at 11. I took over.
We all pick different choices, so
yeah.
And there's 3, so somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. So far, you're winning.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Because you took over 41 for the Liberals, and they're going to get it. But you also took over 40 for the Conservatives, they're not going to get it. And I took like the unders on those two, right? So
it's the
NDP is going to be the tiebreaker.
The Greens at 3. How about the Independents? 7 votes for Jonathan
Schachter. He was the one who had the lawn sign I saw someone post where it said elect Jonathan Schachter for a little while or something like that. Or for a short time for I can't remember how it was worded, but it was pretty funny. So he's the leader with 7 votes out of all of these. So there's still like a decent amount of zeros. We got Bono, Boudreau, Corvo, Desai, Devil, Dogger, Ducharme, Dupont, Ekstrom, who is one of our followers. Gagne, Michel, Graham, Halasheva, Hamill, Hildebrandt, Lemieux, Lukowski, Nasihi, Neutel, Polia, Preston, Rowett, St. Ange, Sherwood, Shimada, Saint-Amand. And
those are the zeros? Those are the zeros?
Water. Yeah. No votes yet.
5 minutes to go. Oilers need one to tie in a third.
Yeah. Shots are 21-20. It's closer than at least this by-election for now. But I don't know. I feel like we're somewhat.
You're close to making a call, aren't you?
No.
No?
I feel like the opposite. It's that I feel like because it's been so slow, it feels like it's been like this for so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
like normally we start thinking about making a call where, unless it's like an easy by-election, like usually up to 60% of the vote is counted or something when it's when it's like this. So
35 boxes in 2 hours. So
yeah,
that's a slow one. But I guess but we get to hang out. It's fun. So.
And Kyle makes the point we should charge the longest ballot committee for overtime. See if they can. Yeah.
They'll have enough problems when the Elections Canada says, you know what, how many signatures do you need? Is it 100? I think it's 100.
I'm not sure.
Maybe it's provincial, but it's something like that, right? But okay, maybe you'll need 2,000 signatures now, which would that
would seem like a lot. Most people don't even get 2,000 votes.
Yeah, but it's a signature. It's just I'm thinking about rural areas. Getting 2,000 signatures in vast ridings in northern Saskatchewan or the territories, that would be unfair. 2,000 signatures downtown Toronto, that would be not that hard.
Yeah, you go to one big condo building, you're good.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they're going to do anything because you don't want to limit ballot access at the same time. 5 minutes
you don't.
left.
That's the thing. You don't.
100 signatures, Kyle says.
Well, it's 100. Okay, merci, Kyle.
Maybe make it 200. See what happens. What would be the worst?
Or go first arrive, first serve. We have 10 candidates. That's it.
First to 500 signatures. Yeah, and you can only make it that way, or it can't be the same ones. That's probably something that's happening a lot too. All right, so we're getting down to the end of it. I will feel less bad. I know it sounds bad, but I will feel less bad for not watching it if in full if the Oilers lose, because that would have just been disappointing. But if they end up losing, then I don't feel like I'll have been invested as.
I don't know, man. I can feel over time. They're gonna pull their goalie soon. The Oilers with the 1 man up, they're gonna tie it. It's gonna go to triple overtime.
Who's gonna score it?
Oh, that's close. Bobrovsky's on. Oh my God.
Bouchard. If someone's going to score, it's going to be Bouchard.
Yeah, from the point, maybe.
Yeah.
I know people are watching this. We didn't come here to watch hockey, but there's 3 minutes left in the seventh game of the Stanley Cup final. But it's not just any game. I mean, it's not like a Habs game in November. So this is. How did that not go in again? Bobrovsky was on his butt, but oh well. 3 minutes.
Oh boy, you're at 3 minutes. I'm at 4 minutes, 13 seconds.
I can tell you didn't go in. Oh, sorry, spoilers.
You're in the future. That sucks.
Divulgacher.
Oh, man. Okay.
Did we have a question here?
We had just more of a comment that since the Liberals are performing so well, maybe they should go to an election campaign.
During the summer, why not?
Can you imagine? So, like, fresh off of our landslide victory in Toronto St. Paul's.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I can see. Oh, yes, there I saw where he was on his butt. Yeah, right. I'm way behind you.
It's like over a minute.
Yeah.
So do you want me to stop commenting on the game?
I'm currently at 3:35.
3:22 here. It's a stoppage.
Oh, God. Let's see if I can get this.
So 39 boxes, 20% of the votes counted, or the boxes counted. Miss Church, it has tightened up a little bit. 44.5 for Miss Church. Mr. Stewart of the Conservatives at 36. And we're at 3:15 in the third period. And the Oilers are just dominating right now. And they just can't put the puck in.
It's not coming together. The margin did just shrink.
Yep.
So it's now 44.5 to 36.
8.4 points.
8.4, okay. So we were at 10.2, 10.3. So
those are good boxes right there.
Maybe it's time not to...
We didn't make a call. We didn't.
How do you think Bill Zito would be watching this by-election?
Oh, that was so close.
Which side would he be on? You're too far ahead of me. This is awful.
I think he could not care less. Right now, his Hall of Fame credentials are on the line. So you want me to stop commenting? No.
No. It's fine. It's fine. That way, at least.
That was so close.
Oh, all right. Let's see if they. Yeah, well, what I saw a minute before that was close too.
Oh, is the net empty?
Oh, God.
No, it's not empty.
No
icing.
Here.
2 minutes.
Oh man.
Bouchard behind the net. Okay. I mean, it's not our fault. They count so slow.
Yeah, but you're using an antenna. That looked offside. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, imagine if the Oilers score and it's overturned on offside review.
Oh man,
Oh, lo. That last offside review was, it
that's
was controversial.
that kind of saved them. Okay,
I don't like it. Yeah. So we have 40 boxes now.
okay.
Miss Church 44.7, Conservative
8.6.
36.1. So that's a 8.6 lead.
But we set the bar at 10 points, so now this is disaster again for the Liberals, right?
No, I think the bar was at 8. I think it was 8 points. I think it was 8 points.
I think 10 is good.
Is better for sure.
10 is good. 7 to 10 is like less than 7 is bad. That's what I'm doing.
135 to go. 135 to go.
You're
Is that a
25 seconds ahead of me.
Wow.
All right.
Okay, if they score, I won't tell you. I'll just go like.
No. It'll be fun. Maybe the people. Yeah, but you're the furthest ahead because you have the uncut signal over the airwaves. So if you're watching, you'll hear it first from Philippe.
Timeout for the Oilers. They just called it.
All right.
I think they're going to pull the goalie. 135. Oh God. Oh, that's.
I hate it when they pull the goalie. Eesh.
Yeah, but I as a goalie, I can tell you that I hate to see I'm on the bench and I look at my poor goal that's empty and it's undefended and I go like, no, but you have to do it, right? So.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Back to politics.
Yeah.
I feel like we will be much more focused if it ends.
Yes.
It's just I'm not sure. I don't want it to end like this. I want the Oilers to tie it. But we'll see. 135.
Someone's commenting that they can see the game in the reflection of your glasses.
Can they?
Yeah,
oh,
almost.
Like this, yeah.
That still might breach some sort of broadcast rights, so we have to be
Come
careful.
after me, you'll just empower me.
Yeah.
So still 40 boxes, Miss Church. It's still 400 votes difference.
It's not
really
a lot.
It's really not that much, huh?
No, because
Wow.
the turnout is still really low. We're only at 6% turnout.
All right, I think our viewers will forgive us if we watch a little more closely the last minute and a half of the game, right? So everybody, thank you for being here. We love this. We will keep commenting on the election, but it's the 7th game of the Stanley Cup Finals, so please allow us. I see 120 here.
Yes.
Goalie's still there.
We've been on for
more than 2 hours now.
2.5 hours, so.
Yeah. Okay, goalie is going. 1 minute 10, and Skinner is on the bench. Oilers have the puck, and no, it's okay. It's okay. They had the puck, but they missed the empty net.
Oof. All right.
So 1 minute to go.
It's like listening to the radio, folks.
And Florida has it. They threw it. It's icing. Is it? No icing. Okay, 50 seconds. Bouchard has the puck. Sorry, people. We'll be back. Just 42 seconds.
Well, you're so far ahead of me. I can just listen to you. That's all I can do.
Oh, Florida has the puck. Will they throw it to the empty net? 36 seconds. Empty net! Oh my God! They missed the empty net! 30 seconds to go.
This is actually the best part.
Oh. They missed the empty net again. 23 seconds to go. Bouchard behind his net. He has to get moving, man. Get moving. 19 seconds to go. All right. For the Stanley Cup. Oilers in deep.
Oh, man.
Florida, will they keep it in the corner? 10 seconds to go. 9. They're in the corner. They're going to keep it. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, and Florida wins the Stanley Cup. Wow.
Stanley Cup goes to the Florida Panthers.
The Oilers come up short.
So
they
close.
managed to kill the last 10 seconds in the corner. They had missed the empty net more than once.
They're like the 1945 Detroit Red Wings.
Holy cow, that was...
They brought it to 7 games. What
Oilers,
a season, though. What a
Oilers fans, I'm really sorry. I know how you feel. My Habs were in a Stanley Cup final. It wasn't a 7 game, but they were in the finals in 21. It hurts. Wow. So they could not pull the 4 straight wins.
And this is a team that won like 18 games in a row at one point. Early on in the season.
Well, when they changed coaches, right?
Yeah.
So, oh well.
Speaking of changing leadership, all right.
So allow me just 1 second here because I'm really, really hot. So I'm going to take off the jersey. Okay.
Wow.
I know it's over.
What a fair weather fan.
The season's over.
Within seconds of the Oilers losing, the jersey comes off. Do you have a Panthers jersey?
No, which
Just
is funny
all of a
because
sudden, decks himself out in a
no.
Panthers
Screw
cap.
Screw the Panthers. Screw Florida. I don't like.
Well,
I mean,
good for the Florida Panthers, and you know what? Good for the Edmonton Oilers. They made it to just one goal short of winning the Stanley Cup. And
Who gets the Connie Smythe? Because I was pretty sure it was McDavid, but
yeah,
I mean Bobrovsky was amazing in this game, and McDavid did he?
The other ones.
Who scored the goal? Did he have a point? I don't think he had he did. So, let me check the box because McDavid didn't have a point last game.
No,
and he didn't have a point this game, but he had the I think the fourth most points in the history of the NHL playoffs.
Yeah,
right?
8 points in a couple games. All right.
Wow.
Well, that's disappointing.
So
I'm going to keep it on just because I like watching them finally lift the cup when they do. But
Florida. Damn it.
Back to the real game. Back to the real contest.
Yeah. Who cares? I'm kidding. Liberals 44.5, Conservative 36. That's an 8.5 lead, and we have 45 boxes.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at some of the comments.
It's okay.
Yeah. Yep. This is wide enough that the Liberals can probably keep holding on to this as the count keeps going, but close enough that
we can't leave.
It might.
We can't leave.
It might get a lot closer. Because, like I said, the advance vote was 10,000, and we're still only at 5,600 votes counted. So there's still a long ways to go. Be fun if there was more. If they would have had the 3 by-elections tonight, eh? It
would have been fun. And well, thing is, one of the reasons that we didn't have the La Salle Verdun Villemar is because the Liberals don't have a candidate.
How do they not have one yet?
Well, I think they could have one. It's just that they want to have somebody of quality because this is a really good seat for the Liberals. So whoever gets it will probably stay there for a while. You have to think long term. I know they offered it to at least a few person that turned it down, which you have to think. What does that say about your recruiting efforts? You know that if you take that seat for the Liberals, you will maybe find yourself on the opposition benches for a decade. So you I guess you want to be young, you want to be ambitious, you want to say, okay, I'm gonna have a hard time in the opposition, but I'm gonna learn. And once we get into power in the 2036 election, I'll be ready. Or maybe you're just happy with the good salary, right? But
you got to think that if you think that it's going to be time on the opposition benches, that it has to be more like true believers, right? Who believe in the party, believe in the movement. Because like a lot of the conservatives that have run over the last few elections, some of them might have had eyes to the future in terms of forming a government. And in the last 2 campaigns, their chances weren't that bad. But if you're willing to be in the opposition for a long enough time, it means because you believe in your party and you believe in the principles that you're standing up for and all that kind of stuff, right? So you don't need the cabinet job. You don't need to be in government.
You're not going to get called an opportunist if you show up for the Liberals at this point in time. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but still, so it makes the job less attractive to many people of quality. So they don't have a candidate. That's why. Because it would have been fun to have all 3. You would think that Elmwood, Transcona, and La Salle Verdun would be called the same day, but we haven't been right about this for quite a while. So
no, well, I thought they would at least call La Salle at the same time, but they didn't. So we'll see what happens when those by-elections will be called and what impact they'll have on things further down the line. So right now, what are we talking about? We got 44.2% for the Liberals.
50 boxes.
They've now dropped 5 points, so their number keeps coming down, right? Because before we were talking about they had been down 2 points, 3 points. Now they're down 5 points. The Conservatives are up a little over 10 points, so we're talking about a total swing of 15, which that's a lot of ridings. That's a lot of ridings in Ontario that the Liberals won by 15 points or less. That could be at risk with this kind of swing. Put along the whole across Ontario. The NDP at 13.4. I got to say, that's not a bad result for them. I know it looks bad, but they got 16.8 last time.
Yeah.
And they lose on average about 6-7 points a by-election. And here they've only lost about 3.5 points.
Well, if you put the bar low enough, you can step over it.
Okay. It beats my expectations for what they were going to do. I think that's where I am at it.
Is there any... so we talked a lot about the Conservatives and Liberals, and understandably so, but I think I saw some comments on the feed here. Does that say anything about the NDP leadership that we didn't know? Or is that maybe some NDPers, some dippers will ask questions about, okay, so what are we doing here? We underperform everywhere. Or is it just, by-elections, our voters are just showing up when we're competitive and they're not.
I think that's it. I think that they have very low expectations, but that's why I'm really curious to see what happens in Elmwood, because that's where they're the incumbent, and also in La Salle-Mort, because that's where they actually technically have a chance. Technically,
they don't. They don't.
I know,
They have a chance to have. They have a chance to have a good score. They have a chance to have a decent score, but to win, all right. I'll say this: there's no poll that says that the NDP is on the rise in Quebec. There's no poll that says the NDP is on the rise in Montreal, because I know the NDP have their eyes also on Guilbeault's seat, right?
Yeah,
Laurier-Sainte-Marie. The borders change a little bit. It's a disadvantage to the NDP, but they should be competitive in this riding. But to win it, they have a better shot, I think, in Laurier-Sainte-Marie than they do in La
absolutely.
So,
I'm not saying that they can win it, but I'm saying that I think one of the knocks against the NDP in a lot of these by-elections is that a lot of their voters decide they don't have a chance, and so they don't bother going out to vote.
That's something that Conservatives don't do.
No, their vote tends to come out.
That's the big difference between either side of the spectrum. The Conservatives, they show up. So, oh well. Paul Maurice has a cup. He's gonna... Yeah, they have the caps ready. They're celebrating. I think the cup is gonna come out soon. I want to see who wins the MVP. I think it's gonna be McDavid, but the voters voted like right away, right?
No, and don't they vote
for the MVP? They vote like with 2 minutes to go, right?
Yes, that's it. I thought they voted in the second intermission.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's the case now. I know there was a point that they voted that, especially in the Game 7.
Okay, maybe they wait. Yeah,
but it's still very late. And McDavid, as amazing a playoff he had, no points in the last 2 games. And Bobrovsky was amazing in this game.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't care if he wins it either.
Well, yeah. Well, it's still nice. But
okay. All right.
He has a new contract in a few years.
If Leslie Church wins this by-election, who wins the Conn Smythe for the Toronto St. Paul's by-election?
Well, the most improved would be the Conservatives, that's for sure.
Very good.
That's the Méritas for the most improved. The Greens at 3% it's okay. I mean, it's not good, but it's not as disastrous as you think. I know the PPC, they had no expectations, and it was a bad riding for them, but 0.7 is pretty bad. And who's leading among the independent? It's
now it's the Rhinoceros Party, and Schachter is still in how many? We still got some zeros, but the list keeps getting smaller. They now fit on one screen.
Oh, Marxist-Leninist, seven votes. Yeah.
All right.
Splitting the left vote.
Keep on keeping on, I guess. Chasing that dream, but yeah. So the Conservatives, I'll be curious to see how everything is going to be kind of spun, right? Because if we end up with this kind of scenario, I think the Liberals have a pretty easy time spinning this, Everyone said we were in so much trouble, and look, we still ended up winning by comfortable margin, blah, blah, blah. The Conservatives, can say our vote increased in the middle of Toronto. We took 36% of the vote in a riding that, we haven't gotten over 30% since 2011 and not very much before that. But it's to me, both of these are going to be kind of weak sauce. I'm not sure. I think this is the anticlimactic result that you talked about. There's not much of a story.
That's what I said. Yeah, absolutely. 8 to 10 points where we don't know exactly what it means. Everybody's going to spit it their way. And we don't have a clear narrative. Or maybe that's the narrative, that there's no clear narrative, right? But yeah, it's been pretty stable. $50 out of how many? 192? Quarter of the boxes in. Okay, so Gary Bettman is on the ice. He's going to announce the. Do
you think they boo him in Florida? Because they should be happy. They should be happy with him in Florida. This is the reason they have a team.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
Out in the swamp.
You boo the commissioner wherever he is. Even Vegas booed him. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Everyone loves booing him. Oh my God! Look, it's Rusty, the Conn Smythe Trophy. Anyway. I used to like the Panthers. I liked them when they went to went to the finals in '96.
So you hate fun hockey, basically.
I don't know. They were underdogs. I always like underdogs.
That's right. They had Van Beesbrook back then.
I know. I liked John Van Beesbrook back then. I liked. I had a little Panthers baseball cap.
You did, huh?
I did.
I had a San Jose Sharks because they were the first team to have teal. I thought it was cool. The Sharks showed up in what, 92, 93?
91, 92.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, the 1 year before the Ottawa Senators.
Teal.
Okay.
So who the hell won the Conn Smythe? I didn't see. Was it Bobrovsky? Haven't
seen it yet. Will higher turnout help either party in a general election?
Okay, I have an answer to this. It's not the perfect rule, but usually, when the turnout goes up by a lot, it's because it's a change election.
Yeah.
Like people show up because it's time to change. They're motivated. And usually that's bad for the incumbent. It's not true every time, but we have seen many instances where that works. So you would think, if the Conservatives are still leading by 18 and 20, they would be pumped in a general election and they would all show up. Obviously, leading among the youth, as the Conservatives are leading among young voters, according to all the polls, that maybe they could shed a point or two because of the youth vote usually shows up in lesser proportions. They already gave the Conn Smythe. I missed it because I was talking. Hang on.
People in the comments seem to suggest it was McDavid.
It was McDavid. That's why we didn't see it. Yeah, Connor McDavid won it. I don't think he came and picked it up because I didn't see it, but good for him. It's deserved. Yeah, it was right? Deserved. It's entirely deserved. And I think it's the first skater to win the Conn Smythe in a losing cause since the 70s. Huh. Because when you win the Conn Smythe and your team loses, usually it's the goalie.
Yeah, right? I remember Giguère won.
Yeah.
Against New Jersey, and when was that?
That was 03?
Yeah, 2003, yeah.
It was the almost LA against almost New York Stanley Cup, yeah. There's a few instances. I think Ron Stahl, doesn't he have a Conn Smythe? Anyway,
no, I don't know.
So the first forward to do it, I think, since 72 or 73.
All right.
So good for Connor McDavid. But that's not a trophy he wanted. So,
no.
Anyway.
Jon Stewart is not looking like he'll be the first Conservative to represent this riding since 1993, when the Liberals first won this under Barry Campbell. Could have been related to the other guy. That's Bettman. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here.
I'm not watching hockey anymore. It's over. My team lost. So who cares?
Okay.
Well, okay, no. Barkov is. You're late. Barkov is skating to the podium with Bettman. They're gonna have the picture, and then the whole team, because they gotta have the picture. Don't hold it. There you go. Hold it right there. Steady. Big fire. Big fireworks. And there you go. Barkov raises the cup, and Florida has the cup. And now I'm shutting down my TV. Give me a second here.
Alrighty. Well, then now we can. Oh boy, the margin has gotten very tight over the last poll boxes that just closed. Well, I'll repeat when Philip comes back so we can discuss it. Oh, we got some the new numbers came in. It's down to 6.5 points now. 43.3% for the Liberals, 36.8% for the Conservatives.
Ooh, that was a good box for the Conservatives.
Yeah, the gap is now less than 500 votes. And we got a question there about when the future by-elections would be coming. So we said there's only 3 that are going to happen for sure. La Salle,
Including this
Aymar,
one,
Verdun, which is going to happen in the summer. Elmwood, Transcona has to happen by September. And Langley City, Cloverdale, or Langley, Cloverdale City, one of the combination of that, has to be, I think, by November. And aside from that, there might not be any other by-election. So tough Liberal hold in Langley, likely Liberal hold in La Salle, NDP probably in Elmwood. I don't know.
The Liberals are not going to hold the Langley, are they?
I said tough hold. I said tough hold.
Okay, you did. Okay, because it was really close last time.
No, there's no chance that they hold that.
Yeah, those BC numbers, huh?
Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, the
They're bad
BC
for the
numbers are bad.
Liberals.
They're sometimes in the low.
Low teens sometimes. Yeah.
Why don't we do it? Why don't we talk a little bit about that, about the parts of the country? Now I'm going to close the screen just so that I'm not distracted.
I'm sad now. I wanted the Oilers to win.
I'm sorry,
Well,
Philippe.
Well, okay, so I used to be a much bigger hockey fan than I am now, obviously. But it's also the fact that my team has sucked for many, many years, right? It doesn't help. When your team is back in it, I mean, in 21, when the Habs beat the Leafs, and it was also the pandemic. We had a curfew that spring in Quebec. We had a curfew. We had to be home at 8 o'clock. Anyway, so there was something liberating. And I remember going to see the game outside. People were setting up TVs outside. And one of the games against Vegas went to overtime. When overtime started, when the third period ended in a tie, I told my friends, I'm watching overtime at home. I'm too nervous. And while I was on my bike in the back street, des Ruelles in Montreal, I heard, I had just missed a goal. It was an amazing feeling. The city was alive. So I understand the celebrations in Edmonton tonight. It would have been great, but yeah, winning 4 straight is tough. They came so close. Okay, enough about hockey. I apologize.
All right.
All right, go back to politics. What were we saying?
Well, I said while we're waiting for the numbers to come in, why don't we do a little bit of a cross-country tour?
Okay, let me pull my numbers here.
We were talking about British Columbia. So there is going to be the general election that's going to happen in October, which I think will be really interesting to see. But so we got the Liberals usually polling between 15, 20. Their numbers are often in the teens.
Yeah.
The NDP more or less holding, usually 25, 30%. And the Conservatives are often 45, 50% in British Columbia.
Right.
They look like they could win. How many seats are there going to be in BC next time? There's
43 next
43,
time around. And right now, my projection has the Conservatives winning 34 or 43. NDP 6, Liberals 2, Greens 1. Remember that in 2011, in BC, the Liberals won the most seats, but they were third in popular vote. It was close, right? They had 27%, I think, in the popular vote in BC, but they won the most seats with 15. Most of those seats are in danger. And so when we talked earlier that would it take for the Conservatives to not reach the majority threshold, if they sweep BC and they sweep the prairies and they win 80 seats in Ontario, they reach 172 before they go east of the Ottawa River. So the numbers in BC are really overwhelming federally for the Conservatives. And there's this, as you mentioned, Eric, the dynamics of the provincial election.
Yeah.
Because there is a surging provincial Conservative Party that has kept close ties with Poilievre and his team. And I think it benefited them so far. Will that translate? Would it push the provincial Conservative Party with the October election on the horizon? I don't know.
Yeah, BC is going to be really interesting to watch provincially, federally next year. Just on Kyle in the chat was mentioning that Mario Canseco, who runs Research Co., apparently he tweeted out that there's going to be a poll putting the BCU in 4th. Ooh,
wow!
That is just going to collapse very quickly in BC for them. there's not going to be much reason for anybody to stick with that party if it keeps going in that direction. Who do they got left? I don't understand who they would have left.
Is that the greatest collapse since the it's basically it's a 1.5 year collapse. I looked at the polls, the British Columbia polls in May 23. That's 13 months ago. The Liberals, well, back then they were Liberals, they were in the low 30s, right? And fast forward 1 year, and they're on the verge of extension. I mean, can you think of another party falling so low, so fast? Aside from the Maroney Campbell,
Even they
PCs,
still got 16% of the vote, which I think BCU would be ecstatic with at this point. 18%? What did they get? 16 or 18?
I think it was 16.
Yeah. Boy, yeah. So British Columbia, and we had a comment just asking if we could go a little bit more into some of the by-elections. The Langley, is it Langley City, Cloverdale? That's the name of it, right?
What's the name of the MP that resigned? I'm putting you on a
John
spot
Aldeg.
here.
John Aldeg. He's the one who's resigning. Like that's going to be conservative. That is the Liberals actually lost that seat in 2019. And
Cloverdale, Langley City.
Cloverdale, Langley City. Okay, we had it backwards. Yeah, Aldeg lost the seat in 2019, ran again in 2021, and won it. Like it's been a back and forth riding. So when you see the kind of numbers that we've seen in BC,
okay,
and that is very, very comfortable. There's no chance that the Liberals can win that.
39% Liberal, 36% Conservative, 20% NDP, and 21. So a 3-point win. But the number, I mean, you lose your incumbent, and the numbers provincially, federally, but in BC are so strong for the Conservatives. Yeah, there's no way. My projection right now has the Conservative 50 and the Liberals at 28. So that gives you an idea.
Yeah, that's pretty safe. That's pretty. It's hard to miss that by a lot. So while we were chatting, I have a plan. While we can chat about some of these areas, we can see that the more polls have been counted. We're at 56 polls reporting, 29%. And the gap has it grown? It was at 6.5, now it's at 6.9 points.
Still pretty stable.
It's still pretty stable, but a 7-point win for the Liberals, that starts to get into the dangerous territory, right? They won this riding in 2011 by 8 points. Yeah. And so 2011 was an election where they won 34 seats. So that's why that 8-point margin to me is probably kind of important.
Yeah, symbolic. Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
it has that kind of importance. All right, let's keep on moving across country. Alberta.
Well, okay. So
2 seconds, or are we done?
Well, here's the thing, though. We have to say, Alberta, the polling, it's hard to pull Alberta, right? Not a lot of people can pull it off. And it doesn't really matter. Don't get angry at me, Albertans, because most of the seats will go to the Conservatives. We know this. But in the past few elections, when the polls showed the Conservatives at 55 or 60, well, the Conservatives had 65 or 70 even. I think didn't Scheer get 70% of the vote? I think he did. Maybe it was 69.
Yeah. They did really well in
2019. So
yeah.
it doesn't show up in the national numbers because Alberta is 11% of the Canadian population. So even a 10-point miss doesn't show up. But what we need is local polls. The NDP should be able to keep Strathcona in Edmonton. Aside from that,
maybe
Monsieur Boissonneau maybe Griesbach, yeah, but Monsieur Boissonneau in Edmonton was it Edmonton Center? Yeah, the margins were close. I don't think so.
Yeah.
And the other one was McKnight. I think that
but
writing has been
the new
redrawn.
boundaries. Maybe George Shaw could hold on to McKnight, but the best case scenario for the non-conservative parties is maybe 2 NDP,
maybe one Liberal.
Ugh. It would be really good if they managed 2. I can't imagine that they're going to do that well in Alberta. It just seems like, and all that PPC vote, because you're right, Scheer did really well in 2019. PPC did pretty well in Alberta in 2021, and the Conservative vote came down. That vote is all now going back to the Conservatives, so I'm sure that Poilievre will get back over at around 70% in Alberta, and so it doesn't leave much on the table for anybody else. Let's check in again. We did get something else, I think. 58 polls. Did the gap get smaller? It's too late for me to do these in my head now. 6.2. All right, we're now getting close to 6 points.
For those who don't know, I'm pretty good with calculation without a calculator. You know, there's a reason. It's not because I'm a scientist. It's because my job when I was at McGill was a blackjack dealer. And you have a lot of math tests. Basically, they throw cards in front of you, and you have like half a second to just add them up all the time.
Did you develop
Anyway.
a system?
Well, yeah.
Like for winning blackjack?
No,
Oh,
there's
okay.
you can't beat blackjack unless you cheat or unless you count the cards.
Did you develop a way to cheat?
Nope, I'm no interested. For me, the thing is the casino here is our government property. Same thing for the lottery. I think it's pretty much the same thing everywhere in the country. But basically, if you play the lottery, you just pay voluntary taxes. That's what it is. So I don't do that. So.
Okay.
But I can count pretty fast, and it helps. Okay, go back.
I can normally do it all right, but I'm a little bit too tired at this point.
Yeah, I get it.
All right, so let's. How about Saskatchewan?
Can't
Saskatchewan.
believe yours lost.
I think it's. Get over it, man.
Let me get my.
We were
map.
talking sweep back in Game 4.
That's true.
Uh,
Does a sweep? Would a sweep have hurt less than losing Game 7 by a point, by
Yes.
one goal?
Yeah. No,
I know,
no. I don't think it would
getting
have. I think you can. I think if you're an Oilers fan, it hurts tonight, but then later on you'll be like, we were still pretty good. We almost did it.
Yeah, yeah,
I think if you get swept, it's just embarrassing.
that's true.
Yeah.
Saskatchewan. Okay. Desnete
Mississippi.
Mississippi Churchill River.
Yeah.
This is the only one.
so.
That's not fair. The NDP could
Probably.
do well in Saskatoon. It's just the margins were so high for the Conservatives last time around.
The NDP needs to increase in Saskatchewan, and I just.
Yeah, we haven't seen that.
The thing is, we get polls that plump Saskatchewan and Manitoba together, and
Yeah.
because Wab Canoe is probably helping the NDP in Manitoba, their numbers in the prairies look better. But is that mostly in Manitoba and not in Saskatchewan? So, anyway, yeah, I think Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River, whoever is the main non-conservative party, I think will win that now. Because it's
Yeah.
now a 86% Indigenous riding, and the Conservative vote was concentrated in Meadow Lake, which is no longer in the riding, and that's where it was only 50-50 Indigenous in Meadow Lake. So the Conservatives kind of lost all of their votes. So whoever the NDP or the Liberals put up, that is the better candidate of the two, because the NDP did really well here in 2019. They would have won it in 2019 on the new boundaries. The Liberals would have won it in 2021. But yeah, aside from that, we'd have to see some better numbers from the NDP in Saskatoon and Regina for them to really have a shot.
Does the provincial election in Saskatchewan tell us anything about what will happen federally? Not really, huh?
I mean, the Conservative vote is primarily the Saskatchewan vote, but Saskatchewan Party vote.
Yeah.
I guess you can kind of combine the Liberal and the NDP. It's just not as perfect.
I mean, look at Alberta. I mean, if the federal and provincial vote were a little bit related, Edmonton would not be blue wall to wall except for like Strathcona and a few here, right? I mean, the Conservatives still get over 50% of the vote federally in Edmonton, and the NDP provincially just sweep the city, right? There's no correlation.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Did we get any
But
more polls while we were chatting? Maybe one. Looks like the gap is still 6.2 points.
Man, it's so slow.
It is pretty
68
slow.
58 boxes. Okay.
Yeah. We're at how much of the vote are we counted? 30%. All right. Let's. Did we get any questions we can answer? Not really. We got a question to talk about Quebec. We'll get there. We're going west-east.
We're going there. Manitoba.
All right, Manitoba.
The thing is, Manitoba federally is that there were not really close
No.
races.
No.
So I have, in the new ridings, of course, I have Winnipeg West, which could be close. I have it as a toss-up right now between the Liberals and the Conservatives. But again, the data we have is so sparse. And it's lumped in with Saskatchewan. So, I mean, there's a huge uncertainty on these numbers. But I think Winnipeg West is the only one really that would keep my eye on. Obviously, with Elmwood Transcona, we're going to have to readjust once we have the by-elections. The NDP should be able to win this. It's just that, again, in by-elections, they don't do very well, and they lost a quality candidate in Mr. Blakey. So this losing an incumbent like this could hurt.
Yeah.
What else is there?
Not really expecting much change in
Not really, huh?
Manitoba. I mean, Liberals did really pretty well in the Winnipeg South Centre by-election. Winnipeg South, maybe, if things swing enough. But if there's one province where maybe there could be zero change, it could be Manitoba.
I mean, Winnipeg South, with the district redrawn, the Liberals won by 16 points, or 15 and a half. So, as the swing, I don't think it has swung that much.
It doesn't seem like it swung that much in Manitoba, so
No.
might not see a lot of changes there. But just to concentrate a little bit again on Elma-Transcona, since that is a by-election that's coming up. Yeah, the Blakey name, because before it was Daniel Blakey, and before that it was Bill Blakey, who was the NDP MP there for the longest time, and Bill Blakey is the father of Daniel Blakey. They won by a pretty safe margin, and the Liberals are not going to be a factor there, and so it seems possible that could be a by-election where the NDP will be able to keep enough of its vote. It's just a question of this riding, which has voted Conservative, at least it did in 2011. I believe that was the last time.
Yeah.
Will that vote be strong enough? And if the Conservatives win Elma-Transcona, the NDP really has to start worrying about how many of the seats are they going to lose to the Conservatives elsewhere, because that should be a riding that should stick with them. Right?
Oh, yeah.
A little bit like Toronto St. Paul's and the Liberals.
Speaking of, we have 60 boxes now in Toronto.
Yeah.
In St. Paul's. 60 boxes, and the lead is 6 points.
That was 11 points not too long ago.
The Liberals are going to win this.
Oh.
I'm not making a call, but I mean, it's just that, we saw the numbers tighten up a little bit, but we're 30% of the boxes now? 31% of the boxes?
Hey, if they keep closing it by a point every 10% of the boxes.
Every hour. Every hour.
Do it. Yeah. 6 points is not, again, it starts to get, like there's like, it's funny how these by-election things go, right? Because there's the actual win or lose.
Yeah.
There's the mathematical swings that you and I kind of do, which I think are more important than people give credit for. Because a lot of people in our business, in the non-polling side of it, aren't great with numbers.
Nope.
And then there's the psychological, the fact that a 10-point gap looks a lot better than a 9.4. But now if they're at 6, if it drops below 5, that's another little threshold. We can say, well, it was within 5 points. Because when you say within 6 points, that sounds like you're trying to,
frame it,
growing the number. But when you say it's within 5 points, it's riding was decided by less than 5 points. That starts to sound bad, right? So that'll be harder for the Liberals to spin, I think, if the margin keeps dropping by a little bit.
It's also, as I said, for the Conservatives, they don't need this seat. Mr. Stewart is performing well tonight. 37% of the vote thus far. That's a good result for the Conservatives. Yeah. And even if he loses, they could be happy with this because they say, okay, so we just increased our vote share by 12 points. That means that many seats are suddenly in danger. We know the GTA the 905, the NDP is not that strong, so the Liberals cannot take from this pool of voters, or at least not that much voters. So the Conservatives should be able to make a lot of gains. In my projection right now, I have the Conservatives favored in over 80 seats in Ontario. And I think 80 is what Trudeau won in 2015 in Ontario. I think it's 80, yeah. So, and it was a big win. So you turn the tables. So the Conservatives, if they win 80 seats in Ontario, that's a gain of 45. Take the Conservatives' number in 2021, add 45 seats in Ontario, you're very close to a majority already. So this is why when you see projections like how can the Conservatives be above 200 seats? That's why. Because they're leading in gaining everywhere. I had a conversation, Eric, with a Quebec journalist this week.
Okay.
Who asked me about Poilievre. Poilievre is in Quebec. He was in Montreal a few days ago. Now he's touring Quebec. They said, is it possible to win without Quebec? That was a question that Stephen Harper... Yeah, they still ask that. And I say, well, 2011, Harper did it, but it was a freak election. The only answer to this, you can win without Quebec if you win everywhere else. So, and Poilievre is doing it right now. We're going from west to east, but he's doing it. He's leading in every province outside of Quebec, and the vote is holding, and the Liberals are, holding on to their strongholds like we see tonight in St. Paul's. Anyway, do I have any new boxes? Still 6 points, huh?
Still 6 points. We're at 65 boxes. 34% counted. Is there much more to say about Ontario?
Well, okay. The Liberals should keep a handful in Ottawa.
Yeah.
They should keep most of the Toronto seats. There will be 24 seats in Toronto in the next election. They should, but most means maybe 15, right? 15 of 24. That's pretty bad for them. And we just discussed about the West. If the Liberals win more than maybe 3 in Manitoba, maybe 1 in Saskatchewan, maybe 1 in Alberta, maybe 3 in BC. That's a lot of maybes. And then we get to Quebec, where the Liberals are not doing so well. So.
All right. Well, why don't we get to Quebec, because we haven't had any new numbers here, or we're still at 65 boxes counted. So Poilievre is spending this week in Quebec. I tracked the ridings that he's visited so far. He went to Mount Royal on the island of Montreal. He went to Trois-Rivières. He went to Montmorency, Charlevoix. Interesting. He went to Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. And he went to Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Castoquimic.
Oh, hey, that's the new name.
Cascotomic, Timisquata. It's an interesting mix of ridings. Conservatives hold Chicoutimi. He also went to Richmond-Arthabaska.
There you go. Yeah.
So he went to Richmond-Arthabaska, he went to Chicoutimi, and he went to Rivière-du-Loup, which they hold. And he then went on the offensive in Mount Royal, Trois-Rivières, and in Charlevoix. It's an interesting tour. Nice places to visit.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure about Mount Royal or Richmond-Arthabaska, or Trois-Rivières, but I mean the places out near the St. Lawrence are much nicer. But anyway. So what's the situation in Quebec now?
What's the situation is that the Bloc is either just below its 2021 vote or is in the high 30s and low 40s. We don't know. But what we do, because we had divergent data, especially the English Read Institute, we spoke about this last Thursday. English Read Institute says, the Bloc is at 41 in Quebec, whereas the others say between 30 and 35. It could be, I don't want to say that's an outlier because the English Read Institute has had the Bloc higher than other pollsters. I showed this in my latest article. But thing is, the Bloc doesn't need to get much more votes than last time if the Liberals are falling. The vote splits will benefit them. Now, Trois-Rivières is interesting. Trois-Rivières was one of the few ridings where nobody got 30% last time around. I think it was 29 Bloc, 28 Conservative, 27 Liberals. So if you look at the swings, the Conservatives do have a shot in Trois-Rivières. Quebec City, there's some gains to be made for the Conservatives. They hold many seats, but there are more to be won there. And if you're Poilievre, the seats that you just mentioned, except for Mount Royal, are pretty good grounds for the Conservatives. He did not go in Gatineau or Sherbrooke. He's going where he has a chance to win. I think this is, again, playing the trap because he doesn't need to win more in Quebec. Winning 15 seats in Quebec would be a good harvest, and they would be happy with that.
I'll be curious to see who else might decide to run for the Conservatives. I don't know if they have that many other ridings that would be good places. Like they managed to get Eric Lefebvre from the CAQ to run in Richmond-Arthabaska, but that's because they had a vacancy there. The Conservatives have an interesting pattern in Quebec where they have super safe ridings. They're among the safest ridings that they have in the country, the ones that they have around Quebec City and everything. And then there's a couple other ones where they have a chance. But, can they find a good candidate in Jonquière? Can they find a good candidate Pontiac, like places where they could have a chance. I think that'll be curious to see, and maybe whether any other Kekists want to jump ship.
Yeah. There's been rumors because it's not going so well at the CAQ. It's just that the the conservatives are looking at the CAQ as, do we want that baggage? Do we want people really leaving a government or a party that's in trouble to join us, the fresh and new party that will take power in Ottawa next year if it all goes well? There were very funny rumors about the Minister of Finance, Monsieur Girard. But Monsieur Girard did not have a good 6 months, or what should I say, 8 months. Since the fall, a big deficit in the budget, this LA Kings subsidy to have preseason games in Quebec City, just awful optics. So I think the Conservatives are like, the thing is, if Monsieur Girard goes to the Conservatives, he wants to be in cabinet. And I think the Conservatives are like, no, thank you. But
we did get a question earlier on. It was about whether any Quebec Liberals, federal, might want to take a run at either the PLQ leadership or try to take their chances for provincial representation. You don't see often a lot of federal to provincial.
Jean Charest was an anomaly. Charest was an anomaly. Well, there's the rumor persists with Monsieur Champagne, François-Philippe Champagne. Will he jump to the
He might be in danger if he, based on the polls we see in Quebec.
It's just that the PLQ is rebuilding. I know the federal Liberals are looking on the horizon at a strong defeat maybe next year. It's just that the PLQ is it's at 15% or 17% in the polls. There will be a leadership race. That'll be interesting, but you will not be in power for quite a while. So I don't know.
Doesn't seem like the life raft when the party's at 15%. The federal Liberals doing better than the Quebec Liberals.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's refresh and see where we stand.
In Atlantic Canada.
Oh, there's actually been 71 polls reporting, so jump from 35. We're now at 37% of the vote. The gap
550 votes.
Just a little bit over 500, eh? And it's a 6.1 point gap. So that will be
547.
Yeah. It's still close. It's just if they haven't done the advanced polls yet, like those are going to be big ones.
It's it's uncomfortably close. Like it's been consistent for quite a while. 6 points, but 500 votes is just a few boxes. So we cannot make a call. It's too early.
Yeah.
Still, it's too early, and we've been here for 3 hours.
Yeah, I don't know when we're gonna. Well, no, we won't talk about it just yet.
No,
I am tired, but
yeah. Do you want to take a minute? I can entertain these people for a minute.
Can you say? Wait. Check out the random independent Stocko. Is he still at 0? What's going on? Who's Stocko? Where is he?
We have many zeros left.
Oh wow, he's taken off. Who is this guy? Mario Stocko.
Mario
has soared ahead. He is in 5th place, ahead of the PPC.
Oh, what happened there?
Whoa!
Has a big family.
Hey,
good for him.
Someone needs to look this guy up. Someone look him up and report back. Who is this Mario Stocko? And what does he want?
Oh man, we're tired, huh?
Yeah.
Can't believe the Oilers lost. Jesus.
Anyway. Yeah, that was like a year ago. Who cares? Come on, move on. I would like to get something to drink because I am getting a little parched.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay,
Go for it.
I'll be back. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, I'll speak with these people. So, hi everybody. For those who don't know me, my name is Philippe. Vous pouvez poser des questions en français si vous voulez. Or not, it's fine. Questions about 338. The questions I had the most, I think, in the past 2 months was, will you change the name to 343? The answer is no. 338 rolls off the tongue. It's a pretty good name, and the brand is established. 343 is terrible. Yeah. And it looks like it will be a close victory for the Liberals, which is not a good result for them. It should not be close. But it also confirms, for those who, I know you guys and gals, if you're watching this, you probably like elections and polling. You're not just randomly watching this. But there's also a lot of people that doubt the polls. They doubted the polls when the Conservatives were low. They doubt the polls when the Conservatives are high. These results are pretty much consistent with what we've seen. Liberals are a bit too high, but we know why. It's because the NDP is low. And the Greens also are low. So it boosts, when you go by percentages, Liberals are artificially too high. The Conservatives are also artificially a bit high, but it's a good result for them nevertheless. 37% is great. They had 24 last time, or 24 last time. So anyway, thank you for your kind words on the 338. I tried to improve it. By the way, there's a new feature on 338 that you should check out. It's been in the works for quite a while. It's very simple, but go to the main page, 338canada.com. If you go with your mouse and you scroll over one of the charts, the time charts, the charts over time, right? You will see the results everywhere as you scroll. This is a new feature. Those charts used to be static. They're not anymore. I've been working on this. It's a small adjustment. I had to learn the code. But check it out. It's kind of cool. And I will keep improving the site, especially in the summer now that I have more time. And I'm a workaholic. Being a workaholic is not a choice. Don't forget that. I have to do this.
He needs workahol.
So no more comments about Eric. He's back. Okay.
I saw some of them. These are mean. Okay. So we're at 76 polls. Hasn't counted that many more. I think we were next going to New Brunswick.
Oh man, that New Brunswick election. I know we're talking federal here, but provincially we had no data except for the dozens of people that narrative research speaks to. But I talked to a few pollsters, and I asked them, "Will you poll New Brunswick?" And most of them says, "Well, we need a client, but we intend to. It's just we don't want to do it like 6 months out. It's New Brunswick. I'm sorry, New Brunswicker. It's just." There's not enough visibility, but they will poll during the campaign. It will not be a case of Nova Scotia in 21 where there were 2 polls the whole time. So
yeah, that'll be an interesting one because the Liberals are running neck and neck with the PCs in the polls that we have seen.
Yep.
Is the Liberal brand going to be taking a hit at all from the unpopularity of the Trudeau Liberals? You would think that maybe they would. But they seem to be holding on in part because it doesn't seem like Blaine Higgs is all that popular.
Yeah.
And we will get some indication of that first because that's obviously going to happen in October. Federally, it does seem like the Liberals are going to have trouble holding on to anything but some of the Francophone seats in the north, maybe the one in Moncton, Beauséjour, where Dominic LeBlanc is. But New Brunswick is the most conservative of the Atlantic provinces. And so it does seem like a good shot for the Conservatives to pick up a few seats. Fredericton, St. John, not sure what else they can maybe pick up there, but because they already did pretty well in the last election.
Yeah. No, and you're right that regionally. I mean, right now I have in New Brunswick I have 3 Liberal seats projected. Of course, it's a new map: Madawaska, Restigouche, Acadie Bathurst, and Beauséjour, and the rest is blue. So that's there's 10 seats. So that's 7 seats for the Conservatives. That would be a pretty good score for them. But to go back to just provincially just a second here. I mean, thing is, do we have right now minority governments?
Anywhere?
We don't, right?
No.
We may have one in New Brunswick.
Yeah.
If the Greens manage to win 3 or 4, most likely 3, I think.
Yeah.
That means that the Liberals, if they win 22, 23 seats, there's 49 seats, you need 25 for a majority. It's possible that we have a repeat of the BC 2017, right?
Yeah.
Not saying that the Greens and Liberals will automatically make a deal, but they're the most likely to deal with each other. And
I don't know if they'll make
Higgs.
a deal, but the Greens have more or less said they wouldn't support Higgs.
Yeah.
So at the very least, it would be a liberal minority government propped up by the Greens, which does mean for Higgs, it's almost certainly like majority or bust, right?
Yeah.
which is a tougher thing for them because that means they need to win 25 seats. So we'll see what happens. That's going to be a really interesting provincial election. The NDP is getting too much of the vote in the polls. They're not going to be able to match it. They're not a party that is. They don't run full slates of candidates, so there's a lot of parked vote there. And how the Green is going to, like, is the Green vote just going to concentrate in the 3 ridings where they have incumbents and elsewhere it'll disperse to kind of strategically vote? New Brunswick will be pretty fascinating this October. All right. Still 76. Wait, let's see. Refresh. Yay, we got more. All right. 80.
6.8.
80. Hey, that jumped 4 since we were chatting. All right. What is it? We're at 6.8. So it's back up to closer to 7 points.
It's holding.
Yeah.
Now it's almost 700 votes. I mean, it's still close. Let's be real. But yeah, unless we get a bunch of boxes that are really leading Conservative, I think we're looking at this mushy middle scenario that we mentioned earlier tonight and on the podcast.
Yeah.
That the Liberals win by a margin that is small. Miss Church will be happy, but the party as a whole cannot look at this and say, "Oh, everything is fine." No, everything is not fine.
Yeah. You wonder how many of the MPs, if they think about it numerically or not, are they going to be like, well, she won, so maybe we're not so bad. We can still win. Win is a win. Oh, that's all that matters. But how many of them are going to be like, ooh, she still lost 6 points and the Conservatives are up 11.
Yeah.
Like, I can't afford that in my riding. I won by 6 points last time. Like, I'm going to lose if this happens in my riding. So you do wonder how many people are going to get kind of upset about it.
Just pause here. So our friend Kyle just wrote, Elections Canada says 2 more hours to complete the count, which I think is on par when you look at how many they counted so far.
Yeah.
Do you have 2 more hours in you, my friend?
Probably not. But we'll see. We can get a little bit further on. At least let's get to 50% of the vote and let's see where things stand at that point.
I need a refresh of my drink. I'm empty.
Okay.
So you speak about Nova Scotia and I'll be right back. All right?
Okay. Nova Scotia. All right. So we've been taking a little cross-country tour across the country as we're waiting for more of these by-election results to come in. Nova Scotia, going to be an interesting one. That one looks like it's going to be really hard for the Liberals to hold a lot of those rural seats, and that means some ministers, including like Sean Fraser, who is sort of one of their new cabinet stars, and he is in rural Nova Scotia and looks very, very tough for the Liberals to hold that. So when you look at the ridings across Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, the 2 ridings there, very, very tough, I think, for the Liberals to hold on to that. Pretty much all of mainland Nova Scotia, rural mainland Nova Scotia, probably going to flip over to the Conservatives based on the polling numbers we've seen. So then it really just comes down to Halifax. There's a couple of ridings there that are pretty tight ones. The Liberals could probably hold on to Halifax West. They had a good margin there last time. Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, that looks like would be a tough hold, but primarily over the NDP. And then the NDP would be focusing on the riding of Halifax itself. So Nova Scotia looks like a tough place for the Liberals, whereas before they did pretty well. And there we have a cat. I believe that is a cat of some kind. And we don't know how the cat voted. My cat is just sitting more peacefully sleeping. And so then we'll just say farewell to Nova Scotia as we say hello again to Philippe. And who was that? Was that Vishnu?
That was Shiva. My older one. She's very, very affectionate. And she's been wanting a little... She's been scratching my legs all night to have more food, so I did that to her. So.
Okay. Yeah, No Mercy has been coming around nibbling on my hands and stuff like that. But I gave her some treats when I got up, so... What is this? David Aiken. Is that actually David Aiken? Hey, David, how you doing? He says Don Stewart is not conceding.
Well, I wouldn't either. 700 votes, it's not over.
Yeah. No, it's not over. So anyway, we just did Nova Scotia. We will refresh.
I wonder about that. How those concessions, like you call the winner, says to congratulate them. How official are they? Because let's say he calls Leslie Church, says congratulations, Miss Church, good victory, good campaign, blah blah blah, and then the script flips later in the night and he wins more votes. That's well, you conceded. No, like
Yeah, I don't think it's actually an official thing.
Yeah,
but
of course.
often it's because, but often the candidates in their like they have people at the counting places, right? They are doing their own kind of count, so they are usually way ahead of where we are,
Yeah.
and they have some good estimates of where things stand. So that's what the candidates say usually matters a little bit more. So if he's not conceding, it might not mean anything. He might just be, I don't know, he might have a lot of bravado or whatever, and
Yeah.
not want to give up until it's done. But it
The
does
thing is,
suggest we have
if
to
we-
maybe stick around.
If he was trading by 2,000 votes, I'd be like, "Oh, this is foolish." But
Yeah.
it's 700 votes. Obviously, he's not gonna concede right now.
Yeah.
It's too close.
We're at 6.7 point gap between the two of them.
Hey, the number of zeros diminished, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5,
And
6,
sorry,
7,
Donovan.
8, 9, 10.
Donovan,
What
man,
about Donovan?
he's our handsome follower from Alberta. Should have made the trip to cast a vote or something. I mean, come on, you don't know someone? You got 0 votes here. Garrett Dogger 0, Donovan Ekstrom 0, Felix Antoine Amel
Oh, no,
0.
you're salt in the wound. You're just reading the zeros. That's me.
Carrie Hildebrandt, Connie Lukowski, Yusuf Kadir Nasihi, Laurent Polia, Roger Sherwood, Julie Saint-Amand, and Gavin Vanderwater. We're rooting for you.
Hey, they got their signatures.
Hey,
so.
get at least one vote. Get at least one vote. And Mario Stucco continues to be ahead of the PPC, which I think, how did this one, like, where was his name on the ballot? This is what I really want to know. Very interesting.
Now
Okay.
he won a party 9 votes. Yeah.
All right. Just looking at it. Yeah.
just
sorry.
go to the store. Just go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. PI. Do you think Liberals can hold any of those?
Okay, so the PI election was last spring, right?
Yeah.
In 23. And there was 21 PCs or 20 PCs. What was the last count? Maybe.
In terms of
Twen-
seats,
Yeah, I
it was
think the
3 and
Liberals-
3
Yeah, okay. So it was
Or
21-3-3.
and 2 or something.
I mean,
3 and 2.
I'll do
It was 3 and 2.
Yeah, the Liberals are polling badly in PEI. Thing is, we know again the correlation between provincial, federal. We know the federal Liberals are doing really well in PEI. Not right now, but historically. The provincial Liberals had done well before losing badly. So it's like the Ontario Liberals. Like people ask me, oh, they're in the dumps. They still had a quarter of the vote last election. They had a bad seat count, but before losing to Doug Ford in 2018, they had 15 straight years of power. It's normal to go in the dumps after you go in I mean, that's what democracy is. You have to swing. The pendulum swings back and forth. So it's okay to lose big after you rule for a decade or decade and a half. It's just you have to rebuild. The PI Liberals, their polls are awful,
No,
and they
yeah,
have the
they're
green,
third
and they have
place.
the Greens on their tails, right? So
Not on their
that's-
tails, way ahead of them.
Right, yeah, ahead of them, yeah.
The last couple ones. Yeah, I think for the federal Liberals, all 4 of those seats, I don't think they can count on them. Charlottetown, maybe they can count on a little bit more than the other 3, but
Yeah.
yeah, that could be rough. It's not a province where things are going okay for the.
No.
we just-
Well, the Independent
Simplify.
Republic of Montreal, maybe one day. I'm kidding. No, don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. I'm kidding.
No. Well, yeah, but see, if there was it would also have to split. So,
We would take Laval. We would have an army to take Laval.
no one is going to fight over Laval. So the Liberals were at 43%. The Conservatives are at 36.4%. So the gap is 6.6. We're looking at a gap of somewhere around 700 votes, maybe a little bit more than 700.
Just insulted 500,000 people living in Laval tonight.
Oh, it's like
my
300,000. Come on,
No,
it's a
it's-
mall. I don't have any. I'm just.
It's all
I'm
right,
just
it's
being
all right.
mean.
We're
I don't
tired.
actually have.
3 hours and a half on this.
I don't
on this
actually have a
stream.
beef about Laval. Hey, on the federal election night, I did 7.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Yes, but I did it
hang on.
here.
Oh no! Oh my God! Yeah.
Then
No, I wasn't.
2021.
Yeah, I was on the air.
I
You
did
did
not.
it alone?
I don't know how I didn't get a blood clot in my leg. I never got up for 7 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you wear a diaper or something?
No, I just my body knows when it's time to perform. You got no room for error.
Wow.
Oh, someone
I
says
will-
that Stucco is right below Don Stewart on the ballot. I wonder if wouldn't that be hilarious?
Oh. Well, it's only 75 votes though. But yeah. Oh. What? Why?
Well, it
Oh,
wouldn't make a
Stewart,
difference,
Socko. Yeah, ST. Yeah, STC. Yeah. The next federal election, I will not be with you. I already signed a contract. I will be with Bell Media. So, sorry, but 7 hours on a live stream.
You can just take your phone and put it in your pants pocket, and we can experience it.
Well,
I don't know what I'll be doing. We'll see what happens.
Well,
I
thing
don't know
is,
how we do
we'll see. I mean, I'm sure there's a way because I'm not on the air all the time when I'm doing a election night, right? It would be fun to hop in with you during the evening if you're doing a stream, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. It's too far ahead in the future. Who knows? Who knows?
It's not that far. It's not. I know it's far. No. It's far conceptually, but it's really not that far. So.
All right, let's. How are we doing? We got 85. We're at 44%. All right. Cross country tour. We've gone through the whole thing. Let's go to Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, they locally, the PCs, provincially, appear to have a lot of momentum.
Yeah.
But we do not really know because we haven't had like decent sample size polls. The one from Narrative Research, I think it was 250 people, had both parties within 3 points. It was the PCs ahead, but it was tied. The election is, you told me this, I keep forgetting. I think the election is scheduled to be November 25.
Yeah.
But it could be early.
Well, technically, it could
always
be early.
Yeah, it could always be heard. Yeah. But the thing is, again, the Liberals have been there for 2 mandates now. Is that right? Yep, 2 mandates. 3? 3. Yeah, this would be a time where a party is defeated after 3 mandates, a normal time, in a normal election. So we'll see if they can. And federally, it wasn't Newfoundland Labrador the only province that Michael Ignatieff won the popular vote in. I think it was.
They love Diggy.
They love the
Diggy. What are you going to do? They love Diggy. They loved him.
But the polls that we did have, the federal polls that we did have, there was one from Abacus Data, I think late fall, that had the Conservatives ahead. So again, the Conservatives are leading everywhere outside Quebec, and they're doing okay in Quebec. So this explains the 200-seat majority.
Hey, we got a question here from Era Moon. Might as well answer it. She says she's new to the channel.
Hi.
Could you tell us a little bit about you and what your channel is about? So we both are polling guys, but no, we're not. I shouldn't say that. We're both elections guys. We like doing projections for seats and looking at the polls and analyzing the results, taking a numbers approach to politics and understanding how elections are swinging, that kind of thing. My website, therit.ca, it's a mix of polling analysis, political analysis, history. Philippe, 338canada.ca and .com. He's got his projections there. He does analyses for his newsletter. And then this channel, we post our live streams here. We do live streams for the by-elections. We do live streams for general elections. We have our podcast, The Numbers, and in French, Les Chiffres. And we put the episodes up here, and you can join it at thenumberspod.ca. If you like this kind of stuff, we do extra stuff at our Patreon there. We're sort of just the politics kind of geeks, nerds guys.
That's us.
That's it. Okay.
That's us, and we also like to. We're not too serious.
No.
A lot of people in this business take themselves seriously, and it's fine. They can do whatever they want, but we can do whatever we want too. So
that's right. So what we do is we keep things nonpartisan. This is also our game.
Yeah.
We don't pick a side. We don't try to boost one side or the other.
No.
We got some new numbers coming in, and the gap is now it's smaller. 5.3.
5.3 and
Wow.
600 votes. It could be a 5-point victory. Well, you know, it's funny because I texted.
Like how many polls just did? Like this went up to 87. This is only like 2 or 3 polls, and it closed by like 2 percentage points.
Pretty good boxes for the Conservatives. I texted to journalist La Presse. He said, "Give me a prediction," and I gave him a range. He said, "No, give me a prediction." And I said, "Okay, fine, Liberal by 5." At first, I said between 4 and 10. He says, "No, give me one prediction, Liberal by 5."
Don't get
That would be
bullied.
funny.
Don't get bullied.
Yeah, well, it's a friend. It's okay.
Okay,
It's okay.
okay.
But
Yeah, that feels possible.
yeah, but Liberal by 3 or by 2 also is possible at this point.
Hey.
But those lines, man, your Liberal line at 41 looks pretty good right now.
It was pretty good.
My
I knew what I was doing.
NDP line at 11
Also pretty
still
good.
looks good. It's the Conservative what the Conservative does at 40 was 48.
40.
They're all pretty good. Yeah.
That's a good line.
Yeah.
So let's kind of reset a little bit. So I put out this morning on my site using a swing for where the polls are now to kind of estimate where the benchmark should be for each of the parties, that if they're meeting where their polls are, this is where they would end up.
Yep.
So I had a 37% for the Liberals. So right now they're at 43, so they're beating their polls. Not by a huge amount, by about 5 or 6 points.
Yeah.
I had the Conservatives at 35. So right now at 37%, they're actually beating their polls a little bit. So
Pretty close.
while this isn't producing a win, Don Stewart is actually doing as well as he should be expected to do, maybe even a little bit better based on where the polls are. And the NDP at 13% is underperforming. Based on where the polls are, they should hold their vote, but we know that they underperform in by-elections. And this is in line with them underperforming in by-elections. They usually lose about 7 points.
New box, and it's closer now. Oh no, sorry, it's 6%. Okay, sorry. It grew a little
5.9,
bit. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But anyway, we're like, it wasn't that long ago. It was 10, it was 11, it was 8.
Where did you have the NDP? I'm sorry, in your piece.
I think it was 19.
Okay. But
Yeah.
it's for general. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So like if the polling says they should be somewhere in the high teens, but they have lost an average of 6 to 7 points in by-elections over the last little while, then this is kind of where you would expect them to be. So it's kind of interesting that both the Liberals and the Conservatives are kind of beating their polls a little bit, probably because the NDP vote isn't showing up in very big numbers. A lot of them probably just staying home. So in that sense, this is starting to, before we were saying that this had no narrative.
Yeah.
It's starting to get to the point where it's meeting expectations in a way.
Yeah.
Which means that the narrative of the polls holds.
Yeah. I mean, again, if you take the NDP to a normal number, like again, the NDP voters don't show up for by-elections. I know many of them did. I see the NDP had 1,600 votes. Now they showed up. But if you take the NDP 3-4 more points, Liberals and Conservatives are exactly where we expect them to be. So, and by the way, we're not just fudging the numbers to fitting the narrative. We said prior to this live stream, the NDP vote is not gonna match its poll, and it doesn't right now, 13%. So interesting.
We just crossed over into Tuesday.
Oh.
And you know what? We still got 2,500 people watching this. So thanks so much. Wow. Thanks for everybody for sticking around.
I didn't say Bonne Saint-Jean-Baptiste, Bonne Fête Nationale des Québécois.
You missed it.
I missed it, yeah, sorry. Well, I missed it in Eastern time. Saint-Jean-Baptiste is also the
For
celebration
Sasquatch
Francophone Canadians. So Bonne Saint-Jean-Baptiste and les Québécois. Well, I told it to my friends today. So I hope you had a fun day. And those who are starting vacations, maybe their school is over. Ontario ends school this week, right? The school is ending, I think, this week. Anyway.
Yeah, I think so. Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
New boxes? New boxes. Give me a new box.
We're at 5.9 again.
Nope.
All right.
9. So we're at nearing the halfway point. It's midnight. I mean, we didn't discuss beforehand how
long we were willing to commit to this.
Should we text each other?
Yeah.
I can still go. It's just I don't think I'm interesting right now. But 2,500 people on the stream. Thank you for being there. We appreciate that.
We're happy. If you guys are happy to be here, I mean, we're happy to be here too. So we'll stick with this because I mean, it is getting more. If it was getting like 10 points, if it was still 10 points, I think we'd be done.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but we can't make a call right now. If it was 10 points, I think we would, but we can't make a call right now. Hey, people, tell us where you're from. I see people are telling in the chat where they're from. I'm always curious. Let us know where you're watching from.
Someone says from BC, St. John's.
Well, BC, it's early for them, right? So, are BCers happy that the Panthers won? There's got to be some bitter Vancouver fans there.
Yeah, I would think so. I'm sure there's lots of people in Calgary that aren't too upset.
Yeah.
What else do we got? Anybody else? Tsawwassen in BC, Scarborough, South Ottawa, Toronto, no, Calgary, Winnipeg, Atlanta. Holy geez, New York, London, Calgary, Dauphin, Vancouver Island, North Van, Regina, Canmore,
from everywhere.
Milton. Boy, there's a lot of you. Seattle, New Brunswick, Pickering,
Fort McMurray,
Canada, El Salvador. That's nice.
Merci, Masquinongé, et bonjour de
Annapolis
Berthier.
Valley. We got some more Scarborough, Montreal, Illinois, Niagara Center.
I'm in Montreal. Je suis à Montréal. I'm in Montreal. I live in Rosemont. This is just east of the
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Tell us tomorrow. The future.
That's tomorrow, right?
Someone's from Burlington. Sarnia, Elmira. Wow. Look at all this. Anybody from the Gaspé?
There's nobody in the Gaspé. They want more seats, though. But
they deserve it. Best people in the world. Charlevoix.
For those who don't know, this is a recurring theme between
North Korea. Yeah, it seems unlikely. Ireland. I went to Ireland last year. I liked it very much. All right. Wow. Thanks everybody for actually putting in. That's fun to see everybody.
So these are not bots. They were actually listening to us. And,
it could be a bot that is trained to do this.
Bots are dumb, but AI is dumb. You ask a question, it goes like, blah, blah. It says to you very confidently something that is wrong. Anyway, how do we have no? Did they hit the?
Belarus.
Did they hit a?
Belarus, really? That seems problematic. Maybe that's the bot. Are any of you bots?
It's early morning.
Are any of you bots? Pyongyang? Don't think so. All right, Antarctica. No, okay. You guys are just messing with me now.
The moon. I think they had a snag because we still have no more bots.
They're at 90. They went up to 90.
God.
We have people saying they're not bots, so I don't know. I think that's what a bot would say, though.
No, I think it could. A bot would say, no, it's you caught me. That's what he would say.
Can I say who still has the zeros?
Yeah.
You got Garrett Dogger, Donovan Ekstrom, Félix Antoine Hamel, Carrie Hildebrandt, Julie Saint-Amand, Gavin Vanderwater. Come on, guys, pulling for you. Cuba, Stratford.
Oh, there are fewer zeros left. Wow.
There are still some, but
I see six zeros.
I still find it remarkable, just as that René Lemieux has won, Winston Neutel has won, that all these people still, one person at least managed to go vote for them. What were the odds that one person would randomly get?
Random generator.
I guess there's probably a way to figure this out, but.
Well, maybe one of the signatures that they got phone numbers. Perhaps they text us, "Hey, you're gonna vote for me, right? I can have one vote." Do they get the $1.50? No, that's done. That's gone. That's true. Harper got rid of that.
And also, Independence never got it.
Yeah. Never got it.
Someone was asking about answering the question. Might have just missed your question. Things went by really fast. So if you have a question, you can ask it again.
Donovan is here.
Yeah, no, he is. And he's a frequent commenter on the numbers. So Donovan.
Why didn't you vote for
why'd you get 0, Donovan? Come on.
Yeah.
Give us, we want the backstory.
The backstory.
Should have at least run in a riding where you at least know a single person. That would have been the way to do it. All right. Come on.
So what do we do? What do we do
here? All right. Let's give. How about we give some grades to these results for the Liberals, for the Conservatives, and the NDP?
What's the failing grade?
I don't know. You're the teacher.
Okay, because if we go by A, B, C, D, fail is F, right? Because I think the Liberals number is really bad, but it's not a fail. It's really
You can't
bad.
fail if you lose.
Yeah. Well, if you win.
Sorry, you can't fail if
Yeah,
you win.
It's not a fail because let's say you finish around 43%. That's reasonable. It's just that your opponent is really on your heels. Is that how you say it? On your heels?
Sure.
Yeah.
Nipping at your heels, yeah.
Yeah. The Conservatives increased by double digit in Toronto proper, while the NDP tanks again. So if the Liberals, I would give a C plus, bad but passing. What would you say?
Yeah. Sorry, the question we got from Jillian about the advanced polls. I think that they would still be counting the advanced polls because, as I said, I think they'd probably be the biggest ones, which would take the longest to count.
Right.
So you said a C plus? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's bad, but it's not failing grade.
I think I would also be a C plus because, as you said, they haven't. An F would be if they lost, it's an F.
Yeah.
And if they were within like 2 or 3 points, then I would probably give them more of a D. Can't give them a B because this isn't very good. And that's a nice. Thank you, Nelson. That's very nice.
Thank you, Nelson.
Get some coffee.
Manotick, Ontario.
Manotick. Yeah.
I
just
don't know
south
where
of
that
Ottawa.
is. Oh, okay.
Nice little town.
Thank you.
It's actually
Appreciate that.
part of Ottawa, technically, because Ottawa is this massive thing that includes everything from empty farmland to like Parliament Hill. But anyway, Manotick is nice. But yeah, I'd give them a C plus rather than say a C minus because they're still over the threshold of 40%, and they're still beating their 2011 result by a couple points. So I think a C plus is kind of safe. Okay, how about before the Conservative, the NDP?
Oh, the NDP,
13.
Well, the thing is, they were not supposed to be in it,
No.
but they're not supposed to be lower than they were in 21, considering the Liberals losing ground. So, but is it a worse grade than the Liberals? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
C.
C?
Yeah.
I'd give them maybe a C minus. They haven't fallen into single digits, which I think would have been embarrassing. But they've lost a lot of their vote. 13% is their worst result since 2008. And they've only... You got to go back to 2000 to find the other time before that they dropped really below 15%, really. So...
You want to read that?
Hey, maybe we should be part of the longest ballot committee next time. That'd be fun.
I can't.
How would you feel if you got 0 votes?
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't campaign. I think I would try to get 0 votes. I would on the ballot would be Philippe. Don't vote for me, Fournier. But thank you for that. But thank you for that tip. But here's the thing: is I can't do politics. I just can't. It's not for me. It's great that it's for people. I'm okay speaking in front of you, speaking of my class, and speaking on TV. But speaking to people in general is really hard for me. I'm an introvert. And it's hard to be. You can't be an introvert and go in politics unless you have a really safe riding. But even then, you still have to get. You have to go shake hands and play bowling and play bingo and pretend that everything is fine. I can't do that. I can't do that. So thank you for the suggestion, but there's no way I'm doing politics ever again. And if I ever do, cut the clip and put it in my face.
Okay.
So, but thank you for that.
I will accept a nomination to the Senate. Thank you.
Well, that's different. That's not politics.
All right, the Conservatives. What's the grade they would get if they hold at 37%?
Yeah, it's there are a few new boxes here.
Oh,
right?
they're 37.5. It's a 5-point gap. Jeez.
I mean,
Louise.
you don't give an A+ because you lost.
No.
But if they just a shade under 40%, make it competitive, I give it an A. Right? Yeah, you increase your share by double digits, and we're giving grades. It's not over yet. It's only 5 points. Right? Okay, it's just under 700 votes. It still looks like it's going to go Liberal, but we're still here at midnight.
Yeah.
There's a reason we're here at midnight. It's because it's
long
not over.
ballot.
So I have to give the Conservative an A here. Not an A plus, but an A.
That's interesting because but so you're saying that the only thing that would have gotten him an A plus is winning.
Yeah. A plus is perfect. A plus is,
I don't know. I think I could have given them an A plus if they were up by like 10.
Okay.
I don't know. That's
that's
interesting
fair.
because I'm like,
That's fair.
should it be a B plus or should it be
Okay,
an A
but-
minus?
So what would you have given them if they had won? If Mr. Stewart has won? A plus plus? You can't do that. That's not a great.
Well, let's say. Well, I mean, I don't know if they won by with 36% of the vote, I'd give maybe an A. But no, I guess you're right. I'm gonna have to give I'll give an A minus. I'll give an A minus right now. I'm not going to give as much of an A because I think you could win by a squeaker. That would be an A. Win by a lot. That would be an A plus. But
Okay.
I know it's going to be weird to say because they're not the winners. But right now, kind of the winners of the
Oh
night.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In the bigger picture of things, right? In terms of what it symbolizes, in terms of what it means. If there are liberals who are seeing that they win by 5 points, saying like, "Look, we won. A win's a win." It's like, yeah, a win's a win, but not all. If it's
No.
you can't do it that way. Like if you were let's say this was taking place in Calgary, this was Calgary Signal Hill, Calgary Southwest, something like that, and the Conservatives were winning by 5 points. You think the Liberals would accept the idea that a win's a win? No, they'd be like, look at all the inroads we're making in a place where we normally don't win. We almost made you lose here. So the Conservatives are currently the spiritual winners, I guess. They're not the literal winners, but right now they're the kind of
In hockey,
winners.
we say moral victories in hockey.
Yeah,
I think we
sure.
could say this is a moral victory. Monsieur Stewart, if he does lose tonight by about 5 points, like the numbers showed right now, can really hold his head high. Like, I gave the Liberals a run for their money in Toronto St. Paul's. That's, so again, it's not over. It's just, it's been stable.
Yeah,
it's 5 points, but it's been a while since it's been 10 points. It's been 5 points for quite a while now. So anyway.
Kyle makes a point that one of the reasons the Liberals look okay is because the NDP and the Green vote is down, which is probably part of it. But, for the Liberals, that's a campaign strategy. That's what they do next time, right? If they can beat their polls, like let's say they're at 21 at the beginning of the campaign, and by the end of it they end up at 25 or 26. In all likelihood, it's because a lot of the NDP and the Green vote is a bit lower, right? And it's a classic playbook for the Liberals. So I'm not sure. This could almost be a proof of concept for them, right? Proof of strategy. How we manage to avoid disaster is that we make sure we get that NDP and Green vote.
Well, yeah, but it's not enough.
No, it's not.
It's really not enough. You
No.
can't win by St. Paul's by 5 points and say, "Oh, we'll just take more NDP votes." You won't take enough.
Right. Because winning by 5 points, if that's what they hold, it's probably 200 seat majority for the Conservatives.
Absolutely,
And
100%.
I know a lot of people might have difficulty understanding kind of how that works. Because you're like, well, they won. Win's a win. But if you lined up all the ridings from hardest to easiest to win for the Conservatives, Toronto St. Paul's would probably be like 215, 220.
I have that. Hang on.
there you go.
I rank
Perfect.
all the ridings per party. Hang
Okay.
on here. Conservatives. If you go to 338canada.com/cpc.html, where is Toronto St. Paul's on that list? Let me just write Paul. Toronto St. Paul is 221st.
There you go.
There's another St. Paul. There's another St. Paul in the country. Do you know which one it is?
What? Oh,
There's
yeah.
another St. Paul.
Saint what?
Kildonan St. Paul.
Oh, Kildonan. That's right. I was thinking
Yeah,
Boniface.
It's CPC safe in my projection, and it is 132nd. But St. Paul's is 220th, and they're 5 points away from winning
Yeah.
it. So
That's-
this is how strategists think. They look at these numbers,
That's
they
what's
rank.
important about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that that they're going to win. What'd you say? 221st?
They would 221. So
Yeah.
it would be around that mark. Let me.
So
post
yeah,
the
it doesn't
link
mean
in
that
the
they
comments.
because they didn't win this, they'd win 220. But it means that the next group of ridings is not going to be that far behind. So that's what this result means. And if you're the Conservatives, that's all you want. They don't need this riding.
No,
they don't
they
even
don't.
need like 20 ridings like it that are close to it, right?
Yep.
So they can look at this and be pretty happy about it, especially since it might be good enough for Justin Trudeau to say, "Hey, if anybody in the caucus thinks you're in trouble, well, I just won this.
Man.
Maybe that scenario where it's bad enough not to really signify anything good for the Liberals, but good enough that Trudeau does not take any signal from this, that he has to step aside."
Oh, the numbers of zeros just dropped, and our friend Donovan got a vote.
Oh, that's nice. Do you think we helped? I think it was us.
No.
I think it was us. I think I'm going to take credit for that one. We willed it. We envisioned it. We manifested it.
So there are 3 zeros left.
Yeah.
Now, which will be the last standing?
We got Felix Antoine Hamel, Carrie Hildebrandt, Gavin van der Water. I don't know. I'm gonna guess Hamel.
Congratulations, Donovan.
Yeah.
So it's
We're all very proud. Mario Stocco has dropped, so he's no longer the fifth highest rated candidate here.
but he's the highest independent though, by a
Yes.
big stretch. Though.
Yeah.
Mario
Out of
Luna.
these people, he's the best.
How do you pronounce the A with the accent this way? We don't have.
I have no idea. I would have thought that it was maybe.
Mario.
Well, I would have thought it was maybe Spanish, but Stocco doesn't look like a Spanish name.
Somebody help us out.
Yeah.
I mean, Donovan, maybe you know the other independents. There's got to be a group chat among them, right?
The group chat is all very happy. Yay! They got one more vote. Actually, that sounds fun. Maybe we should. Maybe we're the cynics.
I would get on that group chat. Hey
Yeah,
guys,
invite
how'd
us
you get
next
your
time.
how'd you get your signatures? Like just
Yes, let us know.
because that's
All right, they're at.
I would be terrified to go to knock on doors.
Oh, God.
Or go to the mall or go to Costco or something with a clipboard and say, "Hi, I'd like to represent this riding. Can you sign my?"
People would do it because they feel bad for you if you ask them like that.
Well, the thing is, there's no other way for me. I mean, I would be terrified. I can't talk to people. Wow. So anyway, Donovan, you have my appreciation,
Yes, well done.
because you did that. You had the signatures. But please, like, stop it. Like,
Yeah, because we don't want to do this again. We got 2 more, or at least 3 more of these. We don't want to do it again, people. Please.
boy, still 2,500 watching us.
Yeah,
This nonsense.
I know. This is it.
past
This is what I
midnight.
feel. But we can't leave while it's still over 2,000. So
Thank
we
you
got
for being there, people.
53% of the ballots have been counted.
David Lazowski, you say it like Mario. Thank you. But the A with the accent, is it a? I
don't know.
Is it Mario? Or
What is this?
I don't know.
Duolingo. All right, so the gap is back down to 5 points. So more ballots have been counted.
101 boxes.
Schachter actually had some flyers. Interesting. Maybe that's why he's in second place among the independents.
Oh. Endorse Fair Vote Canada. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point of the longest ballot committee was the electoral reform protest that they were doing. So 5 points still for the Liberals over the Conservatives. We are approaching 4 hours.
Oh, are we making a call? You know, if we don't make a call, we
don't
cut
have to make a
this.
call.
We don't. Well, yeah, but it's fun. I like to say j'en ai assez, j'en ai vu assez. But thing
You
is,
can say that without making a call. You can say,
J'en ai
"I've
vu
seen
assez. I'm
enough."
going to bed.
Yes.
J'en ai vu assez. I'm going to bed.
Enough
The thing, it would be the first time that you and I quit a live stream without.
But don't you think there's going to be like the last couple advanced boxes are going to make everything? Because right now it's at 60. Like people are commenting on the turnout. It's right now 17%. But that's because there's only 55% that have
Yeah.
been counted, right? So that means
So it's
you're on
gonna
track
reach
for somewhere around 30.
Yeah.
So that means we still got 12,000 votes at least. And the gap is only 700.
Remember when I wore this? Oh boy.
What are you going to do with it now? Like wash the
Well,
car with
it's
it
gonna
maybe?
be it's gonna be a part of my collection. Then
okay.
I think the Oilers will be good for a while.
They might win next year. Florida didn't win last year.
That's right.
So
That's right. But they lost.
people don't want us to quit. They say stay until 1 a.m. All right.
1 a.m. Thing is, it's not gonna be over at 1 a.m.
Well, it might be close enough. Oh, I wish someone should write to Elections Canada. I'm just looking at.
Well, thing is, okay. So for those commenting on the turnout, 30%. 30% is awful. It's just that relative to what we've seen in Ontario of late, it's not that bad.
Well, it's not that bad
Right.
for by-elections.
It's not my opinion, but yes, if you put the bar low enough, yeah. I mean, people should vote in their elections. I mean, anything below 50% for me is come on, like just there's advanced voting. I mean, this is also an urban riding, so
Yeah.
nobody is that far from their polling booth. It's not like you have to drive half an hour on a highway, but it's your right to not vote. It's
Sure.
okay. It's entirely okay. It's just that you want to participate in the democracy, and we laughed of all of the independents that got their signatures. Yeah, but at least they participated. They took part of it anyway.
Yeah.
But
There, we got a question about which precincts are coming in, or like we say in Canada, we would say like poll boxes, in districts and that kind of thing. But we don't know. That's what's not as fun about Canadian
Yeah.
elections as like American elections. American elections, they know where the vote's coming from, and so they can kind of use that to figure out.
well, they know. They know. They're not telling us.
Yeah, you're right. They're not telling us, and the parties probably know too. This is another thing that's keen, because if the parties have their people over at the main office,
Yeah.
and so they would know where they're coming from. So if the Conservatives, for example, are saying to, the advanced vote in Forest Hill hasn't come in, the vote in Mount Pleasant hasn't come in, they might be thinking, well, we can maybe win those polls and maybe close the gap. Because when you think about, like, what are the areas that are going to get counted first? It's going to be the areas with the fewest votes, right?
Yep.
So that where's there going to be the lowest turnout? Where there's more younger voters, where there's voters who are maybe less established, they're moving into apartments, into condos, whatever. They don't really have an attachment to the riding.
Yeah, but you would think this would be denser too. There would be more people in those areas, right? I mean,
Yeah, but they
apartment
wouldn't
buildings.
vote. The turnout would be lower.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, yeah, you're right. So all the polling districts wouldn't have the same amount of people. But, the areas that are more wealthy, established, older voters, probably where the turnout's going to be higher, where the vote's going to take longer to count, those areas are going to have a lot more liberals and a lot more conservatives. So there's the potential that this gap, which is really still only, what is it?
750.
That's not a lot of votes when there's still about 12,000 to be counted. So they're up to 56%. It's starting to move along pretty good. Let's hope.
Okay, so a tweet came on my feed from the Stanley Cup.
The Stanley Cup?
Yeah.
It's
no mouth guard needed. Come and kiss me, Matthew Tkachuk. Ugh. Okay, no thanks. All right.
So it might
Stanley Cup with a
actually have been
check
Stanley
mark.
Cup.
It has a check mark, so you know it's legit, right?
Well, blue one?
Yeah, it's the one.
Oh, that's might
The
not
Stanley
be
Cup
official.
pays $8 a month or something. Ugh. Yeah. It's like-
Yeah.
I don't know how real this is, but I just shut it down. I don't want to see that. So.
CBC now say now going to be hours. Where did they say this? Where do we have information?
Well, the thing is, an hour ago, Kyle said 2 hours.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
clearly
look
we're
like it's
getting
going to be
close to the
done
end.
within an hour. So
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, we can commit to at least one. Maybe.
1 a.m.
The people were asking for one.
Let's have a vote. Write in the chat, stay if you want us to stay until at least 1. And if you want to go to bed, just tell us.
And if you don't vote, we're going to count that as go to bed. Oh, this is kind of fun. David asks, how well do you think someone could run if they ran as an independent, then had an AI basically run their campaign? Well,
Well,
they'd probably be able to do better than some of these people.
you would have
valiant people with 1 or 0 votes. An independent.
strange. They would be strange pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be
Memorable.
good. Chat GPT is great for titles and slogans. I'm not sure it's good for information.
Look at all
Okay,
these
so-
people saying
well,
they want us to
Okay, well,
stay
okay, fine.
in bed.
Thank you,
Stay-
people. I want to
too
go to
many.
bed, to be honest, but you know what? Seeing this means
All
means
right.
a lot.
It's
Means
nice
a
to
lot.
see all these actual people coming out and saying this. All right, we'll stay.
We'll stay, and thank you, people.
All right.
We don't take this for granted. Eric
we
and I are
appreciate it.
we are independents. We're not paid by big media, so doing these things, including our podcasts, is how we make a living. And so, thank you for supporting us. We appreciate it.
Yes, we do. We actually do appreciate it a lot. And we have a lot of fun doing these. It's just that we're both getting old.
Well, it's not getting old. It's
No?
getting no, it's not. It's just I don't have anything I think interesting to say anymore except look an increase. It's just we all. I mean, we can tell stories.
Yeah.
And that evening that I told you about the 2020 Conservative Convention, so that I waited for 5 hours in a dark room at Radio Canada. I had Chantal Hébert and Alec Castonguay commenting on the night, and they started telling stories. Well, I remember in 1994, whatever. So it was long, but it was also kind of cool because they were just talking and waiting until the results came up. Right now, I think is I don't think I have that many interesting stories. I studied black holes in university. That's pretty cool, but I don't think that's what people are are looking for here.
Sure.
But,
Sure.
you studied history, right?
I did, yes.
History major?
Yeah.
Did you specialize in anything particular?
Like European history, I guess.
Oh, that's cool. Like Napoleon and all these guys.
Like the wars, with the 2 world wars, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I still read a lot about history. A lot of history. Reading a book right now about Jack the Ripper. I find it very, very interesting mystery. Very interesting. Might have been one of these people in this list of candidates. Who knows? There's a lot of names here we should look up.
Jack the Ripper. Hang on, though. That's okay. There's comments here we have to talk more about Kitty Heaven in the afterlife. Oh, Kitty Heaven.
Oh.
And thank you for the tips, people. Like we appreciate,
we appreciate that too.
Thing is, I have 2 cats. You saw earlier Shiva. She's my blue Russian. She's a beautiful, amazing cat. But there's another one. Thing is she's right next to me right here. And I know that if I pick her up, she's going to be really angry. She gets angry when she sleeps. And I bother her. But she's calico, écaille de tortue, like turtle.
Oh yeah,
you know what that is?
Tortoise.
Yeah, beautiful
tortoise
cat. I can't do it. Can I show you? I think I can show you. People are asking for my cat. I'm going to show you my cat. So there she is, right there.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, she's right next to you. That's nice.
Yeah.
Marsui's just over there. I'm not going to show you because it'd be my entire house. But
This is my second office. So.
yeah.
For those who weren't there when we started that stream about 15 hours ago, my computer crashed as I was getting logged on. So the first 10 minutes was Eric alone.
All right,
Wondering
we are now
if I was going to show.
We are now the only show in town. CBC has stopped the stream. They didn't have the staying power that we do.
Wow.
Hey, all those people got to get paid overtime. So it's just us now. And the gap has gotten smaller. It's now
Under 5 points.
under 5 points.
4.9.
That is the psychological threshold I talked
Yes, it is. Absolutely, it is.
about. And so that's starting to get problematic for the Liberals, even if it's starting to get really problematic for the Liberals, because a lot of the Kyle, we'll talk to your union rep. Don't worry about it. Norm Macdonald and Rex Murphy. Okay. What was I saying? Yes. I think there was I've heard from some liberal kind of spinners that people are saying the Liberals are going to lose. Like they're going to lose this riding. I'm not sure a lot of people are saying they were going to lose this riding. I think there was more that they could lose it or that it could be very close. A lot of the commentary was more about if it gets really close. If I was actually not impressed, but like more pleased with a lot of the discussion around this by-election than I usually am, where I did hear a lot of journalists talking more about the margin and how the margin signifies things that matter in other ridings and all this kind of stuff, which I think is positive to see, because I think that's how you're supposed to think about these things. But getting to a point where now we're talking about 4 points instead of 8, 10, 11, it is starting to get, as I said before, into the narrative of what we were almost expecting, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the problem, I think, for the CBC, right? CBC. Someone just said CBC in the chat. And it made me think, maybe
We're tired. We're tired.
The problem for the Liberals going forward, because there were, like I said, Toronto St. Paul's ranked roughly 11th or 12th in terms of the margin of victory for the Liberals in Toronto, which means if they are this close to losing, that means there's probably 9 or 10 Toronto seats.
Yeah, maybe half. Yeah.
Toronto Liberal MPs, who right now would be like, if this happens in my riding, I'm toast. So what do? I just saw Paul Wells on his Substack put out the title of his piece. What does he say? He says 140-ish walks in the snow. So he says Trudeau staying, over to you, Liberal incumbents. It's not wrong.
No, it's not. I mean, the Liberals. I don't want to sound. Okay, I don't want to. I'm tired, and my English is tired, so I may say something stupid. But what's the expression? You have to grow a pair and talk to your boss. I think that many Liberal MPs have to realize, unless they're already sending resumes, or hoping to get in the Senate or to get maybe an ambassadorship, do something. You will lose badly next year, whenever the election is. 5 points in St. Paul's is not good enough. We said earlier, when it was 9 points, it was like, okay, it's a mushy middle. It's not the mushy middle anymore. Below 5 points or 5 points signals, 215 seats, 220 seats for the Conservatives. It's consistent with the blowout scenarios that are laid out in the projections. Yeah.
And there's not a lot of good numbers in those projections, right? It's hard to move the polls around, to move the numbers around, to get to the point where the Conservatives are below 173, which is going to be the next mark for
72.
172? Yeah. Okay, you need 173 for a majority, or 172?
No, 172 is the majority.
Yeah, okay, 172 you need the majority. There are 40 to 50 seats above that right now.
Yeah.
Where the Liberals were never above that. They got to somewhere, I think they might have got into the 200s during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic.
Yeah, the low 200s for a few weeks. But
yeah, that's a big cushion that the Conservatives have. And again, when you're talking about whether it's a minority or majority, if you're at least at 160, you're probably fine, right? You're very little danger that the other parties would combine. And I think in the current climate, I think it's increasingly unlikely that the Liberal NDP numbers could equal enough to get to a majority. The Bloc does not seem all that keen on propping up a Liberal government at this point. They wouldn't do a Conservative government either, but you can have that, you can kind of play chicken with the three other parties and probably survive, like Harper did for pretty much the entire time between 2006 and 2011. So these margins matter. This is why this kind of discussion matters, because if the Liberals are in this position in this by-election, which means that the Conservatives are in a 200-plus seat position, that should concentrate the minds a little bit. It's not just polls, right?
No, exactly. And also think of the recruiting efforts. Who are you going to recruit to run for the Liberals next election if this is the results we see tonight and the polls keep going this badly? It's going to be very hard to attract talent. That's also
like we saw, just her viewers went up to nearly 2,700. So we're not losing at this point.
Those CBC people
All the
want to go
CBC
to
people came here.
bed. They want to go to bed. Like, yeah, come on, come join us. Have a
maybe
drink.
We're getting people
There you
from the
go.
West. Like,
There you
hello,
go.
hello,
Hey.
West. That's going to be the problem. Because we're seeing with the Conservative nominations, there's the ones that just took place in Calgary and Yellowhead in Alberta. They had like 2,000 or 3,000 people voting in the nominations.
Yeah.
And a lot of these nomination battles, they have like 8 people. There's like there's some in PI, one of the ridings. I think it's in Cardigan or Malpeque. Anyway, a riding that the Conservatives have not held for a long time. And they've got like 8 candidates. They got like a former cabinet minister. They got like the Liberals are not going to have big rushes of candidates going. Like they'll still get 343 candidates. They'll manage to do that. But that matters, right? When your polling is down, you raise less money. When your money's low, you can't spend it on ads. Yeah. It's like a vicious cycle, right? So these kinds of results aren't going to help because they managed to get Leslie Church, who seems to have been a good candidate, in the sense that she put a lot of work into it. Apparently, she like signed up 800 members to win the nomination, but she's like a Liberal. She was Chrystia Freeland's chief of staff. Yeah. She wasn't someone that was convinced to give up a job in business or something like that to run. You know, like a former, I don't know, governor of the Bank of Canada or something like that, whether they're going to run. I don't know. This wouldn't be a very convincing thing. Does Mark Carney want to take a shot when this kind of seat isn't safe?
Man, Mark Carney. I mean, at some point we'll get into this, right? I'm sure if there is a leadership race for the Liberals, when there's a leadership race for the Liberals,
we'll one day
discuss it. Yeah. For those who don't know, every episode before Christmas, Eric and I do a big old over-under on a bunch of topics. Every year. And it's Christmas time, and we predict the future. And so we have fun with it. It's not very serious. We discuss a bunch of issues. And at the end of the year, we check on the prior episode what we had predicted. And some of it is wrong, obviously, because things change. One of the over-unders that I had set was how many prime ministers will Canada have in 2024? Pretty sure the line was 0.5. Different prime ministers than Mr. Trudeau, right? We know he's stubborn, and you have to be stubborn to get that high in government.
You have to believe in yourself too, right?
Absolutely. There's no exception. If you're right up there, it's because you have this mentality. It's just that you have it to the extreme at some point. You don't realize that you overstay your welcome. I don't understand why Liberal MPs don't, I don't want to say revolt, it's too strong, but they don't push Mr. Trudeau out because
it's not in the party's DNA as much. The whole Martin Chrétien, the Turner Trudeau, like that was always behind the scenes. It wasn't that up front, I don't think. Got a question about whether this is under the redistributed map. This is still going to, the by-elections are still going to be under the old map until the next election. So
that's right.
The 3 other by-elections that are going to be happening later this year will be on the old map, not on the new one. Because otherwise you'd have an MP who would represent some people in the new riding and an MP would represent people who are in, like there'd be dual representation. So they keep up the same map until the writ drops, the Parliament's dissolved, and we go into the next campaign.
But also I must say to complete the answer here, in April the new map became official. Mm-hmm. So I think it was April 22nd. So a general election held after that date would use the new map. And so if you go on 338 right now, it is the new ridings. And I know some people were mad about this because they wanted to have the projections for their ridings. It's just that we don't know when the next election is, and I'm going to do a switch. This is a lot of work, people. Now they're going to switch just before a campaign. So I switch in April. So what you see on 338 are the new ridings with the new boundaries, not this one here. And I can't keep both. But I mean, it doesn't. I can't keep parallel projections with the old and the new map. So
yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. But this riding didn't change that much.
It changed a little bit. It's just that the results did not change. If you look at, I think on both on East and the West, the borders changed by a few streets. But if you look at the results, the transposed result, they're almost identical.
Yeah.
So
All right, so we're back over 5 points. The gap between the Liberals and the Conservatives, 5.4.
thank you, Miss Moon, for the tip. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thank you. Did I miss another one? I didn't talk about Cat Heaven. As was requested. We'll keep that for the final minute.
Okay.
Le paradis des chats. Le paradis des chats.
Send people to bed with dreams of happy cats frolicking in the fields. We got two candidates who still have 0.
Oh, 2.
Félix Antoine Hamel and Gavin van der Vader. My money's on Hamel. I think he's going to do it. Someone's
He's going to get 0?
It.
He's going to get 0?
Well, we asked someone who knows stuff about this, JP Kirby at electionatlas.ca. He's often on these. I haven't seen him ask questions, so maybe he's not here tonight. But kind of the reference, electionatlas.ca, so good. There's a dash between election and Atlas. Has election results, provincial, federal, going back to the turn of the last century. And I asked him, has there ever been an election, because we got this question for the podcast, with someone got 0 votes, and he wasn't 100% sure because some of the data is sometimes incomplete, but he thought that there hadn't been. So there is a chance for either Félix Antoine Hamel or Gavin van der Water to potentially set a new low in Canadian politics for number of votes. But I mean, it's part of a bigger thing, right? So it's not like they should feel bad about it. You remember how I said I said Melody Anderson would have been very high in the ballot, so she would do well.
Yeah.
She's doing pretty good. She is 1, 2,
Where is
3.
she?
She's like
19
near the top.
votes.
Yeah.
19 votes.
And we also said Jordan Wong, because they were at the bottom of the list, would also do well. And where are they?
Where's
They're doing all right. 11 votes. So
Wow.
it makes sense. Okay, wait. Something happened. We got more numbers. 5.9. Well, maybe it's
going back again.
Yeah,
so
maybe it's now
almost
going back again.
just a shade under 1,000 votes. So, I mean, at this point, 61% of the boxes. I mean, it's getting close to making a call. It's still uncomfortable because it's close, but it never got really close.
We'll make a tentative call at 1 a.m. and then we're going to go to bed.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're going to do. You okay with that?
Actually, last time I went to refill my drink, I saw Shiva she's waiting for me on my pillow. She's there. So it's like, why don't you come to bed? So
yeah.
So.
Okay.
But man, I mean, we can say it. The Liberals are in such trouble. It's not a big surprise, people. For those who follow the polls and my projections every week, we are running out of epithets to describe the abyss in front of the Liberals. And I just said earlier,
It's to me, it's these proof points, right?
Yeah.
Because you saw with Trudeau when he was on PNP last week, he said that Canadians haven't made up their mind yet. When they do, they'll not like, they'll see that Poilievre's no good and they'll come back to the Liberals. Like, at some point, you got to be like, these are all numbers these are all red flashing warning lights, right?
Yeah.
So something has to change. You can't just kind of assume that if we keep up on our strategy, that people will eventually come back to our side and blah, blah, blah. Like, the Liberals need to understand, and I kind of don't think they do, or at least enough people within the party, that like they need something big to happen here because they're going to lose. Like,
big.
They've been in power for 9 years.
Yeah.
The leader is no longer polling very popularly, and his numbers have gone consistently down. It's not like a one thing that dropped his support. It's been a drip, drip, drip. Their fundraising is not good enough to keep up with the Conservatives. And now we have these by-election results. Before, the by-elections were this one thing that was still kind of doing okay for them, right?
Yeah.
They were sometimes overperforming in by-elections. We had Durham earlier this year, this one here. These are not strong enough numbers for the party to have a hope that they can win in the next election. And that election date's just getting closer and closer and closer with every day. Because you think we're in the summer, which pretty much means that you can write off the next 2 months. So we're down to a year from the kickoff from the election campaign very
right.
soon.
Labor Day is, and also it's also possible that it's in the spring, right? If the NDP pulls the plug in the budget, then the election is maybe in late May. So maybe we are less than a calendar year before the election.
Yeah. 4.6 now, the gap. So
it's closed down.
It keeps going back and forth. It still feels like a lot now because we're down to, so we got 62.5% counted, 17,000 votes. So if it's not going to work out this way, but if this kind of rate of votes continued, then we'd end up with 27,000. So we're around 10,000 left.
Oh my God.
But 10,000 votes and the gap is 800. I mean, you got to win the last bit by quite a bit. But again, if it is the advance vote and they're conservative friendly, someone made the point, and I think I don't know what to make of it, but wasn't it in Keto Maggie when he was talking about the Main Street poll? Didn't he say something about the advance vote?
That it was tight, I think,
or that it was benefiting the conservatives.
Yeah.
So anyway, like,
the thing is, with whatever is left, okay, there's like 40% of the votes left.
Yeah.
So that means
40% of the polls.
Of the polls, but okay, maybe no, yeah, approximately. So that means that the Conservatives have to win what's left by 10 points or 12 points to surpass Miss Church here.
Okay.
That's highly unlikely. It will be
unlikely,
close,
yeah.
but it's like highly unlikely, unless, I mean, I think I can go to bed tonight and say the Liberals won a close race, and I'll sleep tight, and maybe I'll wake up in the morning and go no. But that's the pure math here is like the Conservative would have to win whatever's left by more than 10 points to win. So it seems unlikely.
Yeah, that seems unlikely. If the count up to here if the E-Day vote has been 42-38, is the advance vote going to be 50-40? Probably not. It's not that big a difference.
Looks like you'll win the over/under though. But all our lines were really good though.
They were really good.
Yeah.
It's almost like
for
we
those
do
who
this
for those
do
who
this for a
just
living.
yeah for those who weren't there when we talked, with the over/under line on the NDP was 11%. They're at 12.7 right now, so pretty close. We set the line for the Conservatives at 40, and they're just a shade under 38. And the line of the Liberals, it was 41, right?
Yep.
It's 42.6 right now, looking pretty good. All our lines are really good. Yeah.
Well, that's what matters the most. All right, so I think we are gonna close up shop at 1:00.
Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that.
So we got nine more minutes to see how much vote can come in. So there's 120 polls. Let's see where things are. So now that we've done a little bit more, something came in. What's the gap now? I can't even do it in my head anymore. It's 4.9. Okay, 4.9. So before we had said that we gave the Liberals a C+, the NDP a C-, and you gave them a D+.
I'm switching my grade for the Liberals.
Yeah, I think I will too. And then for the Conservatives, I gave an A-, you gave an A.
I'll keep that. The Liberals went from C+ to C.
Yeah, or maybe even C- for me. I don't know. This is to me the territory where they're in. This was not a good result. But losing would have been disastrous, I think, for the Liberals.
Yeah.
And maybe it still could happen. But this is just as bad. Like in the big picture in the big picture for the Liberals and what it means in the rest of the country.
But okay. So to be fair, though, when we give those grades, Miss Church doesn't control what other parties will do. She can turn around and say, "Look, I just got a shade under 43% and I won." Right? What do you want me to do? Right? Calvin Bennett had 49% the last general election.
Yeah, 49.2.
So this is if we take the Liberal perspective here, this is not good, surely, but it could have been way worse. I mean,
yeah.
had the Liberals lost 10 points, they would have lost tonight. So that's why maybe it's unfair to say. I mean, it's not a failing grade for the Liberals. Ms. Church, she had 42%. It's just that the Conservatives are high, are really high by 12 points right now.
They're
or 13
outperforming
points.
their kind of polling benchmark.
Outperforming, and if you take this, it's 4.1 now. Okay, we may not. It's 4.1 the difference right now.
4.1?
We may have
Oh,
we may have to stay a bit.
And we got a question. How about a grade for the Greens? We're grading them on a curve.
Well, we have to, right?
Yeah.
3%.
In 2015, they got 3%. They're at 3.2.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Okay, wait. For the Greens, I'll give them a C+. They held up a decent amount of their vote, and they beat the PPC, which they didn't do. They did do last time, too.
But they did in Durham, yeah.
I'll give them a C+.
I have to think about this, but...
Okay. But here's an interesting thing about the Greens. So I went through the riding history all the way back to 1984.
Mm-hmm.
The Greens always had a candidate in this riding.
Okay.
In every general election since 1984. Isn't that interesting? They haven't really been a major party since 2004.
No, it's true.
And they had candidates here in the 90s and the 80s. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. We got Robert Martin commented. He's with the Main Street Research saying how the CBC did better with the early vote in their polling. So, all right, Kyle's giving them a C+. So anyway, yeah, we kind of have to wait for those advance polls because now this is looking really close again. Not that it wasn't not looking close before when it was 4.6, but 4.1, boy, that feels closer.
Let me. I have
What's
an
the grade
idea.
for longest ballot? I mean, A+ for getting the longest ballot because it was the longest ballot. It's broke a record. I love you guys, love the effort, but not. Like I said, try something different next time. Something fun. I don't know. Like I said, find like 5 people with the same name, put them all in the ballot. Do something different than just a very long ballot.
I mean, you know what would be funny? It has to have
5 hours.
funny names.
Yeah.
Like you said, Linda the Clown Thompson.
there you
have
go.
those on the ballot. Yeah.
Yeah. Or how about run a party called the Electoral Reform Party? Is that too obvious? But anyway, because think about, like, poor us. We're sitting here having a drink and complaining about this. Think of those poor souls counting in Elections Canada.
Yeah.
Grade for the poll workers.
We can't leave.
I mean, grade for the poll workers.
Can we? I mean, it's... I had a Red Bull at 7 p.m.
Oh, that sounds like a bad idea.
The thing is, I knew this would be a long night. It's just... Yeah. Wow, it's not over.
How would I grade Philippe's cat? A super A+.
Infinity.
Complete. Pass. Everything.
I miss her already. So. Vishnu will stay there for the night. That's her chair.
Okay.
And Shiva, when I sleep usually on my back, and Shiva comes here, right next to my pillow.
That's nice.
And I just touch like this with my finger, and she purrs, and I fall asleep. That's life.
That's very nice.
That's beautiful. Okay, new boxes. Come on, just show us one direction.
Come on, a whole bunch. Give us we got 3 minutes to make a decision here.
700 and
grade for the chat. I'm gonna, I think Kyle had a bit of work out for him, but I think the chat's been pretty good. Much better than last time.
Yeah, well, right. What Kyle wasn't moderating last time.
He wasn't. So this is why we like this much more. We were much happier with this. Thank you.
God damn. I can't believe it's not. I mean, seriously though, I know the count has been slow, and we know why. It's still, I did not expect at 1 a.m. to still go like, well,
and also that we still got over 2,500 people watching.
Well,
hey, we're going to clear 100,000 on this one.
They're lovely freaks. They're lovely freaks. 100,000 what?
100,000 total views.
Oh, all right. I didn't.
That's breaking a record. My previous record, I think, was 19,000 or something.
Imagine a general. I mean,
Wow.
people, you have to be there for BC because oh man,
Yeah.
oh, imagine how late it will be. Oh my, at least it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
Saturday. It's a Saturday though.
Yeah, no, BC, yeah, BC. Well, BC though will probably be pretty like an election gets great. It gets called pretty quickly, right? Because if let's say we were doing the federal election right now, we wouldn't be waiting for this riding.
That's true, but again, I did a little research for a piece about BC, and I went to rewatch, not the whole thing, the CBC Election Night special in 2017. That I think you said you were on at some point, right?
I
didn't
did some
see
hits
you.
out of Ottawa. I didn't go in.
But it lasted 7 hours because because it came down to one seat or two that were really close margins. At least when I'm on TV and I do an election night, at some point I'm not on and I can go for a breather. Like I took a break to grab my TV to watch the game and to fill up my drink. But I'm not complaining, by the way. This is great. This is fun. It's just at some point I don't think I'm coherent. Like,
well, if everybody still is enjoying our utterings, then I guess that's all that matters. When we did the New Brunswick election, that was the one seat. I wasn't in New Brunswick. I was doing it from the Ottawa studio, but that was a really good one. But at one point, the fire alarm went off in Ottawa, and I had to. And it was like just at the moment when things were like the one seat, and I had to go out into the street and wait to get to go back. And but you're sitting there, you hear the fire alarm, and you're like, do I really have to leave? Is this a real one? Can I just stay here? But
was it a false alarm?
I can't recall. It wasn't an actual fire, but it wasn't like a test. But it was like a real thing that happened. But the fire alarms in a studio aren't loud; they're flashing lights. I guess so you can leave without making a lot of noise. But anyway, that was fun. All right.
Are the PPC officially done? No, they're not. As long as they get financing, they will be there. As long as Maxime Bernier can pay himself a six-figure salary from tax-deductible donations, it will be there. I'm not saying it's a grift, because I know some people say that. It's entirely legal. But the PPC does not need to win a seat as long as they get donations. I think that's a pretty clear answer.
Yeah, but I wonder how long the crew will stick around them if, anyway.
As long as they get money.
I suppose. There was the story about how he's building some sort of resort or...
Yeah, in Florida.
Summer home in Florida.
Yeah, good for him.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nice work if you can get it, I guess.
If people are willing to give you money.
Yeah. So. Oh, it's now 101.
Maintenant, on passe en français. Alors, 8000 votes pour Madame Church, Madame Église. Et il y a 750 votes de différence.
No. Now you're going to see the count go down. I haven't seen a lot of French in the live chat, so.
What is your favorite color? Depends on what. For clothing? I like gray.
I like the color blue, like my eyes.
Gray's nice.
I love my shirt too.
You have blue eyes.
Yeah. How do you not know?
I don't pay attention to that.
Oh, thank you. We're at 130 polls, and it's sticking at 130 polls.
And it's 1 a.m. and our viewership count has increased.
Yeah.
Thank you, CBC.
That's what the people want. Well, by now we've got all the CBC hangers on because they've been off for half an hour. Oh no, we do have some French here.
Les prochaines élections au Nouveau-Brunswick, on va faire ça bilingue.
Ah ouais?
Ouais.
Okay. I don't know if... Je pense pas que ça va fonctionner, but
we would not, if we did a Quebec stream together during a Quebec election, we would not do it in English the whole time.
No.
And so New Brunswick is the same. We'll have
do 30% in French and 60% in English.
Yeah. Don't have the accent though. I love that accent.
I'm hoping one day I'll get the Gaspé accent.
Philippe, t'en es-tu de tes étudiants? Philippe, t'en es-tu de Saint-Laurent? Je suis prof de cégep au cégep de Saint-Laurent. I kind of miss teaching, but not June 24th. Je suis content d'être en vacances. I'm happy to be on vacation. So I'll see them soon enough in August. So, yeah. Hi, Michael. Thank you.
Yes,
you for your
thanks very
donation.
much, everybody, for
Why aren't there?
sticking
What
around.
So I guess these are pretty big boxes.
Yeah,
they're
this
doing
is
now,
it. They
because
might be
this
at the
is
advanced poll now.
62 boxes left though.
Yeah. I don't know how many of those would have been the advanced poll. Come on. I want some results. I want to see what's going on.
Can we text the candidate and concede? Say, okay, come on, like that's enough. That's enough.
Well,
Are there zeros left? There's still the 2 zeros, huh? Félix Antoine and Gavin.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
On a les Franco-Albertains. Bonjour les Franco-Albertains. J'aime la francophonie canadienne.
Oh, we have... You're right. I'm going to play this, all right?
Okay.
It's audio. It's Leslie Church. Let's see how this sounds. All right. Well, I don't know when that was. It was posted half an hour ago, but Leslie Church at least is feeling great about these results. Hey, from her perspective, a win is a win.
From her perspective, she just got a seat, and a seat that the Liberals should be able to win in a general. She may be an MP for many years. From her perspective, it's great.
Yeah.
4.4 now. New boxes open up. So I guess we're staying on. It's past 1. I still have some in me.
Sure. Well,
I mean,
as long as
Eric is always thing. So when Eric leaves, I can't stay. So it's Eric that decides when we leave.
I can just I'll just close my camera and leave this going all night. At some point, my cat will come up and make a noise in the. She's all curled up on the couch. It looks
well, I'll fill up my drink. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back.
All right.
Don't go anywhere.
All right. So, all right. Well, thanks to everybody still sticking around. Why don't we just take a little bit again at where the numbers are? So we're at 42.4% for the Liberals. This represents a drop of about 7 points for the Liberals since the 2021 election, and would be their worst result since 2011 when they took 40.6% of the vote. The Conservatives are now at 38%. This is an increase of 13 points, which is in the higher end of where the polls have had the Conservatives in Ontario. And this would be their best result since they won it in 1988 when they were the PCs. The riding boundaries have changed. But in 1988, they took it with 47.5% of the vote. And the NDP at 12.6%. 12.6% for the NDP. That is their worst results now since 2000. Ooh, and that was not a great election for them. They got 9.5% of the vote in this riding, so the NDP is not doing great. And thank you, Dean. I am planning on going to the Gaspé this summer. We might have to take some sort of hiatus for the podcast. We're going to figure that out. But by now it's like, Philippe, do you want to talk tomorrow? Because it's already Tuesday.
We're already tomorrow.
Yeah,
so.
I know. That's what I mean. Anyway, we have to record maybe an extra episode or two while I'm away.
Hey, your horse for 0 is the last one standing. Félix Antoine is the last one at 0. So can he keep it up? Can he keep it up?
Can he make history? Donovan still only has 1 vote. That's all.
But he's fine.
That's all he needed. He only needed 1.
That's right. It's more than me. It's more than you. So yeah.
I guess so.
So 4.4, we have 102 boxes.
There's a question here. That's a good one. How does this compare to the Durham change? What was the swing in Durham?
Durham was like the perfect swing. The Conservatives went from like 48 to 57. And the Liberals, they were in the high 20s and they went to the low 20s.
I think it was an 18-point swing, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. But I do remember that the projections that we had in Durham were right on the money, except obviously for the NDP not matching their polls.
Here, right. Yeah, so the Conservatives went up about 11 points, and the Liberals went down about 7.
Yeah.
So that almost matches exactly where we are. No, the Conservatives are up 13 here, so they're doing better than they did in Durham.
But it's close. It's the same range. It's the same range.
And for the Liberals, they're dropping 7, which is about exactly the same. So no change there. And the NDP, they dropped 7 in Durham. Here they're dropping about 4. So not as far. Yeah. And no other party clearing 1% aside from the Greens and the NDP. PPC at 0.6, Marxist-Leninist 0.2, the centrists 0.1,
Marijuana
0.1. Although the marijuana party had the same official agent as the longest ballot committee, so I think they were in cahoots.
I can't believe that there's so many people watching us right now. Like,
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah.
And I don't say that because I think you're crazy. I think it's some people say that, oh, elections there's no interest in that.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember what the end of my work with McLean's. I'm not gonna name names, but you can figure it out. The one of the editor that after they changed the whole crew called me for a Zoom and they said, okay, what do you bring to McLean's? And I was like, okay, I've been writing here for 3 years about elections. Like, do you know who I am? And then, oh, well, the thing is, nobody's really interested in those number stuff. That's very nerdy. This is telling me now that people are interested. Because
It's June 24th.
it's June
it's now
24th.
June 25th,
It's summer.
but-
It's just, yes, that's right. To think that there are not people that are interested in analyzing numbers and following polls and following these demographic changes and studying writings, this is insane to me. That's why McLean's is in the dumps right now. Well, for many reasons, but they had great writers. They figured, you know what? Let's write about cottages and maybe recipes or maybe random stories. I'm not saying they don't have good freelancers that do good work, but man, that magazine went down.
Well, it's unfortunate because like they used to have some good archives.
Oh my God!
And you could go look at their news reports or their political reports they're doing on elections in like, the 80s or the 70s. It was just incredible. It's really useful for me. But as someone who likes looking at historical elections and this kind of thing. So anyway, yeah, well, we're really happy you're still sticking around with us. Because if you weren't, we would go to bed. Let's just be clear. We would be.
Oh,
we would
new
be
box.
heading to bed.
No, is new box?
Is it?
No. Okay, no.
All right.
It just refreshed. Okay.
All right.
Are the people in Edmonton right now? What are they doing? Are they drinking on White Avenue, saying, "Oh, what could have been"? It was a close game.
Yeah.
They came up short, like.
And only one
so
goal
short.
in the end too.
Yeah.
When you think about it, eh?
Yeah, it's really.
And that was they lost 2 of those 4 games by 1 goal, if I'm not mistaken.
Étienne Bourgault, as-tu étais au défilé de la Saint-Jean? You know, it's funny, l'année passée, last year, they actually paraded in front of my house. I live in Rosemont, and I got to see it, but no, today I was busy with other stuff, so I didn't go, but yeah, it stopped raining, so good for them. It was pouring rain yesterday and this morning, so. But no, I don't. I was busy with it. I'm busy. The website needed lots of maintenance. And again, for those who haven't gone, the website now, if you hover over the with your mouse over the chart, the time charts, you'll see that the numbers appear for every date that you hover over. So it's really cool stuff.
We got one more box. It's now. I'm going to write down. Okay, so how many votes? I want to see how big these boxes are now. So we're at 133.
4.3 gap.
And it's 19,691. How many votes are being counted in these boxes? Turnout right now is at 23%. But they still got 30% of the vote or the boxes to count. So I think they'll probably end up somewhere north of 30.
Yeah.
Which isn't so bad. Not for...
It's not a total disaster, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's hard. Wasn't the Scarborough one provincially? I think it was 22%, right?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was. Oof.
And sometimes in like the urban ridings, turnout is actually really low because I think a lot of people in a city don't have a huge connection to their riding as much when it's differentiated from a neighboring riding, but from just a few, like just by a few streets and stuff like that. 26 votes in the last poll. What? Really? No. Couldn't have taken 26 votes. Can't be.
Well, remember those boxes that had 100 votes each early in the night? So.
Yeah. What was the turnout in Durham? Got that question. All right, see if I can find it.
Yeah.
Durham by-election. 27.9%.
How many? 20?
27.9.
Yeah.
I think we're going to beat that.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to beat that because these last ones are probably pretty big. We had
Mandatory voting. Eric, we had a question about that in our pod recently, right? The thing is, mandatory voting doesn't increase engagement. It just gives a fine to those who don't vote. So unless you say you want to put people in jail for not voting, it's just it's a fine if you don't vote. So maybe it would increase turnout, but it wouldn't not increase necessarily engagement. You want people to feel engaged in their politics.
But if people feel like they have to vote, I think they might get more engaged. They're like, well, I gotta go vote.
Yeah.
I guess maybe I will read that stupid thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. I saw a few people screaming about freedom in the past few years. I think they would say it's their freedom not to vote. So, but maybe obviously a lot of people will say, well, if we had electoral reform, but it's too late for that now. I don't want to get into this. 1:15 a.m.
Here's a question because I think you actually you can actually say yes to this. Blue Hajira, have you or will you read the new books about Trudeau and Poilievre? One of them by Paul Wells. Didn't you read the Paul Wells book? Or the Stephen Mayer one?
I am reading Stephen Maher. It's funny
Maher's,
because I saw Stephen Maher last week. He was in Montreal and I met up with him to have my book signed, and we had a beer. The book is great. I'm at the SNC Lavalin chapter, so please don't tell me how it ends. No spoilers. And I have the Paul Wells book right here, but I will start it after I finish Stephen Maher. So this is my summer reading. I have a few books lined up, but Stephen Maher is a great writer. He has a great prose, an amazing rhythm, and the book is serious stuff. He did a lot of research, lots of interviews. So I highly recommend it, but I haven't finished it yet. So
okay, very good. I have a bit more trouble reading books about stuff that hasn't finished yet.
Well,
I like history books.
Have you read Paul Wells' book about Stephen Harper,
Yes,
the
I
longer
did.
and Prime Minister?
Yeah.
The thing is, I read that like 5 years later, like
Yeah.
5 years after the fact. So when I finished that book, it's a great book, The Era of Stephen Harper. It's just at the end, I remember the 2015 campaign. It was an amazing campaign, the longest campaign ever, and the movement in the polls. But it didn't cover that because it ended. So it's about the same thing. I asked Stephen Maher, why not wait until the Trudeau era is over? He said, well, it was a long time in the works, and you want to have your book sales, when it matters.
Yeah, well, that's it, eh? A lot of people won't care as much after the next election.
He said he will probably write another chapter for the paperback if it goes to paperback, and that will cover the end of the Trudeau era if it is the end. Obviously, we don't want to say, So.
But see, I always find it interesting because if you get, there's a lot of books that was written about his father, but some of them are written in the 70s. So there's a very different perspective on him because if we think about the Pierre Trudeau legacy, a lot of it happened in his last term.
Yeah.
Right. So at the end of the 70s, there was, especially in the end of the 70s, there was this perception that Pierre Trudeau turned out to not be he didn't deliver. Like, he turned out to be
Yeah.
a lot of flash, not a lot of substance. Never ended up doing that much. Was a disappointment after all the hype. But the books written after the 1980-84 term
Yeah.
changes quite a bit, right? Referendum, victory, the Constitution, like, it changes perceptions. So when you read about a book about a political figure who's still active, it might have a different take. It'll have a different take on everything that happened because it doesn't really know how the story's going to end.
Yeah.
So, like, there was
But-
a book about as well about who was it? I think it was Joe Clark or something, and it was written like in the 70s. Like, he hadn't even finished yet. Like,
Really?
I don't even think he had been prime minister.
He was in his 30s.
Yeah,
Wow.
or maybe it was Stanfield. Anyway, it was about someone who hadn't even done the main thing that they ended up doing. But
Man, it's 1:20 a.m.
I know.
Say hello from people from BC
Maybe we should
and
do.
Alberta.
Maybe we should do a hard out at 1:30 too. Etienne Crépeau, he asks about me elaborating on why I said La Salle et Mort Verdun was a riding where the NEB had a chance. Well, it's only because they had like 20 something of the vote.
Yeah, 20. Yeah. Let me pull this up.
You know, it's an urban downtown riding in Montreal. Quebec Solidaire does okay in those areas. And maybe they can get themselves up to 30, and if there's a vote split, maybe they could have a chance. I don't think they have a good chance. I'm just saying that out of all the by-elections that have happened so far in this parliament, it'll probably be the first one where they're actually one of the parties vying for a podium finish, a second place at least.
2021, 43 Liberal, 22 Bloc, 19 NDP. And this is the key for the Liberals. Both the NDP and the Bloc at around 20% apiece.
Yeah.
Is any of these two will go to 35? Probably not. Maybe
No, I don't
25.
think so.
Maybe 25. Maybe 28. But the Liberals should win this because of a really beneficial vote split. The Bloc Québécois is not winning 40% of the vote in that part of Montreal. I would believe it more with the NDP, but even the NDP, tell me how they perform in by-elections and tell me how you're confident that, yes, they will actually double their vote share. They will go from 19 to maybe 35. I don't think so. So Liberals should, again, it's Elmwood Transcona, the most interesting. Yeah. The Conservatives will try hard to take this one. And so, and it will be the opposite of what we've seen in other ridings. Will the Liberal voters there, the 10, 12, 15% of Liberal voters, will they vote strategically to prevent the Conservatives from winning? I'm not so sure. It'll be interesting. And it'll be in next month. Maybe.
You would wave to British Columbia, and we actually do have some people who said hello from British Columbia. So
hey, good to see you. Thank you for being there.
Yeah. I've got a question about whether an early election would save seats. I don't see how an early election right now would save any seats.
Well, wasn't it about Ontario, or an early election in Ontario?
Oh, an early election in Ontario? I think that's just a good idea for Doug Ford. Get it win your majority now.
Of course.
Extend your lifespan for another 4 years.
It's very cynical, but if you play to win, if you play the game to again, you play to win, yeah, going early is smart. I would not go this fall, though. I would wait until the spring, but maybe they're getting nervous because they think if one scandal hits us, it's just that I would wait until the spring because we're busy in the fall. Please, Mr. Ford, just you'll still be polling well in March. Don't worry.
That's a question here. I actually don't know the name. Que signifie le J dans votre nom?
Yeah, it's a secret.
Oh.
It's a secret.
Is it Joseph?
Maybe. I'll tell you the story, though, why I used that.
Okay.
I started using it in university because there was another Philippe Fournier. Not in my department, but in the building, in the science building. And I figured, I have an initial, I have a middle name, so I'll use it. And then when I started doing media, there is a Philippe Fournier, I believe, at Université de Montréal, who comments on American politics. And he's on Radio-Canada from time to time. And I even had calls say, "Bonjour, Monsieur Fournier de Radio-Canada. Would you like to come on tonight and discuss the race south of the border?" I was like, "Oh, okay, that would be great. What time?" And then I realized they don't know who I am. They want to speak to the other Philippe Fournier. Right? I talk about polls. He's talking about policy. I don't talk about policy. And so I add my initial now to differentiate myself from the other Philippe Fournier. It's Fournier is a pretty common name. It's not like Smith, but it's a pretty common name in Quebec. So yeah.
Well, mine is common enough. There's a journalist who is Eric Renier. He's the editor at. He's an editor at L'Actualité. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, L'Actualité. What's do you have a middle name?
No,
or do you?
I
It
don't.
can be a secret. You don't.
No.
You don't. How very unchristian of you.
But what's funny about the other Eric Renier is that I once, when I was starting my old site, 308.com, when I had that running, I was doing projections, and I got reached out by the editor at Le Devoir, who thought I was that Eric Renier. And he's like, "Oh, are you you're like, how you doing? Like, we haven't talked in a while. Like, you're doing interesting stuff." And I said, "No, I'm a different person." And they said, "Oh, well, maybe we can still work together anyway." So I did an election or two at Le Devoir back in 2011, and it was because of that.
There
it was
you go.
primarily because of my name.
And while you were telling that fascinating story, the margin is below 4% now.
Oh my God. Are you serious? Oh, geez. 3.8?
3.8%.
How many polls was it? Was it one? Oh, God, it was one poll.
All
right, but
so we
how
have
big was the
one
poll?
box.
How big was the poll?
Well, we have one
It was
box per 10
1,400
minutes.
people.
Okay, that's a big one.
That's a big one. That's got to be an advanced poll.
But we get $1 per 10 minutes now?
But it can't. It shouldn't. It should. They're all happening on their own. It shouldn't matter. Maybe it means that all the ones that are around 1,400 are going to come in. Maybe it means they're going to come in soon. All right. What is it? What do we got? 42.3% for the Liberals. 38.5% for the Conservatives. The gap is now 3.8 points. 12.4 for the NDP. What's the gap now in terms of the actual vote?
798.
Yeah, it's not very much.
No.
But I mean, if each poll is 1,500 votes, let's game that out. So let's say it's 1,500 votes for each of the last ones.
Félix Antoine still has 0, the last one.
Hey, I believe in him. I believe in him that no one believes in him. 87. No, that would mean there's 87,000 votes left. That's not correct. That was a very big poll. It doesn't make sense that it was that big. It must have been an advanced poll.
Yeah.
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 For there to be 1,500 votes in one poll. So maybe they're starting to get through them, and then maybe that's some smaller ones at the end.
This is a disaster for the Liberals. This is a disaster.
This
it could
is
have been
very-
worse. It could have been
even if
worse,
it stops
but this
right
is
now.
disaster. Yeah.
Even if it
is
stops right
below
now,
4
this
points.
is now less than 4-point margin.
Disaster.
And I'd run some calculations about what that would mean, a 4-point margin, and it's a lot of seats. It's a lot of seats that you apply that same swing to the rest of the
3.9.
province.
Another box.
Another box.
3.9.
Okay. Doesn't look like that was a big one.
833 votes difference.
All right.
See what I'm, yeah.
ML is still at 0. Okay. What are we actually doing here at this point?
Entertaining our viewers, listeners. Hey, please, people, go to www.leschiffres.ca or Numbers Pod and sign up for the podcast, because
That's right.
Imagine like the 5 hours you spent here tonight, condensed in 50 minutes, and
Condensed
including a quiz,
and
right?
actually kind of planned
and
with
structured.
things to talk about, their
Right.
structure. Yes.
Bullet points, and then
Yes.
so we talk about the polls of the week, and then we answer questions, and then we have a quiz, and then we have a
Yes.
number of the week. It's a really good structure.
Yes.
It's not just us rambling about.
Numberspod.ca. We put out an episode for everybody every second week, and you can find it on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever it is.
All of them.
And then every second week we do an episode just for our Patreon members, and you can join there for less than $5 a month. If you sign up for the year, it's $5 a month otherwise. We have a one we do in French every 2 weeks. That's $3 a month. And we answer questions from our listeners, and we have a lot of fun with it. And so we do things like this. So if you find this, if this is the first time you watch us and you're interacting with us, if it is, then just go sign up for the podcast at the very least for the free episodes. And if you like it in a little while, you can maybe sign up to become a member. We're hoping that it'll be fun, especially once the provincial campaigns start and we get closer to the federal election campaign. It's going to be a good time.
But because again, we seem to be rambling and being a bit random tonight, but we are structured when we do the pod. So just so you know,
and there's editing and there's music.
How can the Liberals not have this in the bag at this time? That's insane. I repeat what I said to the journalist. I said 5 to 9 points. He was like, okay, say something like 5 points. It looks like it's going to be 5 or fewer points.
Well, now we're down at 4 points, right? What are we back to 3.9?
3.9. It's 1:30 a.m. and Miss Church still has not hit this in the bag. So.
And we saw Donald Clancy. I know said how you're a member of the Patreon. Yes, you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. I'm sure there's others listeners to the podcast who are with us right here, so we welcome you, and we're happy about this.
Pour l'initial, en effet, mon nom de baptême on my birth certificate, I do have Joseph because we Catholics, we all had Joseph or Marie, but the J is not for Joseph, it's something else. Because
so you have two middle names.
The thing is, the Joseph comes before my name.
Interesting.
Joseph Philippe something Fournier.
Wow.
So, but I'm not Catholic. I'm not Catholic. I was kind of forced to be Catholic when I was young, but I'm not anymore. I became an atheist, and then I realized that I didn't care, so I'm not an atheist anymore. So
okay.
We discussed this on an episode. It was I had some reactions to that.
Was this the one with the cat heaven?
Probably, yeah. It was
we just want to believe there is a cat heaven.
Well, thing is, I don't believe in heaven, but when the
cats
cat dies,
deserve it, though.
I believe that the cat goes to a better place where I have wool balls and treats every day.
The cats deserve it. We don't. This
sinners.
is good. Most likely incumbent government to lose this fall. BC NDP or Saskatchewan Party. Out of those two options.
If I have to choose one of those two, I would say
BC
NDP. Yeah, BC NDP. Even though I think they have a good map.
Yeah.
The Sask Party really has a good map. So
that's it. Like, how much does the Sask Party has to lose the province-wide vote to lose? They probably need to be down by 10, 15 points. Like, once the NDP, well, it's not true, because the NDP, if they clean up Regina, Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, Prince Albert,
that's a lot of ifs.
I know it's a lot, but if they manage to do all of that, and they can probably do that at a +5, maybe. But it's a two-party system in Saskatchewan, and so how do you get to a place where the NDP is getting more vote than the Sask Party?
Well, you need more parties on the right. That's the thing. That's the NDP could win with 40% if but not the Progress Party. What is it called? There's a PC. I know. What's the other one?
There is the Progress Party.
The
old Liberals.
Yeah, they had two. They had two candidates last time around, out of 61. I think the most the candidate, the one in danger most is New Brunswick, BC's.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They also have a good map, but they could lose it because they have an unpopular premier, which is not the case with BC and Saskatchewan.
Yeah, BC, it's that the NDP support In some polls, it's in the higher 40s, but in a lot of polls, it's more around 40. And that's the amount of the vote that they can win an election when the right is divided. But if they stay at around 40 and the Conservatives keep rising, and if like Mario Canseco apparently says that the BCU might be at fourth place in the next poll, if it starts to get really close, if it starts to get a near tie between the BC NDP and the BC Conservatives, like it's a race again. It's just you're just replacing the old BC Liberals with the new BC Conservatives, and the results are going to be largely the same, right? So,
yeah, but I'm also thinking the BC Uniteds breaking in pieces are not all going to flock to the Conservatives. It's not going to be a single transfer. I mean, I don't think so. They're different parties. It's just that how many BC United / Liberals will go to the NDP instead of going to John Rostad? A few.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
All right.
Are we going to call it a night? What do we do?
I don't know. It's so close, and it keeps getting closer. But there's still 60 almost polls to go. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know.
Thank God there are not newspapers anymore, because the deadline is way past.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's not true. There's Globe and Mail, Toronto Star.
We're at 2,400. I don't know. I don't know how long we would be here. And if there is still 60 polls to go, we kind of have to wait almost to the last one.
What are you doing tomorrow? Do you have what are you doing later today, rather? Do you have
I'm
plans?
sleeping.
Do you have
Poor Kyle. He's tired. He's been working hard all night.
You can go to bed, Kyle.
Yeah.
You can go.
We'll let the chat start to eat itself.
Well, no, they're all muted now.
No, you're all nice.
You're
all nice. Oh wait, did one just go, or is that no?
The thing is, all right. I feel kind of bad. Not for myself. I'm on vacation. My college I'm on vacation. I will be wrecked tomorrow, but I don't have to do anything tomorrow. It's just I feel bad for the 2,400 people watching us. That I wish we had results.
I know. Wish we had something.
Decipher. And I really appreciate them still being there. It's just, God damn it. Like,
right now,
Elections Canada will have to do something about this, even though you don't want to have a democracy that is less accessible. But this is ridiculous. This is one riding. We've been here since 8:30.
We got another poll. It's back. It's at 4%.
And also, thank God it's a by-election. Oh, not a by-election. Thank God the turnout was low. But what would happen if the turnout had been 50%?
Yeah.
So,
that would be.
I don't want to be angry old guy getting a cloud here. But this is. Yeah, Elections Canada will have to do something. They counted 21,000 votes in 5 hours. That's unacceptable.
People don't want us to go to bed.
All right. Okay. How about we set a benchmark? Okay. We'll try this.
It's now 1:36. This is very late. I was not expecting to still be.
No, me neither. No, me neither. Thing is, we still have people supporting us here. If we get under 2,000 people watching, we'll say goodnight. How about that?
Okay. All right. Here, wait. I'm going to desperately. I do have someone who sometimes responds to my emails at Elections Canada. So let's see if we can. Let's see if he'll write to me.
Wow. What a night. 4 points. That's so bad for the Liberals. And again, it's so bad for the Liberals, but they went from 49 to 42. It's bad. But the Conservatives are doing so well.
Yeah, that's it. The Conservatives are doing better than the.
Than the swing.
The Conservatives are doing better than the Liberals are doing badly.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
Which is a weird thing.
PPC at 0.6. Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
People are begging us to stay. I make some coffee. Well, the thing is, okay, I love coffee and caffeine. I drink way too much coffee, and I know. but I can't drink coffee at 1 a.m. It will wreck me for good. I need to sleep. It's okay to go to bed late. I can't make it. As I said, I drank a Red Bull. It was 7 p.m. Then that's pushing it. I thought it was, yeah. So
Yeah. I haven't
hello from
had a coffee since
Saskatchewan.
this morning. All right. Email sent. Let's see if this guy will respond to me.
Richard says we should set 3:38 a.m. as the cutoff time. That's cute.
That's starting to get closer to like morning. Like,
Well, the
oh
thing
my
is, you
God.
know what? It may not be over by then if we look at the rate that they're counting votes now.
No. And it's not fair to have a bunch of BCers telling us to stay.
When you said that Kirby was not there tonight, well, thing is, he's in the Maritimes, right? That's even worse.
Oh, someone said they were there for from PI.
Oh God. Well,
All right, and how is Amel doing? No, you still at 0. It is incredible that some of these boxes are taking this long. I understand these are very complicated ballots to count and everything like that, but I don't. But like, they should have hired a couple extra people to count the things.
This is a conspiracy by the voting machines people.
Yeah.
No, we don't want voting machines. We like paper ballots.
New poll. 4.1.
Momentum. Thing is, if we do go to bed, I cannot make a call.
No. Why would
So-
but you don't need to.
Yeah, but okay. So there's 29% of the boxes left. So I know it's not the number of votes, it's the number of boxes. So 3 out of 10. And there's a 4-point gap.
Mm-hmm.
The Conservatives have to win what's left by about 12. Again, that seems unlikely. But maybe.
Well, yeah. We don't know if these are. Again, this could be a huge advance poll. This could be a huge advance poll. Kyle thinks it's 1,000 votes is too much to overcome, and I'm not sure if I disagree. It's just that where are these votes? And
Thing is, the second we say goodnight and we shut this down, I'm gonna go to bed, and obviously, like an idiot, I'm gonna check my phone, and it's gonna be tied.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Do you remember the Manitoba election?
Yeah.
We went to bed and the seat count changed, but in the end, it was okay. But for a little while, was it La Gimodière and all? So I remember I went to bed, and instead of just going to bed and sleep, I checked my phone, and some seats had flipped, and I was like, "Oh my God!" But by morning, they had reflipped on the side that was projected.
Hey, well, the good news is there's. I'm just tweeting, and there's looking at Twitter, and there's other people who are awake. Marika Walsh from the Globe and Mail. Now I'm just going to read my Twitter because this is at least something. In a brief scrum with reporters after her speech, Church said she is still waiting for the final result. Still appears to be several hours away.
As are we.
Yeah. Oh, this is really interesting. I'm just going to actually hold it up to the camera because I think it's kind of interesting. This is a graph of, let's see if it works.
Oh, is that Polling Canada?
Yeah.
Curtis?
So
what is it?
Well, you can see that the margin keeps getting closer and closer between the Liberals and the Conservatives. This is the high-tech stuff that we got going on here, where I'm holding up my phone to the camera. Oh, man. Like, if it was 8 points, what happened?
8 points, I'd be to bed.
3.8? Did it go down to 3.8?
Oh, God.
God, every time we're doing this, you're like, oh, it's another decimal point. Yeah, it's at 3.8. Okay.
Félix Antoine is holding at 0.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's what we want. That's about it, though. No one else is really tweeting. We're the only people awake.
Marika, that's the globe, right?
Yeah.
Marika?
Yeah.
Man. That's insane. Oh well.
What was the widest we had it? Like early on, it was like only a couple boxes, but it was like at around 11 at one point.
Yeah.
And it was sticking around 11-10 for a lot of the count. We're at 140. God, it's taken a long time just to count the last 7. How many people we still got? Oh God, it's still 2,400. We love you all. We love you all, but we're almost like, you guys want to go to bed, don't you? I know you're exactly right. We're gonna go to bed and we're gonna wake up tomorrow morning, and the headlines are gonna be Don Stewart wins upset, and we're gonna be like, we stayed up so long for nothing.
But okay, but here's the difference, though. Like the Manitoba thing, I remember making a call before going to bed.
Yeah.
Now the call ended up being right, but there were changes between the time that I shut the camera off, brushed my teeth, and went to bed, which freaked me out. I'm not making a call, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow. I know people are still there watching us, and I greatly appreciate it. But the tank is empty now. The tank is empty. I have to go to bed. I'm sorry.
I think so too. Guys, we appreciate.
God damn it, 2 a.m.
Appreciate you all. But we're both dying here, and me especially. And I see that a lot of you are hoping that we'd stick it out here, but
Philippines, 1:45 p.m. It's tomorrow afternoon in the Philippines, so anyway.
Yeah, maybe we can get next time. Let's do this from Vancouver. We'll fly out to Vancouver.
There you go. We'll get Okay, so here's the deal, people. We will have thought out, organized, structured thoughts on this by-election and the results in our podcast on Thursday.
Yes.
Please sign up if you enjoy this work. Please sign up for the pod. Eric and I do it every week. We love to do it. We do it in both languages and en français once every 2 weeks. And so sign up. You'll get more of this. But it's 1:45 a.m. and I apologize, everyone. I have to go to bed.
Yeah, me too, guys.
I'm going to say something really stupid. I'm going to say something really stupid. It's going to be a clip online, and I'm going to pay for this for years and years if I stay on. So
yeah. All right. So let's quickly recap. It's a lot closer than it was earlier in the night. It looks like the Liberals could probably still end up winning this. Maybe. But a 3.8 gap is not good enough for the Liberals if they're looking to get reelected in the next election. Even Kyle wants us to stick around here. But this we'll have it all covered in the podcast later this week. You can take a look at both of our websites, therit.ca, 338canada.ca.com. We got the links in the show description, and we'll have some fuller, coherent thoughts on what this all means for the future of Canadian politics and the universe.
We're getting bullied out there.
We love you all. You stuck with us so long. And it sucks to have to go when we don't even have a result yet because we've been on for so long. But we've had a blast. And if it ends up being a 3 or 4 point gap at the end of all this, then we've said everything that we could have said. So good night, everybody. And we'll see what the results will be tomorrow morning. And good night, Philippe. And I'll talk to you in probably a couple hours or something like that.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Thank you. Peace and love.